Chapter 688, Towards the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Chapter 688, Towards the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Kia, The 4 scouts from Storm Valley were shocked. This mysterious youth actually knew of their Storm Valley. This other character was likely some Divine Kingdom crown prince or a Holy Land's holy son. As for them, they were from a tiny 4th grade sect that didn't even have a life destruction elder. In front of a holy land, they were just a little ant. In addition, the 5-element region was far, far off from the central region of the Sky Spill continent. By all reasoning, they would barely even know of them. But they never imagined that this mysterious youth would speak of their Storm Valley. Could it be that the 5-element region 7 sects were somewhat famous? Thinking of this, the 4 scouts' hearts filled with bravado. Reporting to Great Expert, us 4 are indeed from the 5-element region's Storm Valley. There was silence for a moment, and then, enter. Yes, sir. The 4 scouts were overjoyed as they began to respectfully walk through the entrance. As the 4 of them passed through rows of ruining buildings, they finally made it to a great temple. Upon entering this temple, they could feel a powerful energy emanating from within. As they entered the temple, they could see a black-clothed youth appear in front of them, his arms crossed behind his back. This black-clothed youth seemed like a straight and sharp spear. He emitted an extraordinary aura, and all of the heaven and earth origin energy within the temple seemed to be stirred up by him in a completely spontaneous manner. As for the black-robed youth, he simply didn't seem to notice or care. This degree of cultivation was truly shocking. The black-clothed youth turned around, his eyes sweeping across the Storm Valley symbols on the 4 scouts' clothes. Then he slowly said, "Storm Valley, if I remember correctly, you have a chief disciple named Zhang Yunjian?" Hearing Lin Ming mention Zhang Yunjian's name, the 4 scouts were surprised. It was already unbelievable to them that he knew of their Storm Valley, but he even knew of Zhang Yunjian. How was this possible? Great Expert knows my sect's Little Valley Master. Just a brief meeting, Lin Ming casually said. Great Expert truly has an extraordinary memory. The 4 protectors didn't recognize Lin Ming. They only assumed that Lin Ming had a near-photographic memory, able to recall any small fish and shrimp-like characters that he met. To them, it wasn't strange that a top talent would be able to do this. However, when did the Little Valley Master ever have a chance to see this Great Expert? As the 4 protectors were thinking about this, Lin Ming said, "Do you 4 know where the survivors of Divine Phoenix Island have gone?" Divine Phoenix Island? The 4 protectors were surprised. Why would this Great Expert care about Divine Phoenix Island survivors? They didn't dare to ask such a question. They bowed and said, reporting to Great Expert, "This little servant does not know where Divine Phoenix Island has gone now, but my sect's Valley Master and Little Valley Master should know." Lin Ming didn't have much hope in the beginning, but after hearing the 4 protectors say this, a sharp light shined in his eyes. "Ask for me." These few words were said with a tone that brooked no doubt. It was simply impossible to defy this youth's will. The 4 protectors didn't ask why Lin Ming wanted this information. They respectfully said, "Yes, sir, this little servant will take at most 1 hour of time." Divine Phoenix Island was extremely far away from the 5-element region. Information had to cross through the transmission arrays of several relay stations. A round trip for a message would take at least 1 hour. After Zhang Yunjian received the news from this sound transmission of the 4 scouts, he was also shocked. He didn't ask why this mysterious youth wanted this information either. He naturally didn't dare to be negligent towards this mysterious youth's question, not to mention what sort of mighty background this person might have. It was simply impossible for such a character to covet anything from Divine Phoenix Island. Even if he was harboring some evil intent, Zhang Yunjian would still honestly tell him of Divine Phoenix Island's situation. What a joke! This person had nearly completely annihilated the South Sea Demon region, much less their tiny Storm Valley. Zhang Yunjian feared that even a little sneeze from the giant Leviathan would leave their entire sect in ruins. Yin Yang Profound Palace. Lin Ming's eyebrows rose. He had just obtained information that Divine Phoenix Island had gone to Yin Yang Profound Palace. Lin Ming had only heard about this sect in passing before. As for its peculiarities or even where it was, he didn't know any of this at all. He casually traced his spatial ring and tossed 2 treasures towards the 4 scouts. Lead me there. The 2 treasures shined with a cold light. As the 4 scouts caught them in their hands, they found that they were a sword and a spear. As soon as the 4 scouts discovered the rank of these 2 treasures, they were immediately left dumbfounded. High-grade earth step treasures. Generally speaking, within the South Horizon region, 5-element region, and surrounding area, only a large sect's sovereign or life destruction elder would have the qualifications to wield a high-grade earth step treasure. Even someone as illustrious as Nanyun Wang only used a peak high-grade earth step treasure. As for a heaven step treasure, within the entire South Horizon region, only Xian Wuji was known to have one. For 2 high-grade earth step treasures to be so casually awarded to them for just a little bit of information and to lead the way, this was something that would only happen in a dream. It had to be known that these 4 scouts' cultivations were, at the extreme, Xiantian. A single one of these treasures was several times their entire net worths combined. Yes, this little servant will report to Storm Valley. The 4 scouts stuttered. This youth was truly worthy of being a great figure from the 4 divine kingdoms. Just a casual reward was with high-grade earth step treasures. On the trip to Yin Yang Profound Palace from the South Sea, one had to pass through multiple transmission arrays. This was only possible if one applied for passes from the involved sections. This was also the reason that Lin Ming brought the 4 scouts as guides. He was impatient to return. He wanted to see Mu Qinyu even if it was a quarter of an hour earlier. As for those 2 high-grade earth step treasures that Lin Ming tossed out, he was already extraordinarily rich to begin with, and now that he had also looted the South Sea Demon region, those 2 treasures were simply a drop in the ocean, let alone high-grade earth step treasures. Even low-grade heaven step treasures didn't concern Lin Ming that much. In response to Lin Ming's request, Storm Valley immediately wrote an order so that he could use all transmission arrays as he pleased. Lin Ming took out a spirit boat. As the 4 Storm Valley scouts began boarding the boat, they discovered Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian. Before this, they had felt several powerful energies besides Lin Ming in the temple. Now, this was the first time that they had seen just who these energies belonged to. Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian were all the favored of heaven, each being a high emperor-level talent. As the 4 scouts from Storm Valley saw them, they all sucked in a deep breath. Without a doubt, these were all proud sons of heaven and arrogant daughters of divine kingdoms. The 4 divine kingdoms truly live up to their reputation. The 4 scouts thought to themselves, all of these 4 outstanding youths were dragons and phoenixes. When had such a scene ever appeared in the South Horizon region? Duanmu Kun and Lan Xian smiled at the 4 scouts. Like this, the spirit boat embarked on its journey. The speed of a peak high-grade earth step spirit boat was close to a first-stage life destruction powerhouse. Behind them, Divine Phoenix Island rapidly shrank. Soon, all they saw was the vast and endless sea. Looking at the passing scenery around him, Lin Ming's heart filled with emotion. After 2.5 years, he was finally returning home. As Lin Ming was leaving Divine Phoenix Island, above the ruins of the South Sea Demon region, Xian Yuqie and the remaining elders were floating high above. As for the other martial artists, they were slowly trickling back in. Xian Yuqie was known as the woman with 1,000 flavors, But now, all she showed was a gloomy anger. Her face twisted to the point that it seemed she would leak water. As she looked over the palaces that were destroyed, the great training arrays that had collapsed, her milk-white breasts heaved with anger, and her entire body trembled. When Lin Ming invaded them, he shattered their great protective array, recklessly killed off their disciples, and then even pillaged all of the buildings, looting everything he could, and using the giant Leviathan to raze the rest to the ground. This included even the netherworld medicine garden that the South Sea Demon region had spent countless resources and over 1,000 years of effort to establish. Because everyone had been panicking and in a hurry, they hadn't had the time to move all the precious medicines away. The result was that they had all been taken or destroyed by Lin Ming. If she could endure this, what could she not endure? Lin Ming, Xian Yuqie clenched her teeth, her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white. You have gone too far. I will remember this hatred. If I don't take revenge, then I shall never rest. Besides, Xian Yuqie, the demon region Eastern faction sovereign, was emitting a thick killing intent from his entire body. Because he was wearing a mask, no one could see his expression. Sovereign Xian, all of this is thanks to you. The demon region Eastern faction's sovereign coldly humphed. His descendants had also perished in this catastrophe. If it wasn't for Xian Yuqie losing the giant Leviathan, how could this have happened? Xian Yuqie angrily glared at the masked elder, her eyes nearly spitting fire. Zhou Yentian, I have already said it. I will bear all responsibility for this. Once Elder Xian leaves the seclusion, I will take the appropriate punishment. But now is not the time to fight. Humph! Zhou Yentian coldly snorted and said no more. Take account of everyone, Xian Yuqie breathlessly said to a life-destruction elder. Everyone's already been counted for. The number of disciples that died in the giant Leviathan's raid is about 1,200 to 1,300. In addition, 800 to 900 disciples ran away and still haven't returned. The life-destruction elder ruefully smiled. The South Sea Demon region had simply been invaded too suddenly. Most of the disciples didn't even know what was happening. All they thought was that the South Sea Demon region had managed to provoke some immeasurable power, and now that power came to exterminate them all, and they had managed to escape this calamity with a stroke of luck. If they returned to the South Sea Demon region, then they might have to suffer a similar fate once again. That time, their luck might not be so great. Since it was so, it was better to just leave. In any case, for most of them, as long as they didn't try to further their cultivation, then, with their strength, they could live extravagantly for a lifetime. Even the worst martial artists with a Hotian realm or pulse condensation period cultivation, if they went to a small mortal country, they would still be able to receive a luxurious reception. After all, relative to mortals, they were considered top geniuses. I know. Xian Yuqie took a deep breath. The result wasn't beyond her anticipation. Lin Ming was just too fateful. Because of that raid, the backbone of the South Sea Demon region had weakened by 30 to 40%. Moreover, nearly all of their sex resources were destroyed. Reconstructing the buildings and mines wouldn't be too difficult, but the medicine garden, training arrays, testing arrays, any of those would consume a massive amount of time and resources to rebuild. She knew that, in truth, Xian Wuji had been paying attention to the situation in the South Sea Demon region the entire time. She had no idea if he had been affected in his seclusion. If he really was affected even just a little bit, the losses would be difficult to measure. Chapter 689 Meeting Once Again. Chapter 689 Meeting Once Again. Deep within the South Sea, 70,000 feet underwater in an underground trench, the water pressure reached a terrifying level. Even a revolving core master would find it difficult to protect themselves with their true essence this far down. If their bodily true essence were to be broken, then their mortal body would suddenly be exposed to the entirety of this horrible pressure. Their eardrums would shatter, their organs would rupture, their heart would stop beating, and finally, they would die a miserable death. In the deepest parts of this trench, there was an artificial space opened up by an array formation. A thick shield of energy isolated all of the seawater outside. A dim light emanated from here, seeming particularly bright in the deep darkness. Within the space, a man was sitting naked on a bed made of polar jade, in deep meditation. His left and right arms had been turned into ground meat, and even his bones were shattered into a fine powder. But what was strange was that there wasn't any blood leaking out. If one looked carefully, one could see that this ground meat was actually constantly growing. From its mashed face, it slowly reorganized itself. This was Xian Wuji, who was currently crossing the 4th stage of life destruction. He had now been in closed-door seclusion for over 4 months. His legs and waist were already completed, and now he was in the process of reforming his arms. As for the riskiest part of breaking his core, he still hadn't yet started that. Although Xian Wuji was in closed-door seclusion, he was still well aware of every matter occurring in the South Sea Demon region. At the time when Lin Ming had ridden the giant Leviathan and shattered apart the South Sea Demon region's great protective array, recklessly killed the Demon region disciples, and even pillaging and razing all of the South Sea Demon region's resources, all of this had fallen into Xian Wuji's eyes. Even though Xian Wuji was deep in meditation, he was still angry to the point of nearly vomiting blood. The anger had nearly led to a mental breakdown, causing the fires of anger to reverse the energy in his body and have him fail in breaking through the 4th stage of life destruction. At the time, he was fortunate that he was in the relatively simple process of reforming his arms. Xian Wuji had crossed through life destruction 3 times before, and thus he was very familiar with restructuring his flesh. Only by suppressing the sudden anger had he been able to safely continue through life destruction. If Lin Ming had crashed into the South Sea Demon region during the more dangerous reconstruction of his core, then he might have fallen into depravity because of this. Xian Wuji certainly wouldn't let the situation in the South Sea Demon region affect his 4th stage of life destruction. After that event, he simply shut off all his perception, completely focusing on passing through this process. Now, his 2 arms were already 30% complete. In 10 more days he would finish, and then he would begin the most difficult process of remolding his core. Lin Ming, I will tear you to pieces, suck out your marrow, and refine your soul. Over 1 million miles away, Yin Yang Profound Palace, a spirit boat slowly descended. Atop this spirit boat was the mother and child, Xing Ken and Xing Yang. They had originally wanted to go and meet the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, but soon after they embarked, they had received the news that this Divine Kingdom Crown Prince had already left Divine Phoenix Island. And looking at their direction, they had flown towards the 5-element region. Divine Phoenix Island and the Profound Province were separated with the 5-element region in between them. In order to reach the Profound Province, one first had to cross through the 5-element region. After having the initiative taken by someone else, Xing Ken and her son were both feeling depressed. Xing Yang said, "Great Mother, if the 5-element region storm valley first contacted the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, what sort of flowery sweet words did they use? Why would the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince leave Divine Phoenix Island now? Is he planning on going to Storm Valley? Humph! Such a small sect like Storm Valley is even inferior to Divine Phoenix Island. How could they possibly have anything that can attract his attention? The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince must have come to the South Horizon region to accomplish some special goal. If we can learn what this goal is and help him complete it, then perhaps we might be able to win his favor." In Xing Can's opinion, there was naturally no need to question the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince's strength. But if there was some information he needed, or if he was looking for something in particular, then it was best to ask a sect that had been established for thousands of years in the south of Sky Spill continent. If they could be this sect, then that would be perfect. We'll put that matter of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince on hold for now. First, we must tighten our grip on Divine Phoenix Island. As Divine Phoenix Island was brought up, Xingyang's eyes flashed with an avaricious light. He had long desired Divine Phoenix Island's secret technique of transplanting vermilion bird blood essence. In addition, there was also Mu Qianyu's pure vermilion bird bloodline in her body. Rumors said that if a man took the crown of her virginity, then they would be able to inherit a part of her primordial Yin energy, transforming it and obtaining an extremely pure vermilion bird bloodline. Xingyang naturally cultivated in fire. If the vermilion bird bloodline could increase his talent, then how could he not be tempted? In addition, Xingyang always had thoughts to move on to Mu Bingyun. Mu Bingyun had the Blue One bloodline with her. This was useless to Xingyang, but Yin Yang Profound Palace's secret skills focused on Yin and Yang complementing each other. If Mu Bingyun was willing to double cultivate with him, then he wouldn't mind marrying Mu Bingyun and taking her as his wife. First, he would have relations with Mu Qianyu, and after taking her vermilion bird bloodline, he would then double cultivate ice and fire with Mu Bingyun, using her Yin physique to have his Yin Yang Profound law reach large success. This would be the best outcome possible. However, as he thought about it, Mu Yuhuang would never allow either of these two situations to occur. The Mu sisters would be the future leaders of Divine Phoenix Island. How could they possibly be married into Yin Yang Profound Palace and become their little princesses? Originally, Divine Phoenix Island and Yin Yang Profound Palace had signed a 100-year agreement. Xingyang had been willing to allow the situation develop at a slow simmer, having his plans come to fruition a bit at a time. But now, because of the appearance of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, the war in the South Sea had changed far too much. Once the South Sea Demon region was defeated, they would no longer have any chips to threaten Divine Phoenix Island with. This made him feel a sense of impending crisis. There was such a beautiful dish in front of him, and yet he could only see it and not eat it. How could Xingyang be willing to accept this? At night, the fall wind was chilling and desolate. All around the Yin Yang Profound Mountains, lights glittered, and south of the Yin Yang Profound Mountains was a low mountain range called the Little Swallow Mountains. This was the spiritual land that Yin Yang Profound Island had rented to Divine Phoenix Island. A sect didn't necessarily need palaces, practice arrays, and in a short time, even the support of a true essence stone mine or medicine garden. But no matter what, there was one thing that they couldn't be without. That was a spiritual land. This so-called spiritual land was an area where heaven and earth origin energy gathered. There were many Hotian martial artists that would rather indenture themselves into a large sect than to go to a mortal country as a general or ruler. This was all because of a spiritual land. Without a spiritual land, it was immensely difficult to practice. This was why nearly all high-level martial artists were gathered in great sects or martial families, and why it was difficult to find a single Xiantian martial artist in a mortal country. A spiritual land had certain features within it that were able to naturally gather heaven and earth origin energy. At the 7 profound valleys, the heaven and earth origin energy was several times greater than at Sky Fortune Kingdom. And even then, the heaven and earth origin energy within Divine Phoenix Island was several times higher than the at 7 profound valleys. Thus, the higher grade sect was the higher grade spiritual land they would live on. Within the entire Sky Spill continent, not to mention the high-level spiritual lands, but even the low-level ones had nearly all been taken by others. Divine Phoenix Island was willing to seek refuge with Yin Yang Profound Palace, not only to seek refuge with them, but also to have a spiritual land for their disciples to practice in. Without a spiritual land, a sect would lose the fundamental basis of its existence, and it would be impossible to attract other martial artists. Although this temporary residence's heaven and earth origin energy was far inferior to divine Phoenix Islands, it was still comparable to the worst of fourth-grade sections. And what was most unusual was that because Yin Yang Profound Palace cultivated Yin and Yang, the origin energy here was also rich in fire and water. This fit very well with divine Phoenix Islands cultivation methods. It was already midnight, and the dark night sky was like a thick black velvet curtain that extended across the world. Little stars decorated the vault of heaven like sparkling gems. In the dim mountains and the gently blowing breeze, one could occasionally hear the rustling sound of the tides and the pleasant sound of insects chirping at night. The gentle moonlight illuminated a cliff in the back mountains of Little Swallow Mountains. Because it was cold here, the ground was dusted with a layer of silver frost. A red-dressed woman was sitting on a rock, meditating. From the back, one could see her long black hair fall down like a waterfall as it scattered on her clothing. Looking from afar, one could sense a stunning yet sorrowful beauty. This woman was Mu Qianyu. Although she was meditating, the heaven and earth origin energy around her was in chaos, not even forming a vortex of energy. This sort of practice condition was a mistake that normally new and amateur martial artists would commit. Mu Qianyu had already stepped into revolving core. By all reasoning, this should have never happened. Mu Qianyu shook her head and lightly sighed. She stopped her meditation and helplessly mumbled, "My mind is a mess, and my true essence is in disorder." These days, she was always worried about Little Flame. The guilt she felt caused a knot in her heart that she couldn't undo. Her dark and mournful thoughts thus caused damage to her heart of martial arts, making it so that her true essence circulation had trouble flowing smoothly. This was a condition completely unsuited to cultivating. Sect Master placed all her hopes on Lin Ming. There is still 7.5 years until the 10-year meeting. Lin Ming, where are you and how are you doing? What the world would be like in that 10 years meeting's time, Mu Qianyu found this impossible to imagine. At that promised meeting, would Lin Ming be able to safely return? Would he be able to shoulder the burden of reviving the sect? None of this could be predicted. In order to revive the sect, he must have strength equal to a life destruction master. At that time, Lin Ming would be 27 or 28 years old. To have the strength of a life destruction master at that stage, that would mean that his talent surpassed even those peak divine kingdom geniuses. Mu Qianyu always felt that it was unfair for divine Phoenix Island to place all of their hopes, dreams, and burdens all on Lin Ming's shoulders. Many of her fellow disciples hoped that Lin Ming would return and make them proud once more. But what if Lin Ming couldn't achieve this? What sort of tremendous pressure would he have to withstand then? Mu Qianyu shook her head and no longer thought of these things. She returned to her meditation. She had to become more powerful. All she could do was reach a cultivation high enough that she was able to contend with a life destruction master. Then she would be able to help Lin Ming shoulder the weight of his burdens. Power. Mu Qianyu bit her lips. Everything that had occurred made her intensely wish that she had more power. If she had absolute power, she never would have needed to watch helplessly on as Lin Ming was forced to flee. She would never have had to watch divine Phoenix Island be destroyed. She would never have had to watch Little Flame be taken away by Yin Yang Profound Palace. If she was strong, then why would she have to live under the cold, indifferent eyes of others? And why would she have to suffer the insult of having her divine Phoenix Island's secret techniques be desired by others? As the night wind whistled and Mu Qianyu had returned to meditation, a fire suddenly sparked in front of her. This was a sound-transmitting talisman. After hearing the message, Mu Qianyu was suddenly shocked. She turned to stone on the spot. How was this? She blankly looked towards the back mountains, her fingers stiff as her breath caught in her chest. It was like she had forgotten how to breathe. After several breaths of time, she heard the sound of rustling clothes as a black-clothed figure appeared in front of her, gradually coming closer. Mu Qinyu subconsciously covered her mouth. Although her mentality had always been strong and stable, at this time she was unable to stop her vision from blurring as tears began to form in her eyes. That sound transmitting talisman just now was sent by Mu Yu Huang. It was a short message. Lin Ming has returned. He is going towards the back mountains to look for you. Chapter 690, Kiss. Chapter 690, Kiss. Kia. Ever since Lin Ming left and Divine Phoenix Island had encountered disaster after disaster, Mu Qinyu had imagined countless times in her mind just what her reunion with Lin Ming would be like. In her most ideal dreams, it was nothing more than Lin Ming returning back stronger. He would return to her, help her hold up the skies, shelter her from wind and rain, and do his best to turn the tide. However, this was nothing but her wishes. When Lin Ming left, he had only been at the Xiantian realm. As for Xian Wuji, he would soon reach the 4th stage of life destruction, if just a short 10 years. Even if Lin Ming's talent far surpassed everyone else within the Sky Spill continent, a genius that had never been seen since ancient times, it would still be impossible to reach such a formidable degree. 10 years was simply too short a time for the growth of a top master. Moreover, there was the possibility that Lin Ming's potential would be exhausted. After all, there were many variables in the growth of a genius. Just because they were rising stars in their youth didn't mean they would absolutely become top masters in the future. What Mu Qinyu cared about was not what degree of strength Lin Ming could obtain, but whether or not he would be able to return safe and sound. With Lin Ming's personality, she knew that he wasn't someone that would resign himself to mediocrity. On this journey that he traveled alone, he would undoubtedly enter into all sorts of mystic realms and danger zones. The risks and perils he would encounter could be imagined. Mu Qinyu feared that if Lin Ming left, she would never hear from him again. In that case, she would really perish from her suffocating sadness. She was looking forward to meeting after this 10-year promise, but at the same time she was also scared. She was scared that 10 years from now, she would go to Thunder Crash Mountain to wait for something that was only a dream. She never imagined that in just a short 2.5 years of time, Lin Ming would actually appear in front of her, well and safe. Compared to when he left, his appearance hadn't changed much. It was just that the temperament and aura revealed between his brows was different from before. He had lived through many great changes, and the air around him seemed much sharper and fiercer than before. Although his temperament was different, he still gave off an incomparably familiar feeling that absolutely proved it was him beyond a shadow of any doubt. Mu Qinyu's soul trembled. This time, she no longer cared about what he had experienced or how strong he had become. A single thought echoed out again and again in her mind. He returned. He had safely returned. Mu Qinyu covered her mouth. She didn't know why, but at the moment she saw Lin Ming, all the grievances and pain she had suffered for this past 2.5 years, all of that pressure she had to bear, all of it seemed to be washed away from her heart. As she saw Lin Ming, her heart and mind filled with an overwhelming joy, so great that she couldn't help but burst into tears. Was this a dream? Lin Ming stopped a few dozen feet in front of Mu Qianyu, neither of them speaking. When Lin Ming first saw Mu Qianyu, it was like their souls connected, blending together, allowing him to experience everything she was feeling. He could feel her helplessness and her fragileness. He could feel that the wall she had set up to support herself had come tumbling down, all of her emotions pouring out from her. Lin Ming felt fortunate. He was glad that he had come back early. Otherwise, if 7.5 years of time passed again, he couldn't imagine just what would have happened. He subconsciously opened his arms, wanting to hold her, but he actually stopped halfway, stiffening a bit. His love towards Mu Qianyu was intermingled with respect, a sense that came from Mu Qianyu's otherworldly temperament that seemed to defy being defiled or blasphemed by anyone. This was also the reason that Lin Ming referred to Mu Qinyu as Miss Mu and senior apprentice sister. However, Lin Ming hadn't thought that just as he opened his arms, he would see a flash of red in front of him, and suddenly a warm and fragrant body came rushing into his embrace. Smooth arms were like snakes that wrapped around Lin Ming's back and neck. Mu Qinyu seemed to exhaust all of her strength as she hugged Lin Ming without reservation, as if she wanted to meld her body into his. Lin Ming could even feel a slight ache from his back from the force of those two arms. "Hold me," Mu Qinyu whispered into Lin Ming's ear, as if she was afraid he would disappear. Once she let go, Lin Ming hugged Mu Qinyu. As he ran his hands down her back, he could feel her smooth and tender body through the silk fabric of her clothes. As they held onto each other with no space between them, he could feel the touch of a beautiful woman's breasts against his own chest. The light fragrance of a woman filled his senses. He could hear Mu Qinyu's heartbeat and feel her breath. This sort of wonderful feeling held an incomparably charming and tender warmth. Ever since those 3 sweet days at Thunder Crash Mountain, Lin Ming hadn't had such intimate contact with Mu Qinyu. In this moment, in the entire world, it was as if only the two of them existed. In the silence of the mountains, as the stars brightly shimmered in the night sky, their two lonely hearts seemed to support each other. Mu Qinyu quietly fell into Lin Ming's arms. From when she was born until now, she had never felt as fragile or happy as she did today. She wanted to hug Lin Ming and place everything she had with him. In this brief instant, all she felt was him. Any sort of rain or wind or disaster, nothing mattered anymore. The two of them hugged for an entire quarter of an hour. When Mu Qinyu's tears finally stopped flowing, she said in a quiet voice, "I've missed you." These simple words, without an embellishment, actually contained all of her true feelings for these last 2.5 years. "I know," Lin Ming gently said. As he looked down, he could see Mu Qinyu looking up at him. A crystal-clear tear still shined at the corner of her eyes, sparkling like radiant silver underneath the moonlight, like bright pearls blooming in the deep sea. In this cold moonlight, with this beautiful woman looking at him, everything seemed hazy, as if it were a perfect dream. Lin Ming felt his heart throb. He cradled Mu Qinyu's face in his hands. He paused for several breaths of time. Then he kissed her. Mu Qinyu's body trembled. The world faded away. Her arms instantly tightened around his body, and her entire body seemed to soften into his. She closed her eyes as her long lashes gently trembled, lost in this deep abyss of this kiss. This was Lin Ming's first kiss, and it was also Mu Qinyu's first kiss. He greedily nibbled on her cherry-red lips, sucking on the tip of her wet tongue until Mu Qinyu's entire being shivered. Only then did the two of them reluctantly break away from each other. "Everything will be fine now," Lin Ming whispered in Mu Qinyu's ear. These words were not empty words of comfort. This was a vow he made from the confidence in his own strength. As long as he was here, everything would be fine. However, Mu Qinyu could no longer tell the difference between these words now. She gave a soft cry of pleasure as her face flushed red with blood. Her cheeks seemed like a ripe peach right now, wet enough that they would drip water, with just a little pinch. She softly poured herself into Lin Ming's chest, allowing her entire body to weigh down on Lin Ming's shoulder. Her breath caught in her chest, and she exhaled. Ever since Mu Qinyu was young, she had rarely come into contact with men at Divine Phoenix Island. Thus, she was unfamiliar with the relations between men and women. Within Thunder Crash Mountain, although it was an ambiguous time, that was only a chance meeting that Mu Qinyu had with Lin Ming, it was impossible for her heart to be affected. That sort of ambiguous encounter had left her shy and embarrassed, charmed by Lin Ming. It wasn't like now, where her heart throbbed and she was unable to stop her actions. "Senior apprentice sister, how are Xingxuan and my parents?" Lin Ming suddenly asked. Besides Mu Qinyu, His greatest worries were Qin Xingxuan and his parents. Mu Qinyu said, when Divine Phoenix Island was destroyed, the sect was in a very precarious situation. Honorable Sect Master asked the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island whether or not they were willing to go to Yin Yang Profound Palace. Many of the lower-level disciples left because of this. And as for Xingxuan, she originally wanted to come with us, but I was worried that she might have an accident if she stayed with us. I arranged for her to secretly go to a mortal country in the 5-element region where your parents are also staying. For a martial artist's cultivation, they needed spiritual lands, resources, practice arrays, and so forth. Normally, a martial artist wouldn't go to a mortal country, but Mu Qinyu believed that what Qin Xingxuan needed the most was not cultivation, but to go on living in peace and safety. If Qin Xingxuan went to a mortal country, then with her Hotian realm strength, that was enough to guarantee her and Lin Ming's parents' safety. As for the South Sea Demon region, it was impossible for them to chase down a single unknown Hotian realm martial artist over 1 million miles away. I see. Hearing that Qin Xingxuan and his parents were safe, Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as they were safe and alive, then it was great. As for everything else that was lost, it could be taken back. At this time, Mu Qinyu finally discovered Lin Ming's cultivation. Her eyes widened as she said with disbelief, Lin Ming, you've broken through to Revolving Core? Yes. Just several days ago, I made a lucky breakthrough. This, Mu Qinyu covered her mouth, shocked, speechless. 2.5 years ago, Lin Ming was at the early Xiantian realm. After leaving for such a short time, he actually managed to break through to Revolving Core. And looking at Lin Ming's Dantian, the energy was collected, the origin energy was dense, and a faint vortex could be vaguely seen. This was not an ordinary Revolving Core. Although Mu Qinyu was also at the Revolving Core realm, this was far too different compared to Lin Ming. How could this be so fast? With Mu Qinyu's talent, she broke through to the Xiantian realm when she was 22 years old, and then to Revolving Core when she was 30. This had taken a full 8 years, but Lin Ming had only used 2.5 years, and he wasn't even 21 years old yet. When Mu Qinyu was Lin Ming's age, she was only at the peak Hotian realm. This was simply the difference between the heavens and earth. This was no longer something that could be described as just an emperor-level talent. Lin Ming, how strong are you now? Mu Qinyu asked with wide eyes. When Lin Ming had left, he was at the early Xiantian realm, and Mu Qinyu was at the extreme Xiantian realm. The difference between their strength hadn't been too great. Now Lin Ming had jumped an entire boundary. By all reasoning, he should have strength at least equal to a late Revolving Core master, or perhaps he could even compare with the weakest of life destruction powerhouses. Lin Ming naturally didn't need to hide anything from Mu Qinyu. I'm not too sure what the limits of my strength are. It's only a rough estimate, but I can kill a first-stage life destruction master. As for Xian Yuqie and other second-stage life destruction powerhouses, I'm probably not their match yet. You can kill a first-stage life destruction powerhouse. Mu Qinyu's heart jumped. Lin Ming's strength was far more terrifying than what she had imagined. In truth, life destruction was equal to the extreme Revolving Core. It was a very special stage within the Revolving Core realm. For life destruction martial artists, their true essence was also located in their Dantian's Revolving Core. It was only because they experienced a remolding and transformation of their bodies and Dantian that a life destruction martial artist's strength far surpassed that of a Revolving Core martial artist. If Lin Ming could kill a first-stage life destruction martial artist, what would happen once he reached life destruction? As Mu Qinyu thought of this, she was suddenly startled. She seemed to think of something. If Lin Ming could kill a first-stage life destruction martial artist, she looked towards Lin Ming, an expression of disbelief on her face, as she asked, Lin Ming, 10 days ago, the one who pillaged and razed the South Sea Demon region. That couldn't have been you, right? Chapter 691, A Night of Tender Warmth. Chapter 691, A Night of Tender Warmth. In the rumors that Mu Qinyu had heard, the so-called Divine Kingdom Crown Prince had the strength to kill a first-stage life-destruction martial artist. By himself, he stirred up the South Sea Demon region, upheaving their world. He killed over 1,000 disciples of the South Sea Demon region and forced Xian Yuqie into a miserable state where she couldn't even fight back. And now she asked Lin Ming because their two strengths seem similar. Such a coincidence would certainly have Mu Qinyu associate them. Hearing Mu Qinyu's question, Lin Ming was a bit surprised. He never tried to deliberately hide his identity. He assumed that the people of Divine Phoenix Island would have already known about him. But now it seemed that the South Sea Demon region had set up a blockade of all news, afraid that Great Zen Temple, Black Flood Dragon, or some other fifth-grade sect would try and partake in the share of Lin Ming. Thinking about this, Lin Ming only sneered. The South Sea Demon region had thought he was a lamb to be butchered, but they never imagined they would already be ruined before they could taste the meat. Lin Ming said to Mu Qinyu, senior apprentice sister, I returned to the South Horizon region 1 month ago, yet I couldn't find you. I learned that Divine Phoenix Island had been destroyed. And in sadness, I went to Divine Phoenix Island to search for clues. There, I discovered that the South Sea Demon region had set up a branch. At the time, I didn't know where you went, so I killed the branch elder there to search his soul. The result was that I didn't even obtain any news of you, and instead brought Xian Yuqie and the giant Leviathan to come knocking on my door. As for the matters after that, I'm sure that you're well aware. Lin Ming's words seemed understated, but Mu Qinyu was already completely bewildered. The death god of Divine Phoenix Island that had killed 3 life-destruction elders, stolen away the giant Leviathan, and even killed his way into the South Sea Demon region. All of these unbelievable events had come from Lin Ming's hands. Venturing a guess was one matter, but hearing Lin Ming confirm her suspicions was a completely different matter. Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu didn't know what to say. Before this, Mu Yuhuang and everyone else was hoping that Lin Ming would be able to return in 10 years and hold up the heavens for their Divine Phoenix Island. To Mu Qinyu, this already seemed like a very exaggerated possibility. After all, 10 years from now, Lin Ming would be around 27 or 28 years old. It would still be difficult for someone so young to face a fifth-grade sect by himself. But she never imagined that in just a short 2.5 years, Lin Ming would not only return, but completely flip over the entire South Sea Demon region. Just what had Lin Ming experienced in these 2.5 years? His talent was far more terrifying than when he left through the transmission array. At that time, if a Divine Kingdom Crown Prince or some other favored son of heaven could compare with Lin Ming, then to the current Lin Ming, such a Crown Prince or Holy Son wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his pants. It had to be known that the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince was reported to by nearly 30 years old. For a 30-year-old youth to be able to change the entire South Sea War with just his own strength was already extremely shocking. And Lin Ming was only 20 years old. That was an entire 10 years young. This was a difference of 10 years in talent, and this was even when compared to a Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Mu Qinyu didn't know what to say to Lin Ming. After being stunned for a long time, she mumbled, Lin Ming, what have you been through these past 2.5 years? Thinking of his experience through these past 2.5 years, Lin Ming was also filled with emotion. For this entire time, nearly every day was filled with thoughts of death and battle. It's a long story. Let's go somewhere else, and I'll slowly tell you. Lin Ming didn't plan on hiding anything from Mu Qinyu. He wanted to tell Mu Qinyu about everything he had experienced in the Holy Demon Continent. No matter how tough and stable Lin Ming's will was, if he fought on the edge of danger for too long, he would still accumulate too much tension in his nerves and mind. What he wanted was some time to relax and to be able to confide in someone who understood him, that he had absolute trust in. Let's go to my cabin. It's just underneath the mountain cliffs. As Mu Qinyu spoke to hear, her beautiful face flashed with a red blush like the glow of a setting sun. Little Swallow Mountain didn't have any buildings on it to begin with. The cabins were temporary residences set up for the Divine Phoenix Island disciples. Besides the courtyard for meetings and other official business, there were no other large-scale constructions. Mu Qinyu didn't want to bring Lin Ming to the meeting hall. Thus, the best place was naturally her own cabin. To invite Lin Ming to her own bedroom in the dead of night was truly a bit suspect. But thinking about the relationship between them, this wasn't anything strange. A martial artist who always acted according to their own heart and objectives simply didn't care about the gossip from others. Thinking like this, Mu Qinyu also calmed down, becoming much more confident in herself. Without waiting for Lin Ming's reply, she immediately jumped down the cliff. The wind blowing down the mountain caused Mu Qinyu's silk clothes to flap in the wind. Lin Ming was startled for a moment before he followed her, a strange sense of happiness surging in his heart. If Mu Qinyu hadn't felt that he belonged to her, she would never have made such an invitation. The cliff was only a few hundred feet high. They arrived at the bottom of the cliff in an instant. In the night of Little Swallow Mountain, the skies were black like ink, and the stars dazzled against the vast vault of heaven. At the bottom of the cliff, the mountain winds washed over the grassy land like undulating waves. The sounds of insects were everywhere, and the air was clear and fresh. Walking on such a mountain, one's mood would be especially tranquil. Stepping through the soft grass, Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming soon came to a group of cabins. This area was one of the places with the richest heaven and earth origin energy on the entirety of Little Swallow Mountain. Not only was Mu Qianyu's cabin here, but also Mu Bingyun, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Fengxian's. A martial artist's perception was very sensitive. As Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu walked near, with no intention of hiding themselves, everyone naturally sensed the two. However, they all had a mature and tacit understanding of the situation, and thus no one came out to greet them. Quietly looking at this group of cabins, Mu Qianyu suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Originally, she didn't think this was a big deal, but now that she was in this situation, Mu Qianyu began to have a guilty conscience, as if she were doing something naughty. There isn't an extra cabin, so you'll have to stay here with me tonight, Mu Qianyu awkwardly said, as she opened the cabin door. Naturally, Lin Ming would never say something ridiculous at this moment like that Duanmu Kun and the others were staying in the spirit boat, and there was actually plenty of room there. Wouldn't that just be spoiling the fun too much? After he calmed his mood, he stepped foot in Mu Qianyu's room. The layout of Mu Qianyu's cabin was very simple. The wood furniture was newly carved, and it hadn't even been baked through with fire. It retained a great deal of its moisture, filling the entire cabin with a light scent of bark. The cabin was comprised of one bedroom and one living room. There was a simple bookshelf in the living room, and on this bookshelf were several types of jade slips and dozens of ancient-looking books. In her bedroom was a large wooden bed. On the bedside was a small set of drawers, and on this set of drawers was a small jade bottle with a vermilion bird flower blooming within. In truth, all of a martial artist's belongings could be placed into their spatial rings. Anything that was placed out in this room was there, for decoration. Is it too simple? Mu Qianyu hesitantly asked. This was the first time that a man had ever entered her room. Even when they both stayed at Divine Phoenix Island, Lin Ming had never entered her room before. This nervous feeling was a bit strange. It's great, Lin Ming lightly said, feeling the awkward atmosphere. Tell me about what you've been through these past 2.5 years. I want to hear it. Mu Qinyu pulled Lin Ming's hand, and they sat on her bed together. She lifted her chin, her bright eyes staring at Lin Ming just like a young girl that was eager to listen to bedtime stories. Okay, thus Lin Ming began his story from when he left the demon god Imperial Palace. He recounted from the point he took the transmission array to the Holy Demon Continent. He recounted to her everything he knew about the races, customs, and influences of the Holy Demon Continent. He spoke of when he was severely wounded in the bewitching Cloud Prairie and forced into slavery because he lost his strength. Then he traveled to the Blood Slaughter Steppes and climbed up Polar Skysplit Tower. From there, he fought Xing Tian in a fatal battle on the second floor, stepping onto the third floor, and then entering the King's Cage, where he faced the plotting of High Lord Heian. Afterwards, he continuously defeated 3 great masters of the heavenly demon 7 stars, and then killed High Lord Heian with his own hands. With his fame having sharply risen through so many twists and turns, he then had to suffer the Polaris Tower Master planting a slave seal within him. By tricking the Polaris Tower Master, he had managed to enter the road of Emperor and comprehend his own battle spirit. Finally, he ventured into the eternal demon abyss, capturing the demon bone, and then being forced to stray into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. There, he picked up a profound gold divine fruit, discovered the corpse of a 100,000-year-old goddess, and then, having broken through to Revolving Core, he then killed the Polaris Tower Master. Besides matters related to Demon Shine and the Magic Cube, Lin Ming didn't conceal anything else. He truthfully told her everything. Although Mu Qinyu knew that Lin Ming would experience many trials and tribulations through these 2.5 years, she never imagined that he would wade through so many life and death dangers. Even with Lin Ming sitting safe and sound right beside her, as Mu Qinyu listened to him explain all of the perilous situations and dead ends he had run into, she felt her heart tightly clench in her chest. But as she listened to how he saved the day, turning danger into safety and reversing the situation, she also felt happy for him, a joy that came from the depths of her heart. After Lin Ming finished speaking, because Mu Qianyu's emotions had risen up and down several times, her face was blushing red. She gradually fell into Lin Ming's arms. The two of them supported each other as they kissed. Each of them felt the warm temperature of the other, gently stroke and caressing each other's skin. Whether it was Lin Ming, who had experienced constant death and fighting for the last 2.5 years, being worried most of the time, or whether it was Mu Qinyu, who had suffered through the great pressure of her position and watching everything around her fall apart to the wind and rain of life, both of them needed comfort. Both of them needed warmth. With a warm and fragrant body pressed into his chest, Lin Ming's entire senses were filled with a delicate scent. Lin Ming felt as if he had embraced the entire world. This intoxicating feeling that set off butterflies in his stomach made his mind throb, even as a surge of lust and desire ignited in his heart, quietly simmering. After so many years of martial arts practice, Lin Ming was no longer that newbie who had entered the 7 profound martial house, nearly losing his mind in the pass of passion on that CJ platform. Instead, he was a master who was capable of controlling his own emotions. His thoughts stirred, and a light flashed in his eyes. He wanted to use his battle spirit to cut this rising desire, but then he thought about it some more. The fires of his desire were, in truth, the development of his own consciousness, a natural progression of his growth as a man. Why would he want to cut it? From when he first encountered her at Thunder Crash Mountain to when she welcomed him to Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qinyu had truly cared for Lin Ming every step of the way. When he entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, it had seemed that Lin Ming was a star that fell from the heavens, and Mu Qinyu had fallen into sadness and despair for him. In the demon god Imperial Palace, Lin Ming had to face being hunted by Lei Jingtian. He had given her the escape symbol, and the two of them had made a life and death vow. Finally, before he left through the ancient transmission array, They had promised each other a meeting 10 years from now. Every condition had been successful. Then he would naturally allow this passive passion to take its course. Lin Ming slightly suppressed the desire in his heart and softly said, How have you been for these past 2.5 years? As Mu Qinyu heard Lin Ming refer to her as Yuer, her heart throbbed. She didn't know, but this small change in her name was in truth a decision from Lin Ming. As she thought of these 2.5 years, Mu Qinyu felt a bit sad. She hesitated for a moment, and then truthfully spilled out her story. Now that Lin Ming had grown up, there was no need to hide anything from him anymore. From the time that she and Lin Ming separated, she spoke of Xian Wuji recklessly searching the entire South Sea for him. Then she replayed the demise of the wartime alliance, the destruction of Divine Phoenix Island, then being forced to take refuge in Yin Yang Profound Palace, and then having to have their 2 vermilion birds taken away, as well as having to suffer all sorts of harsh conditions. Hearing this, Lin Ming frowned. Little Flame and Fireshine were taken by Yin Yang Profound Palace. Chapter 692, Negotiations. Chapter 692, Negotiations. During that time in Thundercrash Mountain when Mu Qinyu and Little Flame had encountered trouble, Lin Ming had looked after Little Flame, even cooking up some deer meat for him to eat. In the relatively long life of a vermilion bird, Little Flame was only a child and still somewhat naive and innocent. Although Lin Ming had only known Little Flame for a brief period of time, he still had a very good impression of this silly and foolish vermilion bird. Little Flame was Mu Qinyu's life vermilion bird. Both beast and person had extremely deep feelings towards each other. And now, Little Flame was actually taken by Yin Yang Profound Palace. What are they planning to do with the vermilion birds? Lin Ming said, a bit incensed, listening to Mu Qinyu's words. Yin Yang Profound Palace were obviously taking advantage of Divine Phoenix Island while they were suffering, demanding such an outrageous price. Not only did they want 2 vermilion birds, but they also desired the secret techniques of Divine Phoenix Island, and even had thoughts of subtly annexing Divine Phoenix Island. Listening as Lin Ming spoke, a trace of sadness flashed across Mu Qinyu's eyes. She said, they want the vermilion birds in order to extract their blood essence and transplant it into the bodies of the male disciples of Yin Yang Profound Palace. After the vermilion birds, they will want the blue one in order to transplant its blood essence into their female disciples. These days, we nearly have to negotiate what price we have to pay to Yin Yang Profound Palace. Because we have no other choice, we are forced to continually give in. Yet, even when we give an inch, they want to take a yard. Before Divine Phoenix Island took refuge in Yin Yang Profound Palace, they hadn't yet held bargaining talks concerning the resources and secret skills involved. These sort of negotiations were of significant interest to both sects, and they would often be conducted in a marathon-like manner. Even having talks for an entire year wouldn't be strange. In these past months, Yin Yang Profound Palace had already negotiated with Divine Phoenix Island over 20 times, repeatedly scrutinizing the details. Generally speaking, Divine Phoenix Island had to suffer increasing losses. Because they were weaker, they had no choice but to suffer these insults at the negotiations. Lin Ming scowled. So this was it. Yin Yang Profound Palace now had 2 vermilion birds. The blood essence of a vermilion bird was extremely precious. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 1 or 2 drops of this blood essence, combined with some talent and secret skills, would be able to train a Divine Phoenix Island disciple into a revolving core powerhouse. It was because of this vermilion bird blood essence that Lin Ming had been able to pull Qin Xingxuan back from the precipice of death. Blood essence was incomparably precious, whether it was for a martial artist or Saint Beast. Divine Phoenix Island's vermilion bird blood essence was only withdrawn when a vermilion bird was nearing the end of its natural lifespan. Even then, This was only 20 to 30 drops of blood essence. For a vermilion bird with vibrant blood vitality, Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't risk damaging its life in order to extract its blood essence. After all, blood essence was extremely difficult to recover. Extracting one drop meant that there was one drop less, especially Little Flame. Little Flame was so young. Just how could it bear having its blood essence taken out? The smaller a vermilion bird, the more frail it was. If one extracted its life essence, then not only would its lifespan shorten, but it would also greatly affect its strength. Perhaps the vermilion bird might even directly die. Looking at Mu Qianyu's reddened eyes, Lin Ming suddenly became incensed with pure anger. You said that they were trying to subtly annex Divine Phoenix Island. Just what is happening? Mu Qianyu sighed. She said, Yin Yang Profound Palace's cultivation method is focused on yin and yang, having both elements complement each other. As such, they specialize in water and fire origin energy, which is similar to Divine Phoenix Island's ice and fire cultivation method. In these past months, there were some disciples of Yin Yang Profound Palace who perhaps used the temptation of benefits, coercion, intimidation, or maybe even drugs, but of my Divine Phoenix Island disciples, they had sex with them. Both parties walked past the line of no return, and so they became married. Mu Qianyu had a very bad taste in her mouth when she spoke of this. In truth, only around half of Divine Phoenix Island's disciples were deceived in some way. The other half were completely voluntary, or at least they did so with a half-hearted resistance. Divine Phoenix Island was still a fourth-grade sect. In truth, now, they didn't have many training resources, practice arrays, or medicine gardens. Even the spiritual land underneath their feet, Little Swallow Island, was only equal to a third-grade sect's spiritual land. In such harsh conditions, just how could they attract new disciples? Not to mention that Divine Phoenix Island was also facing an all-encompassing crisis from the South Sea Demon region. Even their very existence was in a precarious state. The majority of disciples from Divine Phoenix Island were mostly women. Even though they were martial artists, they were still naturally soft-hearted. They needed to feel protected by others. Drifting around in a displaced manner like destitute vagabonds in a situation where death loomed close to them made it very easy for them to be touched by the sweet talk and the honeyed words of men. From the first touches of love to going to bed, they finally became confused about what they wanted and ended up married. Thus, for these past months, many female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island repeatedly lost their virginity. Some of them were even pregnant. Once they married, they would naturally stay in Yin Yang Profound Palace with their husbands. One reason was because Yin Yang Profound Palace was much stronger. Another was because whether it was their practice arrays, resources, or spiritual land, everything was a higher grade, even better than when Divine Phoenix Island was at its peak. If this continued, then Divine Phoenix Island would soon be hollowed out. And the most exasperating problem was that the male disciples of Yin Yang Profound Palace chose the most extraordinary and beautiful women to pursue. They wouldn't consider those girls who were less fortunate, or perhaps might even sleep with them, and then abandon them afterwards. You said that they used drugs? Lin Ming's voice became extremely cold. There were two who used drugs. We investigated this and requested that those two scumbags be punished. But I have no idea what Yin Yang Profound Palace did to them afterwards. As for those two girls who suffered, they didn't pursue any further, and instead accepted their fate. As Mu Qianyu spoke to her, she let out a deep sigh. She remembered that the one responsible for dealing with this matter had been Xingyang, and then her heart filled with utter hatred. She said with loathing, Yin Yang Profound Palace's little palace, Master Xingyang has intentions to seduce my little sister. He wants to marry her. Moreover, the palace masters have already officially brought this matter up with Honorable Sect Master. Although they were refused, the future days are long. It's still possible that there might be some accident that happens. Mu Qinyu was very worried for her little sister. This was why she considered for a moment before informing Lin Ming of this matter. She didn't mention that Xingyang also coveted her, but just the matter with her sister was enough to make Lin Ming livid with rage. The first one to have relations with Divine Phoenix Island's Mu sisters would be able to inherit a touch of their Saint Beast bloodline. For Xingyang, this was an unbelievably good plan. Lin Ming said, "Tomorrow morning, I will go to the peak of Yin Yang Profound Palace with you. I want to personally see just what sort of person that little palace master of Yin Yang Profound Palace is like." Lin Ming's voice was filled with a domineering tone that seemed as if it could change the destiny of others. This came from the absolute belief in his own strength. Lin Ming might not be Xian Wuji's match, but against this Yin Yang Profound Palace, he didn't fear them at all. This unquestionable aura warmed Mu Qinyu's heart. Although she didn't care about how strong Lin Ming was, what girl didn't hope that the one she loved would have extraordinary strength, being able to shelter her from the world's pains and problems? The two of them didn't speak anymore. They paused, holding each other and enjoying this gentle moment, as the night passed without words. In the early morning, Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu rose from bed early. Outside, the bright sun was rising, and the grass was heavy with new dew, the air fresh as if it had just been washed. Lin Ming pushed open the door and walked out. Not too far away, he could see two men and one woman standing. The three of them had amazing temperaments. One blue-clothed girl was looking at Lin Ming, a slight grin tracing her lips as humor twinkled in her eyes. This young girl was Lan Xian. She clucked her tongue as she smiled and said, "Brother Lin, were you happy last night?" Listening to the obvious question in these words, a strange blush colored his face. He didn't want to joke around with Lan Xian at this moment, so he simply ignored this question. Lan Xian stuck out her tongue, still devilishly grinning as before. "Brother Lin, is this the sect you grew up in? Divine Phoenix Island?" Beside Lan Xian, Duanmu Kun asked this question. Before the sun rose, he had already investigated Divine Phoenix Island and was able to approximate their situation. He had already expected that Divine Phoenix Island wasn't some great sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been destroyed by the South Sea Demon region. But as he saw their current state, he really couldn't help but think they were in extremely squalid circumstances. There was just more than 1,000 people in the entire sect, a mere 10 revolving core masters, and just 2 first-stage life destruction masters. Out of these 2, one of them had already damaged her life source. She didn't have much combat efficiency left. This temporary land was only a 3rd-grade spiritual land. Within the Holy Demon Continent, this would only be a small, off-the-road sect. It didn't even have a medicine garden. It was truly quite hard to look at it. Just how could this sort of sect raise such a monstrous genius like Lin Ming? Whether it was Duanmu Kun or Fengshen, neither of them could understand this. Lin Ming nodded. This was his sect. Lin Ming didn't have much attachment to the 7 profound valleys, but of Divine Phoenix Island, he actually thought of them as his second family. "Brother Lin, if Divine Phoenix Island needs any resources, we can help." Look in Duanmu Kun's eyes. A 4th-grade sect like Divine Phoenix Island was limited in its ability to help Lin Ming find resources. Yet it would be too rude to invite Lin Ming to join his divine wood holy land. Thus he could only offer to help Lin Ming look for resources. Lin Ming faintly smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Duanmu, for your kind intentions. If I return to the Holy Demon Continent in the future, then perhaps I really must take you up on your offer." Lin Ming planned to travel down the path of alchemy in order to pave the way for opening the 8 inner hidden gates, as well as the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. When that time came, he would inevitably need to purchase certain rare resources. If he had a network of connections and was able to borrow the strength of a holy land to find resources, then Lin Ming's road would become much easier. Brother Lin is too humble. Duan Mu Kun smiled in return. At this moment, Mu Yuhuang, Mu Fengxian, and Mu Bingyun came walking by from not too far away. Because Lin Ming had been anxious to see Mu Qinyu yesterday, he had only hastily greeted Mu Yuhuang, and the others, they didn't even have time to exchange proper greetings. Today, Mu Yuhuang wanted to talk to Lin Ming some more, but as she saw Duan Mu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian, she was startled. These three didn't seem like humans. What race were they? Where had they come from? Mu Yuhuang hesitated for a moment before she sent Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming, are these three your friends? Lin Ming nodded. Without a doubt, these three all had great backgrounds and stories behind them. Mu Yuhuang didn't inquire further. What she wanted to do was ask Lin Ming what sort of adventures he had gone on these past 2.5 years, and just how he was able to break through to revolving course so soon. But at this moment, a spirit boat came whistling over their hands, falling into the meeting hall not too far away. As Mu Yuhuang saw the twin water and fire symbol on the spirit boat, she suddenly grimaced. This was Yin Yang Profound Palace's spirit boat. Naturally, they must have come to Little Swallow Mountain to negotiate matters. She said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission, Lin Ming, you wait here. We absolutely must keep quiet about your safe return and not let anyone know. Otherwise, others might do something to you. Chapter 693. Conflict. Chapter 693. Conflict. In the eyes of Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian, Lin Ming was Divine Phoenix Island's ultimate secret weapon. Yesterday, Lin Ming had been in a hurry, so they didn't even really greet each other, much less have an in-depth conversation. Thus, they believed that the South Sea Demon region hadn't yet learned of Lin Ming's return. It had to be known that Lin Ming had once messed up all of Xian Wuji's plans in the Demon God Imperial Palace, even snatching away the Nirvana Dragon root from beneath his fingers. If Xian Wuji knew that Lin Ming had returned, then the consequences could be imagined. It was imperative that they train Lin Ming until he grew to the point at which he could stand alone. Until then, it was impossible to reveal him too early. Lin Ming didn't reply. The spirit boat had fallen down from the official business courtyard. Lin Ming, go back in. Mu Fengxian told Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. She was afraid that the martial artists of Yin Yang Profound Palace would recognize Lin Ming. Although it was a very minor possibility, she had to prepare for all contingencies. As soon as she finished speaking, her feet, of their own accord, moved her towards the meeting courtyard with Mu Yuhuang. Mu Bingyun glanced at Lin Ming before closely following behind them. For a time, the only ones left were Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu, Duan Mu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed as he glared at Yin Yang Profound Palace's spirit boat. As his gaze fell on the spirit boat's twin water and fire symbols, he paused for a moment and then said, that spirit boat carries the negotiators from Yin Yang Profound Palace. Mu Qinyu nodded. Lin Ming, I suddenly remembered something. When we went to the Demon God Imperial Palace, it wasn't just Xian Wuji that was there, but also Nanyan Wang and Great Zen Temple's Abbot Whitebrow. The three of them all had third-stage life destruction cultivation. Because of you, they lost a Nirvana Dragon root. If news of your survival spreads, then it would be bad for you if you caught their attention. Perhaps it might be wise to follow Honorable Sect Master's advice and conserve your strength for the time being. It wouldn't be too late for you to grow stronger before clearing all these old debts. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming shook his head. After such a long time, Nanyan Wang and Abbot Whitebrow should have already guessed that I've used up the entire Nirvana Dragon root by now. Although my strength has its limits, with the giant Leviathan, I have the strength to deter a sect that even has a transcendent third-stage life destruction powerhouse. Unless Nanyan Wang and Abbot Whitebrow are consumed by their obsessions, then there's no way they will try to do something to me. Lin Ming's plan was very simple. Since he had returned, he had no intention of acting in a low-key manner. Otherwise, it would be the same as showing weakness to others. This was a world of martial artists. Only when the strong were feared by their enemies. Every fool knew that the four divine kingdoms controlled an unbelievably massive amount of resources, but who would dare to steal it? On the other hand, if someone weak were to have a massive amount of resources, then others would covet it, try to steal it, and even kill to do so. At this time in the meeting hall's courtyard, 3 old men and a youth stepped out from a spirit boat. The yellow-clothed young man was around 30 years old, and he was tall with an arrow-straight posture. He was Yin Yang Profound Palace's little palace master, Xing Yang. As for the 3 old men behind him, they were the elders of Yin Yang Profound Palace. Fairy Maiden Mu, it's been a while. I hope you've been well. Xing Yang lightly smiled at Mu Fengxian. Because someone had snatched away his chance to meet the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince first, he was in a poor mood. Thus, he decided to switch his aim towards Divine Phoenix Island. He was hoping to obtain Mu Bingyun and Mu Qianyu's primordialine energy. Although this was less beneficial than befriending the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, it would still help pave his road to becoming an emperor-level powerhouse in the future. Additionally, if he could really subdue these 2 women and marry them as their husband, then enjoying their lovemaking and warm nights in bed would also be great. Thinking this, Xing Yang grinned from ear to ear. Thanks to the blessing of your Yin Yang Profound Palace, this old woman still hasn't died yet. Mu Fengxian's response was a bit dreary. In negotiations within the world of martial artists, one never made concessions to the other party because of something as silly as courtesy. Indeed, if it weren't because of all this, then Mu Fengxian would never have bothered speaking to such a slimy snake like Xing Yang. Hee, Fairy Maiden Mu. Then let's cut with the nonsense and continue with our previous conversation. The secret transplant method of the vermilion bird blood essence. As Xing Yang spoke, he walked straight over to the meeting table and gestured. I've come with enough sincerity this time in the hope that Fairy Maiden Mu will know when to kindly give way. Xing Yang's voice was filled with warning. Divine Phoenix Island had hurriedly taken asylum within Yin Yang Profound Palace, not even having time to discuss all the major details. With such important interests of both sects at stake, naturally negotiations would carry on for a long time. Mu Fengxian sneered inside. She was well aware of just what disgusting plans this Xing Yang was making. She knew that the reason he continuously set up obstacles was not only for the secret skills of Divine Phoenix Island, but also because he desired the Mu sisters' bodies. How could Mu Fengxian possibly let him continue this wishful thinking? If it were a few days ago, then under the absolute threat of the South Sea Demon region, where Mu Fengxian was in a much weaker position, she would have no choice but to endure this rude oppression from Yin Yang Profound Palace. But now, with this unknown factor of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince and the South Sea Demon region having suffered loss one after another, Mu Fengxian didn't intend to keel over so easily. When she was about to go to the negotiating table to argue with Xing Yang, she suddenly turned around to look at the courtyard entrance. She saw 5 people standing there. They were Lin Ming, Mu Qianyu, Duan Mukun, Lan Xian, and Fengshen. Damn. Just what were they doing here? Mu Fengxian's heart skipped a beat. Lin Ming's return was Divine Phoenix Island's greatest absolute secret. Once this news was leaked, then the consequences would be unthinkable. It wasn't just Mu Fengxian, but Mu Yuhuang was also looking ill. Mu Yuhuang tried to suppress her panic. Although Xing Yang might not have seen Lin Ming's portrait, his age contrasted with his cultivation too spectacularly to not be noticed. She yelled, what are you here for? Mu Yuhuang was thinking to bring up Mu Qianyu to distract Xing Yang's attention and allow Lin Ming an opportunity to leave. But currently, Mu Qinyu seemed to be at a loss for words. Xingyang glared at Lin Ming. He coldly said, "Who are you?" Xingyang truly didn't know Lin Ming. He was sure that he didn't see Lin Ming when Divine Phoenix Island first came to Yin Yang Profound Palace. If he did, then he definitely would have remembered him. Lin Ming seemed to be only 20-some-odd years old, but his cultivation was at the early revolving core. Not just that, but the true essence around his body was exceptionally thick. He was obviously not some ordinary early revolving core powerhouse. Of course, he may look to be in his early 20s, but his age might actually be closer to 30. After all, a martial artist aged at a very slow pace. There wasn't that great a difference between 30 years and 20 years of age. Because he wasn't able to determine Lin Ming's age, he had no grounds to ascertain the degree of Lin Ming's talent, but he had to be at least at the pinnacle of saint-level talents. The reason that Lin Ming caught Xingyang's attention was not just because of Lin Ming's talent, but rather because of a much more important reason. That was because Mu Qinyu was holding Lin Ming's hand. Xingyang felt his heart sink as a dense light of jealousy entered his eyes. He clearly knew Mu Qinyu's origins. She only had a younger sister and had no older or younger brother. Then this meant that Lin Ming could only be her lover. Mu Qinyu's and Mu Bingyun's feelings and sentiment were no small matter. This was because the first time they had sex with someone else, they would pass a part of their primordial yin energy to that man. This would also dilute the saint-beast bloodline within the saintess to a certain degree. But looking at Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang, they obviously didn't oppose Mu Qinyu being together with this man. That meant they had already agreed to their union. Just who was he? Looking at how attached Mu Qinyu seemed to be with that man, he feared that she would have no qualms giving her virginity to the man. This caused Xingyang's heart to surge with a thick killing intent. Although Lin Ming's talent was good, Xingyang didn't fear him. Xingyang was already 35 years old, and he had just reached the late revolving core period. After that was life destruction. If he could reach life destruction before he was 45 years old, then his chances of becoming a peerless emperor would be that much higher. Although Lin Ming was younger, his cultivation was 2 whole small boundaries fewer. Once one reached revolving core, the difference between every small boundary was not minor. Xingyang didn't worry about Lin Ming's combat strength, only what sort of background he had. This sort of genius would never originate from some mediocre background. As Xingyang noticed the 2 handsome men and the pretty woman behind Lin Ming, he paused. They were obviously not human, but at the same time he couldn't recognize what race they were. Furthermore, what was strange was that Xingyang was completely unable to tell what their cultivation was. This was because the Fey cultivation system was different to that of humanity. You dare to trespass within my Yin Yang Profound Palace? Just who are you? Xingyang wanted to find out about Lin Ming's origin. If he came from a 5th-grade sect, then he wouldn't do anything to him. But if this man came from a small sect, then he would quietly kill him. Lin Ming sneered and said, "I am a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, surnamed Lin. Little Swallow Mountain has already been designated as the residence for my Divine Phoenix Island. Why would it be strange for me to be here?" Ooh. Hearing Lin Ming not avoid referring to himself as someone surnamed Lin, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian became worried. That explosive last name, along with Lin Ming's talent, Xingyang would find out sooner or later. Mu Yuhuang repeatedly sent true essence sound transmissions, but couldn't obtain a response from him. Mu Bingyun also frowned as she looked at Lin Ming, not sure what he was planning on doing. This boy was actually a Divine Phoenix Island disciple. Xingyang narrowed his eyes as he sized up Lin Ming. He didn't understand Divine Phoenix Island's history too much, so he temporarily didn't associate this Lin character with that Lin Ming. He only found it strange that Divine Phoenix Island still had this sort of talent remaining. Still, since he was a Divine Phoenix Island disciple, there simply wasn't anything to worry about. He began to think about finding an excuse to punish Lin Ming, and then quietly slipping him some medicine to ruin his abilities to function as a man in bed, thus removing his chances of taking Mu Qianyu's virginity. But then, at this moment, Lin Ming opened his mouth wide to spout out some fantastical and stunning words. Lin Ming said, "You there, the one called Xingyang, I came here today to tell you negotiations are over. Immediately return the vermilion birds. Yin Yang Profound Palace will also divide half of their territory as a temporary residence for Divine Phoenix Island. This includes practice arrays, medicine garden supplies, true essence stone, and all other resources. Half of everyone's daily share will be given to Divine Phoenix Island as an offering." When Lin Ming finished speaking, Xingyang's jaw fell wide open. He nearly couldn't believe his own ears. What had this boy said just now? It wasn't just Xingyang. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian were also shocked silly. Even the normally indifferent Mu Bingyun was staring at Lin Ming with a puzzled expression. Lin Ming definitely didn't seem as if he were joking around. Thus, she turned to look at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu was also surprised. She never thought that Lin Ming would suddenly demand such excessive conditions. This was the same as slicing off the flesh from Yin Yang Profound Palace. Duan Muqin, Fengshen, and Lan Xian all seemed to not care too much. As descendants from a holy land, they naturally didn't have any interest in the resources of a minor fifth-grade sect. How valuable could it possibly be? Any one of the earth steppe demon god bones that Lin Ming had obtained in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone was enough for a fifth-grade sect to recklessly spend wealth for 10 years. After several breaths of time, Xingyang suddenly laughed. "I thought you were some sort of genius, but I never imagined you were such an idiot. You must have thought these negotiations were too boring, so you wanted to tease me into laughing. Ha ha! You not only succeeded, but you also did a great job." Xingyang's expression then turned icy. "Elder Jiang, elder son, seize that boy for me." Behind Xingyang, there were 3 black-clothed elders. 2 of them were late revolving core, and the last was at the first stage of life destruction. They had come up to provide suppressive support. Yin Yang Profound Palace couldn't be considered a fifth-grade sect with too prestigious a background. They weren't able to have each of their elders at life destruction because they lacked masters. Most of their elders were actually at the mid or late revolving core. Xingyang simply couldn't bother to deal with Lin Ming himself. Elder Jiang and Elder Sun behind him both had cultivation at the late revolving core, more than enough to deal with the likes of Lin Ming. Lin Ming casually swept his eyes over the 2 elders and chuckled. He already knew that speaking with this Xingyang was the same as exchanging nonsense. Today he had come to ruin him. 2 elders approached Li Ming from the left and right. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian's complexions changed. They were well aware that Lin Ming wasn't an idiot, but what could he do in this situation? Even if he was extraordinarily strong, what would happen even if he was able to jump ranks and defeat these 2 revolving core elders? Could he take the entire Yin Yang Profound Palace as his enemy? At this time, Lan Xian clucked her tongue as she slightly tittered, her laugh sweet like silver bells. Her tone was laced with sarcasm as she bluntly said, "Is this still a fifth-grade sect? A fifth-grade sect's elders should accordingly be life destruction masters, but you use late revolving core elders as an in-between and still think that you can be acknowledged as a fifth-grade sect. How ridiculous!" As Lan Xian said this, Elder Sun and Elder Jiang both became furious. This was not only cruelly mocking Yin Yang Profound Palace, but also mocking them, exposing all of their shortcomings that no one dared to voice out loud. What Lan Xian had said was truly toxic. Although Yin Yang Profound Palace was known as a fifth-grade sect, they really did have many places where they didn't meet the definition of a fifth-grade sect. "Little girl, since you want to die so badly, then this old man will show you just how high the heavens are and how the low earth is." Elder Jiang couldn't see what Lan Xian's cultivation or race was. He assumed that she was some sect talent, and was also the naive sort that had never left their sect before, the type that assumed just because their talent was a little high, they could act like an idiot. Ha ha, you're going to make me die of laughter. I'm standing right here. If you can approach within 3 feet of me, then I'll count you as having won. Lon Exyon winked at Duan Mukun. She had never been a polite, good little girl to begin with. With such a fun opportunity in front of her, she certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Duan Mukun was speechless. He thought that Lon Exyon would take action, but he never expected that this little lady would circle everything back to him. Indeed, with Lon Exyon's strength, she would be able to defeat Elder Jiang. But it wouldn't be easy. She might even be wounded. If so, it would be difficult for her to maintain her lofty attitude. You are far too arrogant. Old son, you deal with that boy, and I'll capture that little girl, Elder Jen said in a furious rage. Okay. The 2 elders rushed out to the left and right. Facing the situation, Lin Ming didn't even take out his spear. He flicked his index finger and attached his battle spirit to the air, shooting it out. In the next moment, Elder Jiang only saw an azure light flash in front of him. With the sound of a muffled crashing sound, Elder Sun, who had rushed out with him, had suddenly disappeared. Elder Jiang turned his head and saw that a massive, human-shaped hole had formed in the wall behind him. As for Elder Sun, he was toppled over on top of the courtyard fence, vomiting blood, as his limbs hung lifelessly down like a dead dog. Chapter 694, Absolute Disparity. Chapter 694, Absolute Disparity. Elder Jiang had only rushed out halfway when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had run out with Elder Sun, but Elder Sun had suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he was hanged up on the outer courtyard fence like a piece of cured meat. The great human-shaped hole was still rustling with falling dust. As for Elder Sun, his entire body had gone soft. It was unknown whether or not he had fainted. The entire meeting venue fell in absolute silence. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian were stunned. Although they had guessed that Lin Ming's strength had sharply risen after breaking through to Revolving Core, and that it should be easy for him to jump ranks when fighting, they didn't think that Lin Ming could send a late Revolving Core martial artist flying with just a flick of his finger. Even Mu Qianyu, who had heard about Lin Ming's strength from the person in question, was bewildered, her beautiful eyes wide and bright. Hearing Lin Ming's words was one thing, but seeing it happen in front of her was another. Elder Sun, Xingyang was frightened. He had never even dreamed that such a scene would occur. He quickly used his soul force to investigate what the dangling Elder Sun situation was like. His bodily true essence had shattered apart, and all the bones near the right side of his chest had been broken to pieces. It was obvious that Elder Sun had been struck by a massive blow to his right chest. But just how had Lin Ming made this attack? Xingyang could only feel a chill crawl down his spine. All he had managed to see was a flash of azure light past his eyes. Lin Ming hadn't even taken out his weapon. All he had done was to send that Elder Sun flying, was to flick a single finger. Elder Sun's cultivation was at the late Revolving Core realm, although it was impossible for him to reach life destruction in his life. He wasn't much weaker than the late Revolving Core Xingyang, and Xingyang didn't dare to say he could easily defeat Elder Sun, much less send him flying with a flick like Lin Ming had done. Recalling the power of that finger just now, Xingyang was frightened. He hadn't even been the target, but he still felt as if a massive will pressure was pressing down between his eyes, into his spiritual sea. Even his soul trembled from that terrifying feeling. Xingyang looked at Lin Ming, feeling faint of heart. Second uncle, just what was that? Xingyang's second uncle was the present first stage life destruction elder. He was Xingyang's god uncle, Xingzizhen. He had come to the negotiations to help shore up Xingyang's prestige, but he had never imagined such a matter would occur. He hesitated for a moment before saying, this should be a type of spear wind formed from some kind of extraordinary technique. In truth, what Lin Ming had just used was his battle spirit. However, the battle spirit was something that only Emperor-level powerhouses and peak Emperor-level talents could ever touch upon. Normally, only holy lands with a profound history had some sort of inheritance regarding battle spirits. Yin Yang Profound Palace was a newly promoted 5th-grade sect. Their history was shallow. From the very beginning, Xing Zizhen had never even heard of a battle spirit before. Xing Zizhen continued to analyze the situation. There are some special cultivation methods, such as Divine Sword Sect's Blue Yang Sword Law, where one could forge and form several sword energies within their body to constantly improve it. In a critical moment, they wouldn't even need to use their swords and could instead shoot out these sword energies to kill others. Moreover, the strike power behind them is immense. It could even be stronger than that person's all-out attack. Perhaps this boy's attack was done using a similar cultivation method. Listening to Xing Zizhen's reasonable analysis, Xing Yang relaxed. What Lin Ming had done just now did seem like a similar cultivation method, and indeed he had heard of this before. Although it was extremely powerful, it also had several flaws. First, one could store a limited number of these sword energies. They cost a great deal of time and effort to improve, and once they were used, they would simply disappear. If Lin Ming had used a spear energy that he had cultivated for a long period of time to injure Elder Sun like this, then Xing Yang could also accept that. If he gathered all of his potential and energy to strike, then he could also achieve a similar result. Xing Zizhen and Xing Yang used true essence sound transmissions to speak with each other. That Elder Jiang, who followed Elder Sun, hadn't heard any of this. Facing such a violent Lin Ming, he was dumbfounded. Elder Jiang couldn't rush forwards, but he couldn't retreat either. The words that he had previously spoken were too prideful and arrogant. If he allowed his face to be ruined here, then how could he ever hold his head up high in front of the juniors of Yin Yang Profound Palace? At this time, Lan Xing chortled and said, "Are you coming or not? What happened to all your bluster just now?" Lan Xian felt that Lin Ming sending that Elder Sun flying back with just a flick of a finger was very normal. She made sure to not forget to mock this frightened Elder Jiang. After having his weakness poked by others, Elder Jiang became extremely angry. He glared at Lan Xian, calculating the situation in his heart. Dealing with that finger-flicking boy was definitely not good, but dealing with this ridiculous yellow-clothed girl shouldn't be a problem. As long as he could mess with her a bit, then he would be able to restore some of his lost face. Thinking of this, Elder Jiang coldly snorted and said, "Little girl, you've gone too far. Do you really think that you are unrivaled in this world? This old man will teach you to know your place." Lan Xing laughed and said, "I never said that I would deal with you. I said that if you could approach within 3 feet, then you'll win. Right, Duanmu-kun?" Hearing Lan Xian kick the ball towards him, Duanmu-kun helplessly shook his head. But now that things had reached this point, he certainly wouldn't sit around and watch Lan Xian needlessly suffer. Elder Jiang looked at Duanmu-kun, and his heart started beating rapidly. He wasn't able to see through this fellow's cultivation, but his intuition told him that he was surely an astonishing character. Did these 3 people use some kind of secret skill to hide their cultivation? Just how strong were they really? Elder Jiang hesitated to do anything, but at this moment, Xing Yang's true essence sound transmission echoed in his mind. "Elder Jiang, you don't have to be afraid. That boy just now used some secret ability similar to the Blue Yang Sword Law to defeat Elder Sunday. His strength isn't as amazing as you think it is." Blue Yang Sword Law. Hearing Xing Yang's true essence sound transmission, Elder Jiang was startled. Divine Sword Sect was near their profound province, so he naturally knew of the Blue Yang Sword Law. So it was like this. Elder Jiang sullenly glanced at Lin Ming, feeling relieved. It must have been a similar secret skill. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's early revolving core cultivation, just how was it possible for him to send Elder Sun flying away with the flick of a finger? Thinking like this, Elder Jiang felt some fear, but he wasn't too terrified now. Of course, even if Lin Ming used some kind of trick, Elder Jiang knew that he still could, in no way, be Lin Ming's match. After all, the strength of that spear energy was a reflection of the user's strength. He decided to target Duanmu Kun and Lan Xian instead. Getting within 3 feet of you? Good. Very good. Are the juniors of this era always so arrogant? I'll see just what you can do as I approach you. Elder Jiang seemed brimming with confidence, but the truth was that he was in a critical situation. After learning from Elder Sun's example, he certainly didn't dare to relax his guard. He revolved all the true essence within his body and extracted the thick saber from his back. Then he rushed towards Lan Xian and Duanmu Kun. As he shot forward, he paid particular attention to what Lin Ming was doing. Seeing that Lin Ming's hands were crossed over his chest with no intention of helping, Elder Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. It's only approaching them. It shouldn't be too difficult. As Elder Jiang thought this, he stimulated all of his bodily protective true essence. He didn't believe that this strange white-clothed youth was also a freak like that finger-flick fellow just now. This sort of targeting juniors, and especially bullying the weak while avoiding the strong, was extremely despicable. Even Xing Yang found this hard to look at. Duanmu Kun was calm as he brought his hands forward from behind him. As Elder Jiang was 30 feet away, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he formed a sword with his fingers, and a fierce sword energy savagely shot out, creating sword lights so brilliant that they were hard to look at. Rushing forward, Elder Jiang only felt a turbulent energy come at him, as if it would be able to split him in half. His expression suddenly changed. On instinct, he slashed out with his saber. This saber strike was Yin Yang Profound Palace's mountain-breaking technique. Saber light filled the skies like snow as it was used. However, as the saber light and sword energy collided, a strange distortion suddenly appeared in space. The saber lights were pulled into the strange, twisting space, bending, until finally, with a loud cracking sound, the bent saber lights were completely sliced apart by the sword energies, shredded to pieces. The next moment, sword energy smashed into Elder Jiang's chest. Elder Jiang gave a stuffy cough as his bodily true essence broke apart. He flew backwards, his entire chest wet and dripping with blood. Following this scene was a deafening silence. Lin Ming was also slightly surprised. Duanmu Kun was in truth a 2-star Fey King that was equal to a middle revolving core martial artist. His cultivation wasn't much worse than Elder Jiang's, thus he was easily able to defeat him. Lin Ming wasn't surprised that Duanmu Kun easily won. No, what he found interesting was the concept of space that was imbued into Duanmu Kun's attack. Their respective concepts of space had taken entirely different paths, but both were incomparably exquisite styles. Originally, Duanmu Kun already had some understanding of the concept of space, but after gaining experience via passing through the ancient transmission array, his progress in that aspect had increased by leaps and bounds. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire Duanmu Kun's talent. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian also looked at Duanmu Kun with amazement. Duanmu Kun seemed to be in his 20s, but he actually had the strength of a peak revolving core master, no worse than Lin Ming. Just this Duanmu Kun was already like this, and looking at Fengshen and Lan Xian, neither of them seemed like common geniuses either. Were they all Lin Ming's friends? Mu Fengxian and the others hadn't been able to discover Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian's cultivation level, so they hadn't paid too much attention to them. But thinking about it now, did these 3 people come from the 4 divine kingdoms? It wasn't just Mu Yuhuang that thought this, but Xing Yang and Xing Zizhen as well. Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, Lan Xian, and Lin Ming altogether 4 youngsters. Were they all emperor-level talents? This year, had emperor-level talents become common to this degree? Were they growing around like cabbages or something? Xing Yang's expression was dismal, as if he had taken a great blow. He originally had pride in his own talent that barely qualified him as an emperor-level talent, but now facing Lin Ming and Duanmu Kun, all of his pride had been shattered. Whether it was Lin Ming or Duanmu Qin, neither was weaker than him. Both were actually stronger than him. CA. Xing Yang extracted a thick crimson saber that looked as if it was on fire. In Yin Yang Profound Palace, it was custom for men to use sabers and for women to use swords. I admit that you are strong. Very well. I will fight you with everything I have. Xing Yang pointed his treasure saber straight at Duanmu Kun. His treasure saber was a peak high-grade earth-step weapon, forged from refined fire gold. It was just a single step away from being a heaven-step treasure, and, most importantly, it had an additional function of boosting fire attribute cultivation methods. It was the best weapon for him to use. Xing Yang had chosen Duanmu Kun as his opponent after a long period of careful consideration. Before, Lin Ming had only used his spear energy to attack, so the true depth of his strength was still unknown. He didn't dare to risk fighting him at this time. If he lost, then any face still he had would be swept away. If he was facing Duanmu Kun, Xing Yang still had some confidence in himself. Chapter 695. All Daggers Drawn. Chapter 695. All Daggers Drawn. Kia. Who? In Xing Yang's hand, the high-grade earth-step saber flared with a faint crimson flame, as if the entire blade had been heated up to a scorching degree. This saber could increase Xing Yang's fire attribute cultivation method by 10 to 20%. Having paid a hemorrhaging price to forge this weapon, now that it was in his hands, Xing Yang could feel the burning flames emanating from it, suddenly emboldening him. My saber is called Scarlet Flame, and my name is Xing Yang. Xing Yang pointed his saber straight towards Duanmu Kun, issuing this official challenge. Naturally, Duanmu Kun didn't fear this sort of challenge. A young, outstanding elite like Xing Yang would count as just one of the mob on Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor. He drew his sword to meet Xing Yang. However, at the same time, sudden rambling footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. About 7 or 8 Yin Yang Profound Palace martial artists suddenly crashed into the courtyard. Many of them had a cultivation at the early or middle revolving core realm, while the one leading them was a late revolving core powerhouse. Within Yin Yang Profound Palace, those below the late revolving core realm were protectors, and those at the late revolving core realm or above were considered elders. These 7 or 8 martial artists were Xing Yang's own guard retinue. They were skilled in martial abilities and array coordination. They had come together with Xing Yang to join in on the negotiations and had originally been waiting on the spirit boat. But when they saw the walls of the hall being smashed apart, they all rushed in to protect Xing Yang. CA. Several people immediately drew their weapons. A barrier of sabers and swords suddenly surrounded Lin Ming and the others. For a while, the atmosphere was tense, weapons drawn and killing intent overflowing, ready to explode at any moment. Seeing this volatile atmosphere, Mu Yuhuang's breath caught in her chest. Lin Ming's strength that had been able to defeat Elder Sun with just a flick of his finger truly did exceed her expectations. But how could Lin Ming alone face the entire Yin Yang Profound Palace? The situation had seriously devolved once Xing Yang's guards had arrived. Once they started fighting, the consequences would be calamitous. Even more so if it ended with casualties. There was no chance of a pleasant outcome. As the saying went, the strong dragon would not bother with the little snakes. In the current state of things, Not only was Yin Yang Profound Palace their literal landlord, but they also far exceeded Divine Phoenix Island in strength. The difference was far too great. If Yin Yang Profound Palace claimed that their own disciples had been beaten to take advantage of things, then Divine Phoenix Island would truly suffer in negotiations. It was likely that Yin Yang Profound Palace would demand a sky-high price. Being thrust into the situation, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian were both nervous. It had already spiraled out of their control. If this continued, Mu Fengxian sent Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission. Yin Yang Profound Palace has two palace masters, both at the second stage of life destruction. The two of them use a complementary yin-yang cultivation method. If they join forces, they can vastly increase their strength, achieving a stage comparable with a third-stage life destruction master to a certain degree. Not just that, but we need Yin-Yang Profound Palace's protection. If we fight with these people, not only would it be difficult to win, but even if we did, the ones who lost in the end would still be us. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian's worrying was understandable. Even Mu Bingyun was unable to stay indifferent in this situation. She did not blame Lin Ming for his recklessness. Instead, in a show of support, she took a half step back, keeping a forceful posture. At the same time, her left hand traced the spatial ring on her right hand, ready to draw out the blue wand sword at any moment. Lin Ming didn't say anything, but Lan Xian was already itching to stir up some chaos. She rowdily shouted, "You want a group fight? Let's do this." CA. Lan Xian flourished her sword. Feng Shun and Duan Mukun wordlessly drew theirs. As Holy Land descendants, they had never held this yin-yang profound palace in their hearts, not to mention that Lin Ming was also here. 3 shining and dazzling swords faced the 7 or 8 surrounding weapons. The atmosphere was ripe with tension, about to explode into a battle at any time. This was precisely Lin Ming's intention. He quietly took out a long spear from his spatial ring. Actually, with Lin Ming's strength, he didn't even need to take out his spear. But then he considered that Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun were also here. Once a fight started, the two of them might easily be captured by that first-stage life destruction master. In order to prevent such a situation from occurring, Lin Ming decided to no longer hold back at all. Watching Lin Ming pull out his spear, Xingyang smiled fiercely. He didn't fear a fight here. After all, this was their yin-yang profound palace's home ground. Once they fought, the ones to have the last laugh would definitely be them. They weren't in a weaker position either. There was Xing Zizhen, as well as the 8 revolving core guards who could lay down an array formation to greatly increase their strength. As long as he persisted, support from yin-yang profound palace would continuously pour in. Then, if the situation spiraled out of control even further, his father and mother would also arrive. At that time, even if Lin Ming was some superhuman with multiple limbs and heads, he would still be captured. Thinking of this, Xingyang soon calmed down. Before, he had panicked a bit because Lin Ming and Duan Mukun's strength had completely exceeded his expectations, catching him off guard. Xingyang sneered and said, "Truly, you have no idea what death or danger means. Since you dare to act so brashly in my yin-yang profound palace, it no longer matters how great your background is. You dare to sneak into my yin-yang profound palace's meeting hall, disrupt negotiations, provoke my yin-yang profound palace. Then even if I punish you, waste you, or kill you, all of it is within reasoning. Your sect can no longer say anything. Everyone obey my commands. Capture these thieves for..." Xingyang was about to say, "Capture these thieves for my punishment," but as he spoke, his voice actually trailed off until he turned silent. He blankly stared at Lin Ming's long spear, a faint foreboding feeling in his heart, as if something was off. Then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he instantly looked at Duan Mukun, Lan Xian, and foam-shin swords. As he saw the chilling light and incomparably sharp energy they gave off, he sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart trembling. Heavens! Four heaven-step treasures. He looked at the scarlet flame saber in his hands, on which he had spent a massive amount of money. This was a peak Earth-step treasure. Within the entire southern tip of the Sky Spill continent, this was already an extremely kick-ass weapon. But compared to Lin Ming and the other three, his weapon was nothing more than garbage. Even though a peak Earth-step treasure was just a single step away from being a heaven-step treasure, the truth was that the disparity was gargantuan. It was like comparing late revolving core to life destruction, or a high-stage life destruction to the divine sea. Looking at his guard's weapons, they were nothing but high-grade Earth-step weapons. There were even some medium-grade Earth-step weapons. Even the weapon in Xing Zizen's hands was only a slightly better high-grade Earth-step treasure. This is just what was going on here. Since when did heaven-step treasures litter the streets as if they were cabbages? Within the entire Profound Province, there was not a single heaven-step treasure. Only the top-ranked abbot of Great Zen Temple, who had already returned to seclusion, and the South Sea Demon region's highest elder Xianwuji had a heaven-step treasure each. Could these people? Xing Yang's eyebrows shot up. Within the entire Sky Spill continent, only the 4 divine kingdoms in the central region had that many heaven-step treasures. These people, could they have come from the 4 divine kingdoms? Thinking of this, Xing Yang's heart shrank in fear. To fight with the descendants of the 4 divine kingdoms, that was just running headlong into death. The divine kingdoms cared not for reasoning. They did not care about what was right or what was wrong. That was because strength was the final and ultimate truth. In front of a holy land, Yin Yang Profound Palace was nothing but bottom-dwelling scum. No. Something's wrong. The 4 divine kingdoms shouldn't have such a strange race with long ears and scales. Also, didn't that spear-carrying boy say he was from Divine Phoenix Island? Why would he have a heaven-step treasure? Did they manage to obtain these weapons through some kind of colossal lucky chance? Chapter 696, Broken Blade. Chapter 696, Broken Blade. Xing Yang's face was filled with a gloomy uncertainty. As for Muyu Huang, she was panicking. She had no idea just how this situation would end. Prepare a sound transmission talisman. Report what is happening. As the guard captain spoke, several revolving core protectors quickly reacted, their fingers tracing their spatial rings. After all, this was the territory of Yin Yang Profound Palace. As long as they called for more manpower, they would be the ones with the advantage. Seeing a revolving core protector light up a sound transmitting talisman in front of her, Lon Xian sneered. She instantly flash-stepped in front of that martial artist, her sword slashing at the wrist. Having stayed in Sky Split Tower for several years, although Lon Xian looked like a beautiful sun-dappled girl, in truth she was a decisive person with no soft corners. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to survive in Sky Split Tower. Evil girl, you dare? The guard captain's eyes flashed with anger. He slashed with his saber at Lon Xian's neck. Humph! Lon Xian showed no weakness. Her sword slashed upward, intersecting with the saber. True essence collided, and the guard captain's saber light was ripped to shreds by Lin Ming, followed by Lon Xian's sword light slicing towards his vital points. The guard captain's complexion paled. He never imagined that this 20-or-so-year-old girl could make him suffer a loss with a single sword strike. Just who were these people? Line up in formation. The guard captain shouted, shocked. Although the 8 of them were only mid and late revolving core martial artists, once they fell into formation and combined that with several array flags and array discs, together they could actually resist a first-stage life destruction powerhouse for quite a bit of time. Whoosh! Several keen saber lights fused together. As the 8 guards combined their power, their auras suddenly shot up drastically. Lan Xian came into contact with this saber light and gave a stuffy cough, her beautiful face paling. Luckily, Duanmu Kun was quick of eye and hand. He slashed downward with his sword, fending off the fused sword energy that rushed towards Lan Xian. Very well, since you want to play so much, then this old man will accompany you. Xing Zizhen stepped forwards. With it, his aura suddenly erupted. Mu Qinyu, Mu Bingyun, and everyone else felt a great pressure pushing down on them. Xing Zizhen was a first-stage life destruction master as well as the Yin Yang Profound Palace's vice palace master and the strongest powerhouse present. With Xing Zizhen's status, participating in the battles of these juniors and revolving core martial artists was somewhat embarrassing. But seeing that Xing Yang had already lost control of the situation, he had no choice but to step in. Second uncle, they might be related to a holy land somehow, Xing Yang quickly reminded, for Duanmu Kun, and those others to be so young and to also have a heaven-step treasure on them. They must have either come across a massive chance, or they must have come from a holy land. I know, Xing Zizhen coldly replied. Now, it was no longer the time to consider the other party's origin. Even if they did come from a holy land, he still had to establish his dominance. Everybody was already at odds, swords drawn. If they could capture the other party, then they would have the advantage. But if they could offend them and still defeat them, then that would be an even better result. In the world of martial artists, strength was everything. One's background was never as good as the person. At the very least, he had to suppress them in strength. Xing Zizhen specifically targeted Lin Ming. So young, and yet already so greedy. You dare to propose such a ridiculous request to us? This old man just wants to see whether or not you're capable of backing up your preposterous words. Lin Ming glanced at Xing Zizhen and sneered. Greedy? Are you talking about your own Yin Yang Profound Palace? You rented a third-grade spiritual land to Divine Phoenix Island. Even you lot feel it doesn't match their worth. And on top of it, you didn't even give them any training resources. With this alone, you wanted to exchange for Divine Phoenix Island's fundamental vermilion bird bloodline and all sorts of secret skills? You even hid your goals and plotted to annex Divine Phoenix Island. And now, you want to say that I'm the greedy one here? Should we also bow down as we hand over all of Divine Phoenix Island to you? The South Sea Demon region is already publicly trying to destroy us, and yet you try to secretly absorb us. In my eyes, there's no difference between you all. Ha ha, what a well-spoken young man. Your Divine Phoenix Island came to my Yin Yang Profound Palace to rent a spiritual land, and also seek refuge. So what problems are there in the conditions we presented? But you are unbelievably greedy. As soon as you opened that mouth of yours, you demanded half of Yin Yang Profound Palace's resources. How laughable! Lin Ming scoffed as he derided Xing Zizhen. I really admire how thick-skinned you are. Is deceiving the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island also part of the conditions you set for Divine Phoenix Island? After being questioned like that, Xing Zizhen could no longer keep calm. He glowered. What an impossible pompous and arrogant junior. You keep spitting out such rude insults. Then this old man will teach you a lesson as your elder. Humph, with me here, it's not your place to teach my disciples anything, said Mu Yu Huang, stepping in front of Lin Ming. Xing Zizhen's cultivation was an entire great boundary higher than Lin Ming. At this time, Mu Yu Huang could no longer bother to be conflicted about her dealings with Yin Yang Profound Palace. Since Xing Zizhen wanted to act, then she naturally had to follow him as the only one in Divine Phoenix Island who had the combat strength of a life-destruction powerhouse. As for Mu Fengxian, although she also had a life-destruction cultivation, her life source was too greatly damaged, and now her strength had fallen to that of an ordinary late revolving core martial artist. In this situation, she had to stand up in order to support those on her side. Lin Ming only needed to look at Mu Yu Huang and Xing Zizen's contrasting auras to instantly perceive that Mu Yu Huang was simply not Xing Zizen's match. Mu Yu Huang had just broken through into life destruction 1 year before, and she hadn't yet consolidated her strength. Her foundation was still shaky. But looking at Xing Zizen, he had already been stranded at the life destruction level for 100 years. Now, his strength was a large cut above Mu Yu Huang. Seeing that Mu Yu Huang was willing to stand up for him, even if it meant disgracing herself, Lin Ming felt grateful for her actions. Although Divine Phoenix Island had become increasingly pitiful these last years, losing a massive amount of disciples while their resources rapidly disappeared, and dropping from a peak 4th grade sect to a medium 4th grade sect, one thing that never changed was Mu Yu Huang's character, proud and loyal to a fault. Even if Divine Phoenix Island was suppressed by Yin Yang Profound Palace from all sides, she would never show weakness in front of others. Lin Ming calmly walked beside Mu Yu Huang and stood side by side with her. With a true essence sound transmission, he told her, "Sect Master, I have confidence in myself." Mu Yu Huang was startled. At that moment, Xing Zizen glared at Mu Yu Huang with contempt and said, "Mu Yu Huang, you really care too much about saving face. You simply relied on medicine to reach life destruction. Your talent isn't even at the saint level. Since you want to die so badly, then allow me to help you." "I am your opponent." Lin Ming waved his spear, gripped the shaft with one hand, and pointed the shimmering white tip at Xing Zizen's eyes, his aura dominant and forceful. Pointing at someone with the spear point was already a great provocation. Xing Zizen immediately became furious. "You really don't know what it means to die. You are arrogant, and you have talent, but arrogant talents often die young. This old man will help you, since you're a junior. Then this old man won't bully the young. If you can force me to use my saber, then it'll count as your win." In Xing Zizen's eyes, he didn't care too much about Lin Ming using that spear energy to wound Elder Sunday. Even if that were his normal strength, Xing Zizen was still confident he could deal with him. Moreover, although Xing Zizen's weapon was a saber, the truth was that he could use his palm as a saber, and his strength still wouldn't weaken by too much. What he didn't notice was that when he said these words, a strange look came over Duan Mukun's face. Lan Xian also faintly smiled, waiting to see the good play about to take place. "Pooh, old fool, you are far too shameless. At your age, you're already over 30 times older than Lin Ming. Let me accompany you." Mu Yu Huang was afraid that Lin Ming would suffer a loss. She immediately extracted her long sword, ready to fight Xing Zizen. At this time, Mu Qianyu's voice suddenly sounded out in Mu Yu Huang's ear. "Sect Master, Lin Ming is very strong. As long as it's just forcing him to use a weapon, he should be able to do that." Hearing Mu Qianyu's words, Mu Yu Huang was startled. Indeed, knowing Lin Ming, she could tell that he never acted recklessly. Even though he liked taking on challenges a bit too much, he would only do so if he had confidence in himself. Perhaps he really could force Xing Zizen to use his weapon. If so, then even if Lin Ming couldn't defeat Xing Zizen, it would still be possible with her help. With 2 against 1, it would be more than enough to defeat him. Thinking this, Mu Yu Huang gave one final look at Lin Ming before stepping back. "Humph, since you don't care about your life, then this old man will be rude." Xing Zizen lifted his hands. Even without a saber, his palm saber was still incomparably sharp. As he closed his fingers together, the space around them seemed to tremble. This degree of combat strength, Lin Ming simply didn't place it in his eyes. He felt no threat at all from someone like Xing Zizen or anyone else there. Within the entire Yin Yang Profound Palace, the only ones that could possibly endanger Lin Ming would be the Xing couple, the 2 palace masters. Lifting the white spear in his hands, thunder began to flicker atop the shaft. After infusing his spear with his battle spirit and the power of thunder, Lin Ming suddenly thrust out, chasing thunder. In that instant, the entire courtyard lit up with the radiant light of thunder. A sharp and savage aura recklessly surged forward. Everyone felt as if they had gone blind, their souls completely exposed, as if they were nothing more than common mortals standing in an endless plain of cold snow. Whoosh! Lin Ming's spear shot through space, instantly arriving in front of Xing Zizhen. How? Xing Zizhen was scared witless. He was about to thrust out his palms when something felt wrong, and sure enough, when his saber energy touched Lin Ming's spear light, it shattered like a pane of glass. Xing Zizhen paled. He no longer cared about status and quickly drew a saber from his spatial ring. He fiercely bit down on his tongue, spraying out a mouthful of blood onto the saber, and then slashed out. The violent saber energy was like a storm as it rushed outward. Kacha! Sword and spear collided. Xing Zizhen's saber was straight out cut in half. What? Xing Zizhen couldn't even believe this was real. He had completely forgot his rank and pulled out his weapon, hoping to keep this strike away. But just as he had struck out with his saber, even using blood essence to enhance the blade, his saber had actually been cut in half. In that split second, Xing Zizhen hadn't even had time to realize what had happened. After the white spear shattered the saber, its momentum didn't slow at all, without any ability to respond. Xing Zizhen gave a miserable shout as he felt the cool touch of the spear light as it pierced through his chest, blood spraying out from behind. An energy fused with battle spirit savagely poured into Xing Zizhen's meridians. It tore his lungs into a mess and even crushed several of his ribs. A crazy shockwave flushed out in all directions, completely blowing away all the walls of the meeting hall and sending every standing structure collapsing to the floor, pulverized into gravel. As for the courtyard, everything had been razed, and even the roof had been blown away. Xing Zizhen spat out a mouthful of blood. On the right side of his chest, a massive bloody hole appeared, bright red blood gushing out from it. His vision turned black, and he nearly fainted where he stood. Chapter 697, Hall of Flowing Blood. Chapter 697, Hall of Flowing Blood. How could this be? Xing Zizhen covered his right chest, the blood thickly flowing through the cracks of his fingers. As he looked at his blood-soaked hands, his eyes filled with panic and disbelief. Xing Zizhen had instantly been defeated. Behind Xing Zizhen, Xing Yang was shocked speechless. He couldn't bother to figure out how Lin Ming had done this. He just knew that chills were crawling down his back. With Lin Ming's strength, killing him would only take an instant. And before now, Lin Ming had already revealed a thick killing intent against him. This was also natural. If Xing Yang was in Lin Ming's position and someone had thoughts to take his woman, then he too would kill or castrate his enemy. Moreover, Lin Ming, Duan Mukun, Feng Shun, and Lan Xian all had heaven-step weapons and likely originated from a holy land. In front of a holy land descendant, he was the same as a beggar in front of a rich young lord. For these types of people, killing commoners over things like jealousy or disputes was nothing unusual. It could be said that even if Lin Ming killed him with the absolute suppressive strength from a holy land, there was nothing his parents would be able to do. Thinking of this, Xing Yang was extremely horrified. That impact of energy just now was so amazingly intense that it should have been sensed from the main peak. But could he persist until his parents arrived? If he died because of something like jealousy, then he really would die in an unjustified manner. Capture Mu Qinyu first? This thought suddenly flashed through Xing Yang's mind. He was close to Mu Qinyu, and after Lin Ming used that chasing thunder spear skill to severely wound Xing Zizhen, just now he was now several hundred feet away. Xing Yang grit his teeth, a fierce light suddenly bursting out from his eyes. Mu Qinyu's cultivation was only at the early revolving core realm, and Xingyang was at the late revolving core realm. In terms of talent, Xingyang was above Mu Qinyu, and in terms of strength, he far exceeded her. Quietly, with the slightest movement, he took a step backwards. He sent a true essence sound transmission to the 8 revolving core protectors. Then he suddenly launched forwards. Mu Qinyu was Lin Ming's lover. Naturally, he would especially care for her safety. As long as he could capture Mu Qinyu, then he wouldn't need to fear being randomly harmed or killed, and he would be able to last until his parents came. Xingyang was not weak. He was an emperor-level talent with a late revolving core cultivation. He could be said to be a powerhouse that had reached the limits of power beneath the life-destruction realm. Xingyang's sudden attack surpassed everyone's expectations. Lin Ming, Mu Yuhuang, and everyone else were very far from Mu Qinyu now. Since Xingyang was the first to move, he naturally held an advantage in speed. Be careful. Mu Fengxian cried out in alarm. At this time, Mu Fengxian was the closest to Mu Bingyun. Because her life source had been damaged, she had stood far back from the battlefield with Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun. Now that she saw Xingyang suddenly rush towards Mu Qinyu, she had no other choice but to block him. In terms of strength, Mu Fengxian was no longer Xingyang's match. But if she could delay him for even just a single breath of time, that was enough for Lin Ming to catch up. However, just as Mu Fengxian made her move, Xingyang's 8 revolving core protector guards also made theirs. Just now, they had received Xingyang's true essence sound transmission and were already prepared. The 8 of them had trained together for a very long time and had incomparably tacit understandings with each other. As soon as one moved, all of them moved in unison. These 8 guards all had a cultivation at the mid or late revolving core. If they were able to set down a formation on the battlefield, then they could use this to delay even a first-stage life destruction master for at least 10 breaths of time. 8 saber lights fused into one, cutting towards Mu Fengxian. Right now, Mu Fengxian was only equal to an ordinary late revolving core martial artist. There was no way she would be able to withstand this attack. As Mu Yuhuang saw this, she became full of anxiety. Honorable Master. Mu Yuhuang was still 70 to 80 feet away from Mu Fengxian. As a first-stage life destruction master, she could quickly cross this distance in a brief moment. However, no matter how fast Mu Yuhuang's steps were, it was still impossible for her to respond in time to that saber light. As Mu Yuhuang's feet began to move, the 8 revolving core protector's saber lights had shot in front of Mu Fengxian. At the same time, Xingyang had also appeared in front of Mu Qinyu, his hands reaching out for her soft, jade-white neck. Mu Qinyu had experienced battles both great and small. She did not panic in the least. She revolved all of her true essence to the limit and flew out towards Lin Ming. But the difference in strength was too great, and Xingyang also had the advantage of surprise. In that instant, Xingyang was only a foot away from Mu Qinyu. Xingyang's eyes flashed with brutal light. In order to ensure the absolute success of grabbing her, this hold contained enough strength such that it was certain to injure her. You want to die? Lin Ming's eyes widened as an unparalleled, pure-killing intent flashed in them. His feet pushed off, and then unbelievable scene occurred. He was hundreds of feet away, but distance seemed to lose all meaning beneath Lin Ming's movements. He stepped right to Xingyang's side, the spear in his hand already slamming down into Xingyang's wrist. The heaven step treasure struck Xingyang's flesh and blood body. Puff! With a light sound, Xingyang's wrist was crush-broken. Ah! With severe pain streaking throughout his body, Xingyang grasped his wrist with a miserable scream as he tumbled away. Lin Ming didn't even bother caring about him, because behind him, not too far away, Mu Fengxian's sword was about to collide with the saber light of those 8 revolving core protectors. As for Lin Ming, not only was he far away from Mu Fengxian, but he had just used his momentum now to stop Xingyang. In this case, no matter how skilled Lin Ming was in the concept of space, he still wouldn't have enough time to make it. If Mu Fengxian bore the brunt of this attack, at most she would be injured. It wouldn't endanger her life. But Mu Fengxian was already old and had damaged her life source. Even a minor wound now was not a trivial matter. Lin Ming fiercely clenched his teeth and condensed his true essence. With the support of his battle spirit, the Azura force field erupted. A force field was a special existence. In a vacuum without resistance, it traveled at the speed of light. To this force field, a 70 to 80-foot distance held no significance. Bang! Under the fires of Lin Ming's anger, the force field's energy spread out like an unstoppable tsunami. Within the Azura force field, all power was suppressed. This included organs, muscles, bones, true essence, and even the soul. The 8 revolving core protectors were swallowed up by the surging waves of this Azura force field. Immediately, all of them felt as if they had smashed into an invisible brick wall. Lin Ming's strength was in between the first and second stage of life destruction. Now, with the increased power of his battle spirit, his Azura force field was comparable to the original force field within the king's cage. If a weak martial artist were trapped within this force field, they would simply perish on the spot. Although the 8 revolving core protectors had formed a battle array, this battle array's function was only to combine their saber light attacks together. As for this overwhelming force field that came instantly crashing down on them, they had no defense against it at all. Several middle revolving core martial artists couldn't withstand such an immense pressure suddenly weighing down on them. They fell over, gurgling blood. This was just like an ordinary person suddenly appearing on one of the sky's spill continent stars where gravity was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. Their organs, skeleton, dantian, spiritual sea, everything that comprised them would instantly come under a massive wave of pressure several dozen times greater than normal. Pung, a mid-revolving core martial artist's revolving core suddenly shattered. All of the true essence in his body suddenly vanishing. At his side, another mid-revolving core martial artist's heart stopped beating because of the heavy pressure. All of the blood vessels in his body burst apart, and blood gushed out of his head. Soon after, for all those revolving core martial artists, whether it was their dantian, heart, or spiritual sea, underneath the immense pressure of the Azura force field, everything began collapsing, instantly killing them all. Even the guard captain was bleeding from his ears. His face was paler than death, and his body was limp as he almost fell to the ground. After being devoured into that Azura force field, the battle formation of those 8 revolving core protectors naturally broke. As for that attack that was aimed towards Mu Fengxian, it no longer held any real threat and was easily countered by her. That late revolving core guard captain kneeled on the ground, barely supporting himself with his saber. He bit his lips as he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes full of fear and horror. An uncaring expression remained in Lin Ming's face. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes. The Death God force field erupted. The Death God force field superimposed onto the Azura force field. Although this was simply stacking them together, it was still enough to multiply their strength. The guard captain only felt as if he had fallen into a blood pond from hell, drowning in its bloody waters, the manifested killing intent so thick and pure that it was swallowing him alive. This so-called killing intent was in truth the will and desire of a martial artist to utterly extinguish the life of an enemy. When martial artists desired to kill someone, they would first produce this will within their hearts, thus sending out a thick killing intent. When this killing intent coalesced into material essence, one could directly cut off the life of another without even moving a step. The Azura force field could be said to be a crushing suppression of a martial artist's body, true essence, dantian energy, and spiritual sea. As for the death god force field, that was the will to snuff out a martial artist source of life. If one's will wasn't firm or their cultivation was insufficient, then once enveloped by this death god force field, they would immediately be killed where they stood. As the guard captain was simultaneously covered by the death god force field and Azura force field, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned white. He crumpled onto the ground, his fate unknown. As Mu Yuwang and Mu Fengxian saw this, both of them were shocked, speechless. Just how was this possible? How had Lin Ming done this? Mu Bingyun also looked at Lin Ming, her indifferent eyes now filling with awe, horror, and complete disbelief. When Lin Ming had sent a late revolving core elder flying back with just a flick of his finger, that was still a movement, and he might have possibly even used his spear energy to wound him. Although it was truly the ability of a monstrous genius, it was still understandable. But just now, Lin Ming had only turned around with death in his eyes, and that entire group of guards had suddenly and inexplicably died. That was a battle array that could withstand a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse for a period of time. This had completely surpassed their understanding. Lin Ming, after seeing this terrifying strength, Mu Fengxian looked at Lin Ming as if she didn't recognize him anymore. This young man had surpassed all reckoning. In just 2.5 years, Lin Ming had actually protected her, whereas she should be protecting him as he was her junior. Not too far away, Duanmu-kun sucked in a deep breath, secretly admiring Lin Ming. Lin Ming's heavenly demon force field had already gained a standard of proficiency at which he could freely use it and control it to a minute degree. In that moment, when the force field had erupted like a devastating tsunami, it had instantly killed several revolving core protectors. But as for himself, who had been standing just a few dozen feet away, all he felt was a light breeze without even a hint of suppression. Lin Ming's absolute control of his force field was bewildering. Without a doubt, this was all because of Lin Ming's powerful soul force, and also because of his battle spirit. Because he had formed his own battle spirit, Lin Ming's will was exceedingly powerful. The will was in itself a kind of force field, and the battle spirit was a manifestation of that energy. Thus, a battle spirit could easily be fused into the heavenly demon force field, drastically increasing its strength. At this time, the broken-handed Xingyang was still rolling on the ground, crying in pain. Lin Ming sneered, angled his long spear, and slowly walked toward Xingyang. Chapter 698, Threaten. Chapter 698, Threaten. The heaven-step white spear, along with a battle spirit fused into it. Just what sort of terrifying, smashing strength did it have? From Xing Ying's elbow and downwards, his entire arm had been ruined. All of his bones there had been crushed to smithereens, and his arm looked like a pile of gooey mud. Even the tiles had been shattered by the force. Xingyang held onto his wrist as he howled in excruciating pain. If he had top-quality medicines, then it would still be possible to rejoin his hand, but he would have to slowly readjust in order to restore it to its original level. This would require a large amount of time and would greatly hinder his growth. You will pay for this. Xingyang spat out between clenched teeth as he saw Lin Ming walk towards him, but in truth his heart was quaking with immense fear. He was afraid that Lin Ming would kill him or castrate him on a sudden impulse. It wouldn't be strange for a powerful young lord of a holy land to do so. Seeing Lin Ming near, the aura that Lin Ming exuded gave a deep sense of suppression at Xingyang. Xingyang tried to be angry, but his voice still trembled as he said, "What are you going to do?" The disciples of Divine Phoenix Island are currently within Yin Yang Profound Palace. If you kill me, then none of them will leave here alive. When Lin Ming heard Xingyang's threat, he merely sneered and raised his spear. Ever since he had experienced the blood slaughter steps for over 2 years, Lin Ming was inevitably affected by the killing aura there, even though his mind was firm. This resulted in a more bloodthirsty and vicious him than previous. Just now, Xingyang had attacked Mu Qinyu, and those 8 other revolving core protectors had jointly attacked Mu Fengxian. In this critical situation, all of the anger and murderous feelings that Lin Ming had been suppressing had suddenly erupted. He hated beyond measure those who attacked people important to him. For this, he was willing to completely unleash his strength and annihilate all of his enemies. This was also the reason that he had suddenly turned hostile against Yin Yang Profound Palace. Lin Ming, don't be so rash. Mu Qinyu's figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Lin Ming. She said to him with a true essence sound transmission, if you kill some protectors of Yin Yang Profound Palace, that won't yet place you in an irreconcilable position. But if you kill Xingyang, then this will become an absolute blood feud with Yin Yang Profound Palace. For better or worse, Yin Yang Profound Palace is a 5th-grade sect. No matter how strong you are, it's impossible for you to protect everyone at once. Once Xian Wuji leaves his seclusion, it will be dangerous if we don't have some reliable foothold. You are not yet Xian Wuji's match. Also, if news of you leaving leaks and Nanyun Wang or Great Zen Temple finds out, and you also have a deep enmity with Yin Yang Profound Palace, you will probably be backstabbed by your enemies. Mu Qinyu nervously spoke. Although Nanyun Wang wouldn't engage in some life-or-death battle with Lin Ming just because of some resentment from the past, it would still inevitably lay down in a knot in his heart. If Lin Ming provoked Yin Yang Profound Palace now, that was the same as simultaneously offending the 4 great influences of the South Sea Demon region, Great Zen Temple, Nanyun Wang, and Yin Yang Profound Palace. That was the same as Lin Ming becoming enemies with all of the powerful forces near the South Horizon region. How would he still continue living? Even Duanmu Kun joined in with some advice. Brother Lin, this Xingyang is the child of Yin Yang Profound Palace's palace master. If you kill him, then Divine Phoenix Island and Yin Yang Profound Palace will become as irreconcilable as water and fire. And you might be safe, but there are many Divine Phoenix Island disciples who are at the Hotian realm and Xiantian realm. They will not be in a safe position. After Lin Ming listened to Duanmu Kun's words, he appeared neutral. Suddenly, from a static position, he shot out, his fist crashing into Xingyang's chest. Lin Ming's vibrating true essence poured into Xingyang's meridians, causing Xingyang to vomit a mouthful of blood and his eyeballs to bulge. Xingyang pointed a trembling finger at Lin Ming, his mouth flapping like a dying fish even as fear filled his widened eyes. Lin Ming rubbed his spatial ring and took out a pill. With a flick of his finger, it directly shot into Xingyang's mouth. Xingyang wasn't even able to respond before he swallowed this pill. His expression changed, his hue turning pallid as he asked in a panic, "What did you make me eat?" Lin Ming didn't bother responding. This medicine that he just force-fed Xingyang was an energy-scattering pill he had taken from the corpse of an imp high lord. The imps were experts at soul techniques, as well as all sorts of alchemical skills and medicines. Their alchemy system was immensely different from those of humans. Finding or creating a cure for this poison would be difficult. This sort of energy-scattering pill was used to make the user's body completely weak and useless. The level wasn't too high. If Xingyang ate this pill in his peak form, it wouldn't have too great an effect. But if Lin Ming repeatedly cared for Xingyang, making it so that he remained seriously injured, the effects of this pill would be obvious. Lin Ming, what are you planning on doing? Mu Yu Huang was worried to death. As soon as Lin Ming met Xingyang, a fierce melee had suddenly broken out and then turned into a group battle. She didn't even have time to dwell on what was happening before a great disaster had occurred. Now, it would be difficult for this to end in any good way. Honorable Sect Master, it is too late for me to elaborate in detail. Please have all the disciples pack up their belongings and stand by for further orders. The life destruction elders of Yin Yang Profound Palace will soon catch up. Pack their belongings? You want to hold Xingyang hostage to leave Yin Yang Profound Palace? Mu Yuhuang's thin eyebrows shot up. This really was an absurd idea. Currently, Divine Phoenix Island basically didn't have anywhere to go. Nearly all of the available spiritual lands were occupied by other sections. The higher level of spiritual land, the higher grade of people stationed there. Without a spiritual land, Divine Phoenix Island would lose the faith and will of the people. Then it would only be a matter of time before everything fell apart. At this time, she felt several powerful energies quickly approaching. Mu Yuhuang's expression changed. She was worried that Lin Ming would stay here. Still, she first lit a sound-transmitting talisman to spread Lin Ming's orders to everyone. As for Xingyang, who was lying on the ground, as he sensed the energies of those Yin Yang Profound Palace powerhouses close in, he was overjoyed. The high-level characters had finally arrived, and judging from the fluctuations of these energies, one of them was his mother. He was saved. He was finally saved. Xingyang cried out. As long as his mother arrived, he could be saved. Although his arm was cut off, it could still be joined back together. Thus, as he withstood the pain and mental anguish, he firmly decided to pay back Lin Ming 10 times his due. Thinking of this, Xingyang looked at Lin Ming, his eyes suffusing with a manic hatred. Boy, you are done for. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, then cut off your hands and legs. I will leave you your cheap life. Xingyang's mind had long fallen into madness and fury. He only wanted to waste Lin Ming now. And the reason he said he would leave Lin Ming his cheap life was to keep him alive after he was crippled with his limbs cut off. And then, in front of Lin Ming, he would wantonly ravage Mu Qinyu, and also Mu Bingyun. What revenge was more cruel and depraved than completely crippling a person, and then raping their wife in front of them? Just you wait. I will make you experience such suffering that you will bite off your own tongue to commit suicide. All sorts of cruel and insidious thoughts crossed through Xingyang's mind. Lin Ming could also feel this. He coldly glanced at Xingyang, his eyes filling with killing intent. Originally, he hadn't planned on beating Xingyang into this condition. However, because Xingyang had tried to grab Mu Qinyu to make her a hostage, Lin Ming had become incensed. As a result, he had cut off Xingyang's arm, making Xingyang's hatred towards him even deeper. Once hatred reached this degree, it would be extremely difficult to resolve. Lin Ming was also disinclined to fix it. The most simple, direct, and ideal solution would be to eliminate him as soon as he found a chance. But this was not the time. Bang! The other side of the courtyard exploded. Xing Can appeared there, leading a group of 4 old men behind her. The high-speed flight here had stirred up a massive cloud of dust and dirt in the air. Because all the structures here had nearly been destroyed in the previous fight, Xing Can was able to see Xing Yang's sorry state. Seeing her own son's hand cut off and the 8 protectors dead on the floor, her face became as cold as the Arctic frost, with killing intent surging outwards from her. Before she had even spoken, Xingyang was already trying to crawl towards her, struggling on the floor as he writhed towards her. Mother! Mother! Save me! Swish! A cold spear edge suddenly touched Xingyang's neck, drawing a fine line of blood. Xingyang stiffened, no longer daring to crawl any further. Like this, Lin Ming indifferently held his spear down, resting it against Xingyang's cold and pale neck. What do you want? Xing Can's eyes blazed as she looking at Lin Ming, the frostiness in her eyes seeming as if it came from the 9th level of the abyss. Although she was furious, she still noticed many details. The spear in Lin Ming's hand was actually a heaven-step treasure. It was even better than her own weapon. In addition, Xing Zizhen had been at the first stage of life destruction for 100 years already, yet he had a hole through his chest and was lying prone on the ground, grievously wounded. By all reasoning, the strongest person in Divine Phoenix Island right now was Mu Yu Huang. But even Mu Yu Huang would absolutely not have the strength to do this. And looking at the wound on Xing Zizhen's chest, it seemed to be from a spear. Had that been done by that boy? Looking at him, he seemed just over 20 years old, and his cultivation was at the early revolving core realm. It shouldn't have been possible, but no matter the case, this boy was undoubtedly a top-level genius, one that surpassed even Xing Yang. Xing Can's feelings mixed anger and killing intent. If Xing Yang didn't have a spear pointed at his neck, then she would have already tried to kill Lin Ming. If she allowed such an extraordinary young elite like Lin Ming freely grow, then in just a few dozen years he would definitely become a terrifying enemy. Don't move. Otherwise, I may tense up and my hands might tremble, Lin Ming calmly said as he kept his spear pointed at Xing Yang. In terms of strength, Xing Can had been in the second stage of life destruction for over 100 years. He was likely not her match. But the key issue here was Mu Qinyu, Mu Bingyun, and everyone else. In front of Xing Can, they wouldn't have any ability to resist her. I hate others threatening me the most. Release him now, and I will leave you your life. Xing Can drew out the sword from her spatial ring, pointing it straight at Lin Ming. Suddenly, her aura erupted like a billowing tide. If normal revolving core martial artists faced this aura, they would be hard-pressed to move, and wouldn't even be able to steady themselves, let alone keep their spear pressed against Xing Yang's neck as a threat. However, against this pressure, Lin Ming only felt as if a cool spring breeze had skimmed past his cheek, simply not even feeling it at all. He merely said in a chilling tone, "Move again, and prepare to gather your son's corpse." As Lin Ming spoke, he released an invisible killing intent. This was the Death God force field. Although he wasn't activating it with his full strength, it was still enough for Xing Can to feel as if she had fallen into a bloody pond of hell, leaving her feeling afraid. Even the 2 first-stage life destruction elders and 2 late revolving core elders felt scared. They looking at each other, traces of fear in their eyes. Was this really the aura of an early revolving core martial artist? And just why wasn't he even remotely affected by Xing Can's pressure just now? "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Xing Can asked with a grimace. She felt as if this situation was becoming complicated. This fellow obviously wanted to stall for time. As for what he was waiting for, she had no idea. "I am Lin Ming from Divine Phoenix Island," Lin Ming calmly replied. He had never planned on hiding his status to begin with, nor could he have. Chapter 699, Traveling Far and Wide, only to find it so easily. Chapter 699, Traveling Far and Wide, only to find it so easily. Kia, Lin Ming. You're Lin Ming? Xing Can was stunned as she heard Lin Ming give his name. Then she suddenly recalled everything at once. 2.5 years ago, the South Sea Demon region had desperately searched for a youth called Lin Ming who had shaken the foundations of the South Sea, even posting a massively astronomical reward for him. The reason for this was that Lin Ming had entered into the demon god Imperial Palace with a gaggle of life-destruction old monsters, and then had bizarrely gone missing. The 2 immeasurably precious treasures of the demon god Imperial Palace had also disappeared along with him. The South Sea Demon region believed it was highly likely that Lin Ming had taken these treasures. But Divine Phoenix Island had announced that Lin Ming had died. Nanyan Wang and Great Zen temples seemed to think this too, and didn't desire to waste time searching for Lin Ming. Only Xian Wuji had been willing to use an immense amount of manpower, and over half a year of time to do so. Finally, after the search was other, nothing had come from it, and it had been acknowledged that Lin Ming had truly died. Now, As Xingkan heard this youth suddenly call himself Lin Ming, she thought up a slight possibility. Lin Ming had likely tricked Xian Wuji and all those others in the demon god Imperial Palace those 2.5 years ago. Then he had somehow escaped and found an isolated hiding spot where he had gone into closed-door seclusion for over 2 years, his strength rapidly rising. Thinking of this, Xingkan sucked in a breath of cold air. It was said that Lin Ming had been a peak Hotian martial artist. In front of those old life destruction monsters, he was nothing more than a little newborn baby. Yet, how had managed to capture 2 precious treasures and also safely escape the demon god Imperial Palace? In this mere 2.5 years of time, how did he reach Revolving Core from the peak of Hotian? All sorts of thoughts and scenarios flashed through Xingkan's mind. Currently, this Lin Ming in front of her was an incomparably mysterious existence. He was absolutely not some simple youth. But on the other hand, now that she knew Lin Ming's identity, that meant that he also didn't have any relations with the Holy Land. Thus, she had no need to fear his origin. Lin Ming, I see. Xian Wuji wants to tear you to shreds, and yet you dare to appear before me. You truly love striding to your death. I will warn you one last time. Immediately release my son. Otherwise, I won't even let you have a complete corpse left over. And all of the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island will also be buried along with you. Your lover, your family, everyone you ever knew or loved will be sent to the South Sea Demon region. I'm sure that Xian Wuji will be very, very happy to see them. Xingkan's lips curved into a cruel and sinister smile. The unknown enemy was the most fearful, but now she knew Lin Ming's background. Although Lin Ming's talent was extraordinary, and he did indeed have some ability, a commoner was still a commoner, without a powerful background. Just what waves could a merely 20-something youth make when facing the millennium-long legacy of a 5th-grade sect? Underneath Lin Ming's spear, Xingyang felt exceptionally wronged as he heard Lin Ming's identity. If he had known that he was just a little, young disciple of a 4th-grade sect, then he never would have feared him to begin with. If it were a holy son of a holy land who had beaten him into this state, then he would have been able to acknowledge that. After all, against a holy son, he was inferior in background, talent, resources, and tutelage. The holy son status would also have been much loftier and nobler. If so, then he could accept it. But as for Lin Ming, he was only a commoner of humble origin. To think that some little boy from Divine Phoenix Island had made him into such a mess, Xingyang felt a fire raging in his soul. Lin Ming, so it was you all along. So you just wanted to show your anger? I have to say that you are an absolute idiot. Because of you, Divine Phoenix Island will no longer obtain the refuge of Yin Yang Profound Palace. On the contrary, Yin Yang Profound Palace will join forces with the South Sea Demon region to completely annihilate Divine Phoenix Island. Your master, your little lover, all of them will die a miserable death because of you. Ha 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 ha. Xingyang wantonly laughed, his face twisted gruesomely. Only by verbally attacking Lin Ming like this would he be able to soothe his state of mind. You think that with the little strength you have, you can fight on behalf of Divine Phoenix Island and obtain more benefits from us? How ridiculous! Because of your stupid approach, Divine Phoenix Island will pay the ultimate price. Lin Ming remained expressionless as Xingyang spat out these words, but Mu Yuwang's and Mu Fengxian's complexions became much uglier. What Xingyang said was true. If Lin Ming could only form a stalemate like this by holding Xingyang hostage, then that was basically a meaningless action. Sooner or later, Lin Ming would have to admit defeat. Then Yin Yang Profound Palace would certainly chase him down and kill him. Moreover, he had now given Yin Yang Profound Palace a righteous and valid reason to deal with Divine Phoenix Island. Before this, Yin Yang Profound Palace could have been considered an orthodox sect. In order to peacefully coexist with the other sects around it, it didn't dare to forcefully plunder all of Divine Phoenix Island's resources. But now, even ravaging them would be justified. If Lin Ming didn't compromise, then he could only continue to take Xingyang hostage and lead all the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island in leaving Yin-Yang Profound Palace. For such a massive group of people, it was simply a dream to think that they could hide from Xingji and Xing, whose combined power could compare with a third-stage life-destruction martial artist. Moreover, if they left, then Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't have any place they could settle. Their only choice then would be to dissolve the sect, everyone going their own way. They would either be forced to return home or join some other sect to continue their path of martial arts. If so, then Divine Phoenix Island would be no more. Relative to the anxious and worrying Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian, Lin Ming was actually very calm. He didn't even bother to return Xingyang, instead keep his posture, and remaining still, not revealing what he was planning at all. For Xingyang, Lin Ming's silence was nothing but a sign of his fear and signal of defeat. His laugh became increasingly loud and carefree. At this time, it was as if Lin Ming wasn't the one pointing the spear at his neck, but he instead was the one with the spear to Lin Ming's neck. Are you feeling guilty now? Are you planning on taking me hostage and leaving? Does your Divine Phoenix Island have a place to go? Even if it does, can you handle the South Sea Demon region hunting you down? Ha ha! Xingyang taunted, giving vent to all of his pent-up hate and anger. The more miserable Lin Ming became, the more smooth his thoughts would be. Xing can also stepped forward and coldly warned, "Immediately release my son, and I might only cripple all your martial arts and let you keep your whole corpse. I might even let your Divine Phoenix Island continue staying in Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Otherwise, there won't be a chicken or dog left in Divine Phoenix Island once I'm finished." Xing Can's voice was relentless. No one doubted she had the courage to follow up her words. In terms of the battlefield, Yin-Yang Profound Palace obviously held the upper hand. It was impossible for Lin Ming to continue this stalemate. Xingyang depravedly smiled at Mu Qinyu as he heard his mother issue out this threat. He could see that Mu Qinyu was still a virgin. This was far too perfect. With Lin Ming rousing up so much trouble, it was the same as gifting both Mu sisters to him together. As for the secret techniques of Divine Phoenix Island, they would be successively obtained now. Mu Qinyu frowned as she felt Xingyang's eyes on her, her face filled with absolute loathing and disgust. But when Xingyang saw Mu Qinyu's expression, he was even happier. "Mu Qinyu, I really feel sad for you. You actually ended up liking someone like Lin Ming, a stronger but stupid idiot. If you are willing to serve me with your sister in the future, then perhaps I might allow Divine Phoenix Island some shelter here." As Xingyang thought this, the scene of both women serving him in bed appeared in his mind. Not only would he receive the service of the two talented twin sisters, but he would even be able to make love to them. Xingyang was thoroughly anticipating this, not least that he would also receive the bloodline inheritance from the two Mu sisters. If he weren't afraid of angering Lin Ming and having Lin Ming kill him and drag him down just before Lin Ming's own death, then Xingyang would have already described this dreamlike scene to Lin Ming. But as Xingyang was weaving this beautiful dream in his mind, his eyes suddenly shrank. On the distant horizon, he could see a vague shadow rapidly approaching. It started off the size of a palm, but in the blink of an eye, it was the size of a house. What is that?" It wasn't just Xingyang that noticed the shadow on the horizon, but everyone else did too. It was obviously very far away from everyone, but its body already seemed as big as a palace because of its terrifying size and its fast-flying speed. All of the surrounding clouds were wiped away. Xing, Ken, and the others were all stunned. This seemed like a massive, deep-sea monster, but they could clearly make out fish-like fins, massive wings, and even the mouth of a whale. What is that thing? Xing Can and the others weren't sure, but Mu Yuwang's and Mu Fengxian's expressions had already greatly changed. In their entire lives, they would never forget this creature. Its attack had ripped open Divine Phoenix Island's great protective array, destroying the 3,000-year-old inheritance of Divine Phoenix Island in a single stroke. Giant Leviathan! Mu Yuhuang shouted out in fright as she reflexively unsheathed her sword, her expression grim. She had already been conditioned to associate this great beast with the attacks of the South Sea Demon region. But as she thought about it some more, the giant Leviathan had already been conquered by that 30-year-old Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. So why was it coming here at this time? Was this an enemy or a friend? Giant Leviathan? Xing Can's eyebrows shot up. So, this is the giant Leviathan. It truly lives up to its name. In these past few years, the giant Leviathan had made too great a name for itself in the South Sea battlefield. In terms of one-on-one combat, the beast was lacking. The giant Leviathan's uniform speed and attacks made it so that it couldn't prevent a second-stage life destruction master from escaping. But in terms of its ability to destroy a sect, the giant Leviathan could be called an invincible war beast. Even if it were the 5th grade South Sea Demon region, they also didn't have any strength to resist, equally being destroyed by this giant Leviathan. The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince should be riding the giant Leviathan. Why would he come to my Yin-Yang Profound Palace? Xing Can was alarmed. Within the Profound Province, the only 5th grade sect here was the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince was definitely looking for them. Could it be that the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince needs us to help with some matter? As Xing Can thought of this, Xing Can couldn't help but look forwards to this. The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince was indeed strong, but if he wanted to search for something within the Profound Province or handle some other matters, then it would certainly be easier to use some of the local powers. Several days ago, they hadn't been able to make contact with the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince to form a relationship with him. But now, the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince had actually walked right up to their door. If they could establish good relations with this Divine King Crown Prince, the benefits to their Yin-Yang Profound Palace were obvious. To think we've searched so far and wide for nothing, and yet it's so easily found here. As Xing Can thought this, she was prepared to immediately solve the problem that was Lin Ming. If the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince saw what was happening here, then she feared his first impression of them would be greatly damaged. If even the little palace master was captured, how could the Divine Prince still trust their sect? First, several elders should seal up Little Swallow Mountain with an array. Do not let the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince see what is happening here. Xing Can sent a true essence sound transmission to the 4 elders behind her. Currently, solving this problem in a short time was clearly impossible. She could only cover it up first. Chapter 700, Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Chapter 700, Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Yes, Palace Master. The 4 great elders quickly laid down a simple array formation. This array formation could easily be broken by the likes of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, but he shouldn't do something so impolite to begin with. The 4 elders linked their fingers and waggled them together, forming a series of array symbols that shot forth and formed a massive barrier of light that enveloped the entire Little Swallow Mountain. Lin Ming was a bit confused when he saw this. What were they doing? Xing Can had spoken to the 4 elders with a true essence sound transmission. As such, Lin Ming had absolutely no idea why they were setting up tricks like this. We're good. The 4 elders smiled confidently as they replied with a true essence sound transmission. They had great trust in the speed and the quality of the array formation they had laid. Very good. Palace Master Xingji had some business to attend to, so he was away. However, I've already sent out the news about what's happened here right now, so he should be returning soon. This must all be handled to ensure the safety of the little palace master. Also, nothing must go wrong with this meeting with the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Xing Can quickly told the four elders with a true essence sound transmission. But then, her complexion suddenly changed. The giant Leviathan was directly rushing towards Little Swallow Mountain and not the main peak of Yin Yang Profound Palace. Little Swallow Mountain was only 100 miles away from the main peak of Yin Yang Profound Mountain. By the time that Xing Can had discovered where the giant Leviathan was heading with its speed, it had already paused over the skies of Little Swallow Mountain. With a body that was several dozens of miles long, the giant Leviathan gave off a terrifying energy. This was truly a great sense of oppression. Damn. Xin Can panicked. The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince was acting completely contrary to common sense. Little Swallow Mountain was so chaotic right now. How should she clean up this mess? At this moment, Xing Can saw two black-clothed men jump down from the giant Leviathan. Both of them had a cultivation at the first stage of life destruction. Those are the servants of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. To have first-stage life destruction martial artists as servants, that is truly worthy of a Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. This was what everyone was thinking. It had to be known that within Yin Yang Profound Palace, there were only 10 life destruction powerhouses in total. Because there were so few, a majority of the Yin Yang Profound Palace's elders were substituted by late revolving core martial artists. This was also the reason that the Yin Yang Profound Palace had been mocked by Lon Xian. Xing Can was about to fly up to meet them, but she suddenly stiffened. She could feel that these two black-clothed old men's auras were mixed with a deep and heavy killing intent. Xing Can was shocked. Could this Divine Kingdom Crown Prince have evil intentions in mind? If so, then they were in trouble. But that shouldn't be right. The Yin Yang Profound Palace had been careful about its appearance for the last 1,000 years. Even if they had offended one of the four divine kingdoms somehow, it still shouldn't be to the level where they would become so violent and murderous. As Xing Can was surprised, unsure of what was happening, she suddenly glimpsed the mark of a demon on the two elders' chest. These black demon heads were surrounded by a flame-like pattern. This were these South Sea Demon Region elders. How was this possible? As Xing Can was startled, she saw that Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian's complexions had completely changed. They both drew out their swords, and their violent reactions confirmed Xing Can's guess. These two were without a doubt South Sea Demon Region elders. "Be careful," Mu Yuhuang shouted as she pushed Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun behind her. Could the South Sea Demon Region be attacking? They had just suffered a serious defeat. So why would they recklessly attack Yin Yang Profound Palace? Did Xian Wuji finally leave his seclusion? Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian tightly grasped their swords, their faces pallid. Mu Bingyun was also on full alert. The two South Sea Demon Region elders were extremely fast. They were middle upper first stage life destruction powerhouses that had been stranded there for 100 years now. They dove down like hawks, falling straight behind Lin Ming, not even glancing at Mu Yuhuang's sword. Demon 1 and Demon 2 greets Master. The two South Sea Demon Region elders, one left and one right, bowed to Lin Ming, then extracted their weapons and faced Xing Can. Hearing them call Lin Ming Master, everyone besides Duan Mukun, Lon Xian, and Fengshen were dumbfounded. Even Xing Yang's chin nearly fell down. Mu Qianyu understood how strong Lin Ming was, but she didn't know why these two South Sea Demon Region elders would call him Master. These were first-stage life destruction powerhouses. Within the entire Yin Yang Profound Palace, there were only 10 life destruction martial artists. Even the South Sea Demon Region didn't have that many. Why would they take Lin Ming as their master? What was going on here? Xing Can's eyes widened. her eyelids jumping straight up. The sword in her hand faintly trembled. She was not an idiot. After connecting the dots, she suddenly realized a possibility. You are the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. These words shocked everyone present. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian were dazed for a moment before they snapped out of it. Before now, the sudden changes in events had confused them all. They were only worried about how to manage the situation. But now that they thought about it, besides Lin Ming's age, he really did have many similarities with the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang glanced at each other, disbelief scrawled on their faces. They knew that Lin Ming was a dragon in a pool, but they never thought that the truth would be so exaggerated. They had simply underestimated him far too much. Lin Ming had only left for 2.5 years, but when he returned, his cultivation had reached the revolving core realm. With just his strength, he stole away the giant Leviathan, raised the South Sea Demon region, and was now resisting the Yin-Yang profound palace with the giant Leviathan. Mu Bingyun gave Lin Ming a deep look, and then glanced at her sister before putting away her sword, not sure what to do. I am a Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, Lin Ming asked, slightly puzzled, but soon enough he was able to deduce just why everyone had assumed this. He didn't show much expression. Instead, he sent out some simple orders to the slave seals of the 2 South Sea Demon Region elders. With these 2 elders, in addition to himself, he wouldn't fear Xing, even if they fought. Moreover, he also had Xingyang as his hostage. Lin Ming had originally come to Yin-Yang Profound Palace to reunite with Mu Qianyu and the others. He never knew that Yin-Yang Profound Palace had been trying to subtly swallow up Divine Phoenix Island, and had also forced them into this situation. The giant Leviathan was massive, so he naturally couldn't bring it with him everywhere. When Lin Ming had visited Yin-Yang Profound Palace, he had done so with a friendly mindset. Thus, he didn't bring the giant Leviathan here to intimidate Yin-Yang Profound Palace, only letting it rest in the deep sea. It was only after he met Mu Qianyu and learned about Divine Phoenix Island situation did he issue out an order that night, having the giant Leviathan arrive at the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. This was why he had stalled for time and had taken Xingyang hostage to do so. Xing can grit her teeth, completely unsure of what to do. The sudden changes in events had completely surpassed her every expectation. She thought that everything was in her grasp, and that Lin Ming would never be able to escape her reaches, but now that had suddenly changed, and her Yin-Yang Profound Palace was at an absolute disadvantage. Thinking about this, Xing felt her heart twist with bitter regret. If she had known about all this earlier, she wouldn't have dared to try annexing Divine Phoenix Island. Although the giant Leviathan wasn't extraordinary in single combat, it had a near invincible defense. Under the Divine Sea realm, it was extremely difficult to cause major damage to it. But as long as this beast attacked, it would be able to completely destroy Yin-Yang Profound Palace's great protective array. At this time, underneath Lin Ming's spear, Xingyang felt his heart fading away like a dying fire. He had never thought that the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince that he had been doing everything to form a friendly relationship with was actually Lin Ming. Heavens, were you playing with me? What do you want? Xing asked in a low voice. Under the immense pressure of the giant Leviathan, she had no choice but to capitulate. Lin Ming said, "First, return the vermilion birds. Second, all Yin-Yang Profound Palace disciples that violated the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island will be turned over for punishment. Third, hand over 1/3 of the fire attribute medicines and spirit earth from your medicine garden to help the vermilion birds restore their blood essence." Lin Ming unhurriedly spoke his request. "You want 1/3 of our medicine garden? You think this is a dream or something?" Xing Can's eyes flashed with a cold light, a caustic expression on her face. From Lin Ming's 3 requests, the most she could agree with was the first. For the second, at most, they would punish their disciples in place of Divine Phoenix Island. But The third was absolutely impossible. My conditions will not change. If you don't agree, then I will take them myself. Lin Ming said in a low voice. Ha! Xing Can laughed furiously. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are Divine Kingdom Crown Prince? Very well. It's true that I'm afraid of the giant Leviathan, but don't think that you're invincible just because you have that beast. The giant Leviathan can deal with our Yin Yang profound palace, but it cannot harm me or my husband. Also, do not forget that behind you are 1,000 more Divine Phoenix Island disciples. If you use the giant Leviathan to attack my Yin Yang profound palace, then I will join forces with the South Sea Demon region to annihilate Divine Phoenix Island. I want to see just where in this wide world will you be able to take shelter. Xing Can's aura exploded as she spoke. She was a palace master and also had a strong character. She never liked succumbing to the threats of others, especially threats as excessive and ridiculous as Lin Ming's. She estimated that Lin Ming's weakness was the 1,000 disciples of Divine Phoenix Island. If these people left Yin Yang Profound Palace, there was simply nowhere for them to go. Moreover, it would be extremely easy to attack them. It was impossible for Lin Ming to guard them day in and day out. Lin Ming sneered. I gave you a chance. Since you did not cherish it, then don't blame me. As Lin Ming spoke, the giant Leviathan suddenly opened its massive maw, issuing forth a long and rumbling roar like a thunderstorm spreading over the entire horizon. From the giant Leviathan's mouth, countless tentacles fell down like limitless pythons snaking down from the sky. Xing Can paled. What are you doing? She subconsciously thought that Lin Ming was about to fight. Although her words were tough, the truth was that she was afraid. If she truly did fight with Lin Ming until the bitter end, then that meant both sides would perish. If she completely destroyed Divine Phoenix Island here, then her Yin Yang Profound Palace would also be buried along with them. Once Lin Ming turned crazy, she had no idea how this would end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 1,000 tentacles soared down into the back mountains of Little Swallow Mountain. This was where the disciples of the Divine Phoenix Island lived. Sect Master, please tell the others not to panic. Mu Yuhuang was startled. She faintly guessed just what Lin Ming was planning to do. Before this mess started, Lin Ming had her tell all the disciples to pack up their belongings, obviously to leave Yin Yang Profound Palace. Could it be? Mu Yuhuang didn't question him any further. She immediately lit a sound, transmitting talisman. Quickly, under the direction of Lin Ming's soul force, each of those tentacles would wrap around a Divine Phoenix Island disciple and pulling them into its mouth. There were more than 10 dimensions within the giant Leviathan, each one of these containing a space. Some of these dimensions were extremely large. Combined together, it was more than enough to accommodate 1,000 Divine Phoenix Island disciples. And most importantly, the giant Leviathan was a great beast that could swallow heaven and earth origin energy. A single gulp could suck in all the heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding 100 miles. It could be said that the space within the giant Leviathan was a natural spiritual land. Moreover, the grade was extremely high. It was more than enough for the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island to cultivate with. Chapter 701. Come, let's go and pick them up. Chapter 701. Come, let's go and pick them up. After this fallout with Yin Yang Profound Palace, Lin Ming no longer planned to stay here. Entering the giant Leviathan's body was the safest. Moreover, it could ascend into the heavens or descend into the seas, unassailable wherever it went. Xing Can felt weak in her heart. She could faintly guess what Lin Ming was doing. Once Lin Ming was freed from his constraints, what else could she use to fight him with? In front of the giant Leviathan, their Yin Yang Profound Palace was nothing more than an egg. taking the treasure sword in her hand. Xing Can quietly took a step forwards. I said not to move. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up, and his right hand sank a little bit. The spear point immediately pierced into Xing Yang's neck, resting against his bones, as more blood poured out. Mother, save me. At this time, Xing Yang was miserable and his suffering was beyond compare. His confidence had been completely ruined by Lin Ming. From the very start, he had been suppressed by Lin Ming. Finally, he had lost in strength and deterrent ability and all other aspects. Now, he was nothing more than a chicken in Lin Ming's hands. As long as Lin Ming wanted to, then his life would instantly end. Xing Can's eyes widened as she glared at Lin Ming with hatred. Yet there was nothing she could do. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Ming calmly took away all the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, not even leaving behind any of their possessions. Even Mu Qianyu's cabin was brought along, surrounded with energy before being leisurely sucked up. Moving everything together, including residences, was the most thorough and stable form of migration. Ewer, Sect Master, please head up to... Lin Ming held his spear, speaking without turning back to glance at Mu Yuhuang. As Mu Yuhuang looked at Lin Ming's back, her eyes jumped up. This situation, which she had thought was impossible to recover from, actually had such a bizarre change. Lin Ming obviously had a path to escape this place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to face Yin Yang Profound Palace. Several tentacles shot down and floated atop the ground, the ends flattened. Mu Yuhuang, Mu Bingyun, Duan Mukun, and the rest all calmly stepped onto these tentacles before the tentacles rapidly drew back upwards. After everyone safely left, Lin Ming kicked up Xing Yang and held him up by his robe with his spear, his toes hanging off the ground. Then he flew towards the giant Leviathan. When Xing Can saw this, she was furious. Lin Ming, what are you doing? I let you leave already, so why haven't you released my son? You let me leave? How ridiculous. Lin Ming sneered. I already said before that I gave you the chance to choose. But since you did not cherish that chance, now, I must apologize because I have changed my mind. As Lin Ming spoke, his right hand suddenly arrived at Xing Yang's back, smashing into him. Peng, vibrating true essence galloped into Xing Yang's body, recklessly destroying him from within. Xing Yang vomited a mouthful of blood before flying backwards. This strike of Lin Ming's was a simplified version of the pulse-cutting palm. It wasn't as ruthless or as cruel as the full version. This would at most ruin Xing Yang's road of martial arts. Not to mention, Xing Yang's heart of martial arts was already ruined by Lin Ming. From this point on, his thoughts would never be able to flow freely, and this would hinder the true essence circulation in his meridians and dantian. This knot would be like a stone, continuously hindering Xing Yang's cultivation. This was the so-called heart sickness or heart demon. It could be said that Xing Yang's road of martial arts was basically wasted. In the future, even breaking through to the first stage of life destruction would be questionable, let alone becoming a peerless emperor. This was the effect that Lin Ming desired. Younger. Xing Can's heart blazed with fury. However, in front of the giant Leviathan, she had no choice but to tolerate this insult. She flew up into the air to catch Xing Yang. In the end, Lin Ming didn't kill Xing Yang, nor did he completely waste away his martial arts. The threat he used to compel Xing Can and Yin Yang Profound Palace was the giant Leviathan. As long as the giant Leviathan attacked, then it could raise the entire Yin Yang Profound Palace to the ground in just an incense stick of time. But Lin Ming couldn't guarantee that Xing Can wouldn't turn into the violent incarnation of a crazy mother after Xing Yang died. If a woman went crazy, then anything was possible at that time. If she really decided to abandon Yin Yang Profound Palace and chase him down to kill him, then things would become rather difficult. The giant Leviathan was relatively poor in single combat after all. Although its attacks were powerful, it wasn't flexible enough. It simply couldn't strike a high-leveled life destruction powerhouse. Moreover, Shinken was actually very strong. If she joined forces with her husband, the two of them together could contend with a third-stage life destruction powerhouse. Thus, Lin Ming didn't use the complete pulse-cutting palm, and also allowed Xing Yang to keep his life. As for partly ruining Xing Yang's meridians, there would always be hope that he could be healed. This would be enough to distract them. As long as he didn't touch Xing Can's bottom line, then Xing Can wouldn't succumb to madness and join the South Sea Demon region to attack them. Lin Ming had already flown towards the stomach of the giant Leviathan. Under his deliberate control, Mu Qianyu and Mu Yuhuang hadn't entered the giant Leviathan's dimension yet. "Yuer, Sect Master, can you feel Little Flame and Fireshine's energy?" These were the names of the vermilion birds that were taken away. As Mu Qianyu and Mu Yuhuang's life's vermilion birds, they naturally had a connection to each other. Yes, I can," Mu Qianyu quickly replied. "Come, let's go and pick them up," Lin Ming calmly said. His words carried an indescribable confidence and an absolutely domineering aura. This was not to steal or to take, but to pick up. This was the confidence brought about by absolute power. Hearing Lin Ming say this, Mu Qianyu nearly cried a storm of tears. Ever since Little Flame was taken away, she had berated herself constantly, falling into an abyss of guilt. These past months, she had thought of reuniting with her life's vermilion bird, even in her dreams. But she didn't have the ability to do so. She hadn't even dared to raise this thought for fear that she would place Mu Fengxian in an awkward position. For the interests of the sect, she had to sacrifice her kind and innocent Little Flame. This was like a knife that had twisted itself into Mu Qianyu's heart, making it hard to even sleep at night. But this pain, this guilt, all of these tangled feelings together, with just a simple "come, let's go and pick them up" from Lin Ming, all of it had faded away. Thinking that she would finally be able to see Little Flame again, Mu Qianyu couldn't stop her tears from falling. Thank you so much, Lin Ming. Thank you." Mu Qianyu tightly hugged Lin Ming, repeating herself over and over again. As she clung to his shoulders, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Even Mu Yuhuang's eyes were wet. There was no need to mention her beloved Fireshine, who had accompanied her for hundreds of years. The greatest pressure she felt came from the loss of the Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island, with its 3,000 years of history and inheritance, had suddenly been destroyed in her generation. No matter what the reason was, no matter how powerful her enemies had been, this didn't change the fact that the sect had fallen when she was in charge. If she died, she would not have the face to greet the ancestors of Divine Phoenix Island. This entire time, Mu Yuhuang had withstood the pressure of this great burden. But now, because of Lin Ming, all of this pressure began to dissipate like mere smoke. She was glad that she had received Lin Ming as her disciple. Placing her full support behind Lin Ming was the wisest and greatest decision she had made in her entire life. "Let's go. Between us, there is no need to give thanks." Lin Ming bent down and whispered into Mu Qianyu's ears. Then he held her hand and flew towards the giant Leviathan's fins. Standing on one of the giant Leviathan's wide fins, Lin Ming held onto the white spear with one hand and grasped Mu Qianyu's hand with the other. He ordered the giant Leviathan to fly towards the main peak of Yin Yang Profound Palace. As the incoming winds blew against Lin Ming, it sent his long hair flying in the air, recklessly waving around. His black clothes flapped around. His figure was straight as he proudly held his long spear. Standing atop a massive sea beast dozens of miles long, he surveyed the world underneath him. An inexplicably heroic spirit emanated from him, as if he was saying that at this moment, he was the king of all heaven and earth. At this time, Mu Qianyu was quietly standing behind Lin Ming. As she saw her beloved Lin Ming's handsome face and valiant profile, her heart brimmed with a surge of emotions. She had never felt this satisfied before. She now knew what this feeling was: absolute bliss. Little Swallow Mountain was 100 miles away from Yin Yang Profound Palace's main peak. To the giant Leviathan, this only took a brief moment to cross. At this time, Xing Can was still stationed at Little Swallow Mountain as she helped her son heal his wounds. After having his arm cut off, the sooner it was reattached, the less negative side effects there would be. But Lin Ming's spear had contained the power of a battle spirit. Xing Yang's right hand had been smashed into a mess, and the bones of his hand were nearly completely broken into pieces. Thus, reattaching his hand and fixing it was filled with difficulties. In addition, Lin Ming had struck Xing Yang with a simplified version of the pulse-cutting palm. This tore Xing Yang's meridians to pieces, making it so that healing him was that much more difficult. After Xing Can caught Xing Yang, her every thought was placed on her son's body. She only wanted to help him heal up faster. It was only a good while later before she suddenly discovered that Lin Ming had ridden the giant Leviathan and was flying it towards Yin Yang Profound Palace. Xing Can froze for a moment. Then, she suddenly understood Lin Ming's intentions. Shocked, she quickly lit a sound transmitting talisman. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, there were 7 to 8 black-clothed elders. Their cultivation were all at the mid and late revolving core. They were directly blocking Lin Ming's path. This was their sect, so how could they allow such a massive monster to approach it so closely? They did not recognize the giant Leviathan, but they were absolutely aware that there was nothing they could do to stop such a horrifying fellow. Even though it pained their hearts and made them clench their teeth, they at least had to ask what this other party was approaching for. Behind them, a giant barrier of light rose dozens of miles wide. This was their Yin Yang Profound Palace's great protective array. This fellow martial arts cultivator, why do you come to my Yin Yang Profound Palace? The leader of the black-clothed elders politely asked. This was only because he was absolutely terrified of the giant Leviathan. If it were a common nobody, there was no way he would have been so polite. Just as he spoke, a flame suddenly shined in front of the black-clothed elder. It was a short message from Xing Can. Hurry and open the array. To have her home front destroyed and robbed by others, and now actually having to freely open her doors too, the mortification and vexation Xing Can felt could be imagined. Lin Ming didn't hear the contents of this sound transmitting talisman, nor could he bother with these people. He faintly ordered the giant Leviathan. Blow it up, you dash. With Lin Ming's order, all of the heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding 100 miles was sucked towards the giant Leviathan, like seawater rushing into a massive whirlpool. Because of Yin Yang Profound Palace's spirit vein, the heaven and earth origin energy here was incomparably rich. As soon as the giant Leviathan started sucking up energy, the energy of the land seemed like it was instantly reduced, wilting away. The leading black-clothed elder's complexion completely changed. Wait a second. The palace master has already given the order. We will immediately open the array. The black-clothed elder was able to faintly guess just what this colossal beast was. If it was true, then it could mow down even 100 Yin Yang Profound Palaces. This sort of creature absolutely made one's scalp tingle with fear. Chapter 702, Xingji Arrives. Chapter 702, Xingji Arrives. The youth that stood atop the giant Leviathan didn't have too high a cultivation, but when the black-clothed elder looked at the monster that was beneath his feet, he couldn't conjure the least bit of resistance. Moreover, based on the circumstances, the black-clothed elder highly suspected that this youth in front of him was the divine kingdom crown prince that had been making such an uproar for nearly the entire last month. or at least a subordinate of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Is it that Mu Qianyu and Mu Yuhuang, the black-clothed elder, saw the two red-dressed women beside Lin Ming and gulped? He could feel a strange nagging sensation at the back of his mind. How could Divine Phoenix Island possibly be together with the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince? And from their appearance, they were obviously close to each other. Upon seeing the massive amount of energy condensing within the giant Leviathan's body, the black-clothed elder quickly said, "Great expert, mercy!" Then he quickly turned to the two middle revolving core protectors at his side and roared out, "What are you two doing? Hurry up!" To the giant Leviathan, the Yin-Yang Profound Palace's great protective array was no different from paper. If they opened the array too late, then the entire thing would be completely broken by the giant Leviathan. That would require an unthinkable amount of resources to restore. The two middle revolving core protectors froze for a moment before quickly flying out, shooting forwards like arrows. In a short time, the entire array formation began to tremble. The barrier shield around the Yin-Yang Profound Palace slowly faded away. Standing atop the giant Leviathan, Lin Ming calmly entered within. The black-clothed elder's face was bitter as he saw this. He didn't know what they had done, or when Yin-Yang Profound Palace had managed to offend such an evil star. "Lin Ming, I can feel Little Flame's energy from the southeast section of Yin-Yang Profound Palace," Mu Qianyu said from behind Lin Ming. "Okay." Lin Ming ordered the giant Leviathan to turn. The several dozens of miles long giant Leviathan was nearly able to cover the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Seeing this massive monster block out the heavens, all the martial artists within Yin-Yang Profound Palace stopped what they were doing and looked towards the skies with bewildered expressions. They were shocked, speechless. Just what the hell was that thing? The South Sea Demon region was over 1,000,000 miles away from Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Although the giant Leviathan had become infamous even this far out, the martial artists of Yin-Yang Profound Palace had never seen it before, thus they couldn't recognize it. They all came out of their residences and training areas, flabbergasted as they stared at the massive titan floating in the sky with absolute dismay. The giant Leviathan's terrifying aspect laid in its great size. Its thick and oily skin was more than thousands of feet thick, let alone how tough this skin was. Even ordinary rock that thick would have been difficult to break open. Thus, the giant Leviathan's defense was nearly impenetrable by any martial artist below the Divine Sea realm. As for its striking power, there was no need to elaborate on it. The massive figure didn't even need to use its energy attack. As long as it was allowed to free fall, it would be able to flatten the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace. "It's that building over there." Mu Qianyu rapidly spoke as she pointed at a red tower 30 miles away. She could feel Little Flame's energy coming from over there. In that great hall within that red tower, Little Flame and Fireshine were cowering, their neck and feet locked by red chains. During these past months, the two vermilion birds had constantly suffered from having blood drawn out from them, and now they were weakly crawling on the ground, their large red eyes bleak and filled with utter sadness. The vermilion birds were intelligent creatures. They clearly knew what destiny awaited them. Beside the vermilion birds, two old red-robed alchemists had squat down near the vermilion birds' feet. They used a small silver dagger to cut open the legs of the vermilion birds, allowing the thick red blood to flow out, capturing the blood in small jade bottles. What they took was blood, not blood essence. A vermilion bird had a limited amount of blood essence. Naturally, they couldn't randomly take it, but even if it was blood, taking it every single day still slowly consumed the vermilion bird's vitality and essence energy. However, the two vermilion birds seemed to understand that resistance was meaningless. They let the two red-robed old men draw their blood, lying there motionlessly as if they had already died. In order for the alchemists to use the blood for research, they needed to have vermilion bird blood that was brimming with blood vitality. Thus, Yin Yang Profound Palace had force-fed the vermilion bird's blood poison pills to stimulate their bloodline potential. This sort of blood poison pill would certainly reduce the fires of the vermilion birds' lives, shortening their lifespans even further. Of course, these alchemists never took these effects into consideration. The red-robed alchemists chuckled as fresh blood streamed into the jade bottles. Just when they were about to put away the bottles, the half-dead little flame suddenly shook its head, as if it were shocked by something. The two vermilion birds raised their heads, their bright and innocent eyes filled with a glimmer of hesitant hope and excitement. "What are they doing?" The red-robed alchemist frowned, not understanding the situation. Little Flame suddenly beat its wings as it tried to stand up. As it flapped its wings about, it directly caused the jade bottle of blood in the alchemist's hands to fall down. F***CK. The red-robed alchemist was furious. He took out a thick whip from his waist and struck Little Flame with it. With a loud snapping sound, Little Flame's body fiercely trembled. After several months of torture, the vermilion bird was weakened to the point where it could not withstand such a cruel beating. A blood wound appeared, and several red feathers were whipped off. But Little Flame bit its beak together, not making a single sound. Its eyes were full of wondrous hope as it looked outside of the hall. It could feel Mu Qinyu's energy approaching. This caused Little Flame's breathing to quicken, its big red eyes glowing with tears. At that moment, a voice echoed in its mind. "Don't move. Little Flame, I'll save you." Pa! Another whip slashed against Little Flame's body, opening its skin even more. "Get on the floor. Didn't you hear me?" The red-robed alchemist angrily said. In order to draw out Little Flame's blood, he needed the bird to lie on the ground. However, Little Flame only trembled, but it still struggled to stand with all its energy. It raised its head, waiting to greet its master. Little Flame didn't want to see Mu Qinyu in a distressed state where it seemed half dead. "You stupid bird! Are you dumb or something?" The red-robed alchemist's whip came striking down again. Vermilion birds could understand his words, but even under this constant pain and intimidation, Little Flame simply didn't listen to him. "Lin Ming, please, faster. Little Flame is under attack." Mu Qinyu covered her mouth, tears running down her eyes. She and Little Flame were connected to each other. She could feel everything that was happening to it. Understood. Lin Ming's voice was ice-cold as his eyes filled with rage. 30 miles was only 1/3 of the length of the giant Leviathan. "Lift up that tower," Lin Ming ruthlessly ordered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 thick tentacles shot out towards the red tower. As they approached, a barrier of light appeared around the tower. This was the tower's defensive array formation. Seeing this light, Lin Ming wasn't surprised. He ordered, "Rip it open." Bang! Underneath the forceful impact of 5 tentacles, the defensive array was torn apart and the tower shook. Just as the alchemist was about to strike out with his whip again, he paused. What happened?" He looked up with a dazed expression, and then a horrifying scene occurred. The red tower's roof suddenly split apart. It wasn't just the roof, but the walls, floor, load-bearing beams. Everything was being torn apart. Several large black tentacles crashed inside as the entire tower was torn in half. "What is that?" The 2 red-robed alchemists paled. Their cultivations were at the early revolving core, an extreme Xiantian. Underneath these massive tentacles, they were no different from little rats in front of a giant snake. They had no ability to resist. "Run." The 2 red-robed alchemists reacted fairly fast, but just as they turned to run away, tentacles already ripped through the floor and smashed into them. Ah! Ah! With 2 miserable cries, the two red-robed alchemists' chests were directly crushed flat, all of their organs turning to goo. Against these two people, Lin Ming didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Since he had already killed 8 people here, he didn't mind killing another 2. Little Flame. As soon as the tentacles ripped open the roof, Mu Qianyu was able to see Little Flame's injured appearance. Little Flame's entire body was covered with scars and blood, and the fires of its life were only 1/3 of what they were at its peak. Mu Qianyu felt weak, like someone had twisted a knife in her heart. Without waiting for the tentacles to wrap around Little Flame, Mu Qianyu rushed towards it. She clung to Little Flame's neck, her tears soaking its faded feathers. Squawk, squawk. Little Flame cried out in a soft voice. Its large red eyes were wet, and its body shook as it gently covered Mu Qianyu with its wing. This was how Little Flame expressed its love and joy at seeing Mu Qianyu at last. All of the pent-up emotions that had suddenly come swelling up. Lin Ming and Mu Yuhuang also fell down at this time. As Mu Yuhuang saw Fireshine's appearance, her eyes reddened with tears. However, she was much more composed and restrained than Mu Qianyu was. She walked forwards and gently touched Fireshine's head. "Let's go up. I will settle Little Flame's debt with Yin Yang Profound Palace." As Lin Ming spoke, several tentacles formed a lotus-like throne in front of them. By stepping onto this, they could quickly enter the dimension within the giant Leviathan. "You, Sect Master, please enter into the giant Leviathan's dimension first. I have a matter I must finish first." What do you plan on doing?" Mu Yuhuang asked. "Collect interest from Yin Yang Profound Palace." Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. This caused Mu Yuhuang's eyes to jump up. She wanted to give a few words of advice and tell him not to go too far. But after thinking about it some more, she didn't say anything. For these past years, Lin Ming had always handled affairs accordingly and with absolute confidence. Even if it seemed impossible, he still managed to accomplish it somehow. Thus, there was no need to say anything more. She only told him to be careful of Yin Yang Profound Palace's palace masters, and then stepped into the giant Leviathan's dimension with Mu Qianyu and the 2 vermilion birds. Lin Ming stood on the giant Leviathan's fin and ordered it to fly towards Yin Yang Profound Palace's medicine garden. "Hee, little boy, you want to rob Yin Yang Profound Palace's medicine garden? I like this. Ho ho ha ha." Demon Shine's maliciously playful voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming nodded. In fact, he had an idea. Since the heaven and earth origin energy was so rich within the giant Leviathan, then why didn't he simply build up his own medicine garden within the giant Leviathan? He could raise some spirit plants and spirit grass to pave his way to becoming an alchemist later. As Lin Ming thought of this idea, his eyes suddenly widened. He discovered that several dozen miles away, a streak of light was racing across the horizon at an extremely high speed. Although this light was very far away, Lin Ming could determine that this incoming master was a second-stage life destruction powerhouse. Yin Yang Profound Palace only had 2 second-stage life destruction powerhouses, Xingji and Xingken. Xingken was still at Little Swallow Mountain. Thus, this streak of light that was approaching from the opposite direction could only be the other palace master of Yin Yang Profound Palace, and also Xingyang's father, Xingji. Chapter 703, Xingji, who nearly vomited blood. Chapter 703, Xingji, who nearly vomited blood. Before this, Xingji had left for some errands and had not returned until now. At the time that Xingji returned to Yin Yang Profound Palace, Lin Ming had already directed the giant Leviathan above the skies of Yin Yang Profound Palace's medicine garden. Yin Yang Profound Palace's medicine garden had its own guardians. As these guardians saw the giant Leviathan in the skies, its vast body which caused dark clouds to twist in the heavens. All of them gulped before bracing themselves as they flew up. Just who do you think you are, you, that you dare break into my profound palace's private grounds? A late revolving core elder gathered up the courage to say. Just now he had witnessed the two alchemists in the tower instantly ripped in half by the giant Leviathan's tentacles, dying a cruel and horrible death. If it weren't for Palace Master Xing-Ji catching up right behind them, then he would have probably turned around and fled. Out of my way! Lin Ming commanded. With the support of the giant Leviathan, his voice was like a tsunami that spread out in all directions, echoing between the heavens and the earth. The several revolving core elders were shaken up by this voice and nearly spat out mouthful of blood. This was the disparity of absolute strength. Knowing that they were just eggs waiting to be smashed against a stone, the several elders could only draw back with pale faces. Lin Ming controlled the giant Leviathan and sent out hundreds of tentacles that fluttered about like mystical snakes. His plan was to directly scoop out the medicine garden. Although the origin energy within the giant Leviathan's dimension was rich, it was actually short on soil for medicinal plants to grow in. There were very stringent requirements for soil suited for medicinal plants. It had to be innervated over hundreds or thousands of years with rich origin energy before becoming spiritual earth that was able to grow medicinal plants. Thus, Lin Ming decided the best choice for soil at the moment was Yin Yang Profound Palace's own medicine garden. After digging up Yin Yang Profound Palace's spiritual earth, in addition to the South Sea Demon region's spiritual earth, he could use this to form a medicinal garden within the giant Leviathan. This way, being able to shift it around would also be very convenient. Moreover, as he gathered more and more medicinal herbs, they would be able to naturally emit heaven and earth origin energy. This would cause the spiritual earth of the medicine garden to grow much more rich and potent. Ho ho! Boy, that Xing-Ji is looking at you. Look at his eyes. You can see he's angry. Ha ha! How funny! Demon Shine cackled as he tried to stir things up. At this moment, Xing-Ji was only 7 to 8 miles away from Lin Ming. Doesn't matter. I'll shatter the medicine garden's protection first. Lin Ming completely ignored Xing-Ji and commanded the giant Leviathan to attack. Instantly, dozens of tentacles lashed out like massive whips. Bang! With an explosive sound, tentacles smashed into the medicine garden's protective array, like an egg being struck by a hammer. The protective array instantly burst apart. More and more tentacles appeared, until there were over 200 in total. They completely circled the medicine garden, digging 100 feet into the ground. Then they began to pull it up from the center. Lin Ming planned to use the tentacles to completely dig up the earth and drag away the whole medicine garden. Lin Ming, if you dare to take away my profound palace's medicine garden today, then I swear I will kill off your divine Phoenix Island today. You will regret everything you've done here. Xing-Ji roared, his eyes red with rage. After receiving Xing Qian's sound transmitting talisman, he already understood everything that happened. Until now, Lin Ming had only killed several revolving core protectors of the Yin Yang Profound Palace. This was still a loss he could bear. But now, as the palace master of Yin Yang Profound Palace, if he had to look on helplessly as Lin Ming stole away their entire medicine garden, then his lungs would probably blow up with rage. This wasn't just about losing the medicine garden, but more so a matter of allowing someone to freely beat up his face. If this matter spread out in the future, that Yin Yang Profound Palace, a dignified 5th grade sect, allowed a 20-some-year-old boy to completely take away their medicine garden, then they would become the laughingstock in the entire martial arts world. They would be the greatest joke underneath the heavens. How could he tolerate this? Kill off my divine Phoenix Island? Lin Ming indifferently looked at Palace Master Xing-Ji from within the giant Leviathan's dimension. In my life, my principles have never changed. If someone gives me 1 foot of respect, then I shall give them 10 feet of respect. If someone punches me, then I will stab them with 3 sabers. Whoever dares to harm my friends and family, then I shall annihilate 9 generations of their entire family. Xingji, you can do whatever it is you want, but I can promise you that if you dare, I will henceforth wipe off the entire Yinyang profound palace along with your family from this world. As Li Ming spoke, his voice was as chilling as the 9 nether abyss. No one suspected whether or not Lin Ming would follow up on his words. Not only that, but he had the ability to do so. Xing Ji's voice caught in his throat, and his momentum was suddenly reduced by half. He truly didn't dare to recklessly bet everything against Lin Ming unless he was absolutely sure he could kill Lin Ming here. Otherwise, Lin Ming's future potential was limitless. Completely exterminating Yinyang Profound Palace wouldn't be difficult at all. In fact, he already had that ability right now. Lin Ming, you have gone too far. Gone too far? Humph. Xingji, you know in your heart just how you've treated Divine Phoenix Island these past few months. Even so, I've only wounded Xingyang, but haven't killed him. I gave a chance for your wife to negotiate, but she decided to give up this chance. So don't blame me for taking away your medicine garden, because this is only interest. Taking away the medicine garden was only interest? Hearing Lin Ming's abusive and brazen words, Xingji nearly convulsed in anger. This medicine garden had been built over thousands of years with the accumulated resources of the Yinyang Profound Palace. It was especially rich in fire and water attribute, heavenly treasures. Yet Lin Ming actually called this only interest. If he weren't forced to the end of the line, then he really would want to tear Lin Ming to pieces with his bare hands. But now, with the giant Leviathan right in front of him, he had no choice but to endure this insult. He humbly said, Lin Ming, I apologize for all the wrongs that have been done to Divine Phoenix Island. Give this old man some face and stop things here. For someone like Xingji, who was famous and also honored everywhere, admitting defeat could be said to be a very big concession. But Lin Ming frankly didn't care about this. Give you face? Stupid. Who cares about your face? How much is your face worth? When my Divine Phoenix Island was in a weaker position and was being bullied and suppressed from all directions, when did you give my master any face? Now that you lot have been suppressed by my strength, I have to care about your face and your Yinyang Profound Palace's face? Do you think I'm that cheap? Your face is that valuable. And yet my master's face isn't even worth some broken grass? Lin Ming relentlessly refuted all of Xingji's thoughts, making him incensed with anger. In Xingji's opinion, he had already dropped his dignity as a 5th-grade sect sovereign and had apologized. To him, this was a massive concession, and yet Lin Ming had simply mocked him. Lin Ming also no longer bothered exchanging such nonsensical words. He ordered the giant Leviathan's tentacles that were stabbed into the medicine garden to directly suck up everything, including the spiritual earth. The ground cracked, and soil was constantly sucked into the tentacles. As Xingji saw this, his heart exploded with raging anger. Lin Ming, you could forget about it. Seeing that the medicine garden was being sucked into the giant Leviathan, Xingji felt as if it were his ancestors' graves were being dug up. Lin Ming, this old man will remember this humiliation. Xingji revolved his true essence, and flames combusted all around him. He was thinking of smashing apart the entire profound palace medicine garden with a strike from his palm. Since he couldn't keep this medicine garden here, then he wouldn't let Lin Ming take it either. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to swallow this insult. In the future, once this event spread out, then Yinyang Profound Palace would become a joke of the entire martial arts world. I would rather destroy this medicine garden than let you shame me. Xingji furiously shouted. To be forced to ruin his own medicine garden. Was there anything more tragic than this? However, Xingji soon discovered that, in fact, there was. As Lin Ming saw Xing Ji gather his potential, he had long guessed what this palace master was trying to do. He coldly coughed and said, "Xing Ji, if you dare to destroy your own medicine garden, then I will destroy your yin-yang profound palace. Go ahead and try." You. At this time, Xing Ji nearly vomited blood in anger. His lungs hurt, his liver hurt, his intestines, gallbladder, his entire body hurt. Lin Ming, I hope you have *King die. At this time, he had already gathered his potential, ready to attack. But with just a few words from Lin Ming, he was forced to suppress his true essence, blood rushing to his head. If he weren't angry to the extreme, then as a dignified fifth-grade sex sovereign, he would never have said such rude and uncouth words. Xing Ji was so angry he felt his blood tumbling in his body. Lin Ming had already controlled the tentacles and had safely stored the medicine garden into the giant Leviathan's dimension. Watching his medicine garden disappear just like that, Xing Ji felt his vision go black. He could already envision how several months from now, how the various powers of the Southern Sky Spill continent would discuss yin-yang profound palace. As a noble yin-yang profound palace master, and a master who had lived for over 1,000 years, he had actually been played around by a little hairless boy called Lin Ming. Just how shameful of a matter was this? "Lin Ming, if you have the guts, then come out and fight me in the open." The incomparably angry Xing Ji had no choice but to resort to goading Lin Ming to come out. Also, this was the only method he had to vent to his frustration, reminding himself that there was at least some aspect which he was superior to Lin Ming. How could this crude and low-level taunt actually affect Lin Ming? "Xing Ji, you're an old dog that has lived for over 1,000 years. As for me, my age can't even be considered spare change to yours. Yet you actually dare to challenge me? Well, I can promise you a match, but you'll have to wait till 1 year from now. Though, after a year, would you still have the courage to challenge me?" 1 year. Xing Ji grit his teeth with hate. He was well aware that Lin Ming's strength, as it was now, was able to kill a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse. In fact, Lin Ming might not be much worse than he was right now. With Lin Ming's terrifying speed of growth, let alone 1 year, Xing Ji might not even be his match in half a year. Even his challenge against Lin Ming had been reversed against him. Xing Ji's final bit of dignity was crushed, his face slapped into the ground. His resentment curled in his stomach, as if it wanted to burst out in a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, he noticed another light streaking towards yin-yang profound palace at high speeds. This person was also at the extreme second stage of life destruction. Since this person came from Little Swallow Mountain, it was without a doubt Xing Ji's wife, Xing Can. She naturally knew that her husband had returned and rushed over after helping Xing Yang. If the couple combined their strength, they would be able to display their greatest combat strength. She certainly wanted to come and help her husband. Xing Can's arrival slightly relieved Xing Ji's extremely angry mood. With his wife coming to help him, he felt somewhat reinvigorated. He angrily stared at the giant Leviathan. His flaming eyes seemed as if they could see right through the giant Leviathan and stared straight at Lin Ming. Raging with a burning hate, Xing Ji wished he could rip apart the giant Leviathan's body and devour Lin Ming. At this time, a sudden idea emerged in Xing Ji's mind. Was it really true that no power underneath the divine sea could seriously wound the giant Leviathan? In fact, this rumor had been spread out by Xian Wuji to begin with. As the one who was controlling the giant Leviathan at the time, it wasn't strange for him to boast in an exaggerated manner. As for how truly powerful the giant Leviathan's defensive power was, no one really knew. This was because the giant Leviathan had never battled against a third-stage life destruction master. Thus, no one was able to confirm Xian Wuji's words. Chapter 704. The Terrifying Defense of the Giant Leviathan, Chapter 704. The Terrifying Defense of the Giant Leviathan. Lin Ming took advantage of the time when Xian Wuji was in closed-door seclusion to use the giant Leviathan to sweep across the South Sea Demon region. Besides Xian Wuji, the next strongest martial artist in the area was Xian Yuqie, who had already been grievously wounded. The powerful and almighty South Sea Demon region was in truth just an empty shell. Sweeping away the South Sea Demon region seemed like some astonishing event, but if one thought about it carefully, it was not much at all. Without ascertaining if Xian Wuji's words were true or false, fearing the giant Leviathan to this degree, and allowing Lin Ming to take away their Yin Yang Profound Palace's medicine guard, if Xian Wuji's words were really found out to be lies, then they truly would be laughed at to death. Maybe once the giant Leviathan is attacked by a high-level life destruction martial artist, it would be enough to rip apart its flesh, causing it to die from massive blood loss. Xing Ji's mind raced as he spoke to his wife with a true essence sound transmission. If the husband and wife combo combined their forces, they would be capable of contending with a third-stage life destruction powerhouse. In addition, with the ultimate final move they had created in recent years, the power of their strike would be immense. However, the weakness was that it took a long time to prepare, and it might possibly miss. However, this wasn't a problem with the giant Leviathan. Even if they closed their eyes, they would still be able to randomly aim and strike the beast. And even if attacking the back, forehead, or other places with strong defenses was impossible, then what about the eyes or the mouth? All of these thoughts crossed through Palace Master Xing Ji's mind. The eyes weren't easy to strike, and they also had the protection of eyelids. But the mouth, because the giant Leviathan used its tentacles to attack, its mouth was constantly open. Attacking its throat through the mouth was definitely the best method of all. As Xing Ji thought of this, a fire lit in his heart. If he wasn't bullied to the extreme by Lin Ming today, then he would never have thought of taking such a great risk. Husband, let's attack together with everything we have. Yang has been wounded all over. It will take at least 1 to 2 years of hard work and effort to recover. If I don't attack, then I'll never be able to deal with this. As Xingkan spoke, true essence revolved within her body. A current of icy blue water suddenly emerged out of thin air, wrapping around her. She wished that she could rip Lin Ming apart. Seeing Xingkan preparing to attack, Xing Ji clenched his teeth and ignited his body with raging flames. Haha, Lin Ming! Those 2 baby mice seem to be very unhappy with you. Demon Shine happily gloated. That's right, such a noble 5th-grade sect was actually slapped and beat around by others. If they didn't even try to retaliate, they'd never be able to live this lying down. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up as he glanced over at Xingken and Xing Ji as they combined their forces. The couple's reputation was truly well-deserved. If he had to face the strike alone, then there really would have been no way for him to defend against it. Water and fire intersected. If they attacked together, then the striking power behind their technique might double. Lin Ming didn't stop the 2 from attacking. In fact, he wanted to know to just what degree did the giant Leviathan's defenses matched up to. Who the hell cares if it's doubled or tripled? No matter how sharp a needle is, there's no way you can stab a whale to death. Let them do whatever. Demon Shine smirked with disdain. Outside of the dimension, Xing Ji and Xing Kan had already been preparing their attack for several breaths of time. Finally, they began, as Lin Ming expected. Once the 2 polar opposite energies mixed together, the power it produced was several times that of normal. A red energy and blue energy fused together, turning into a brilliant meteor that soared towards the giant Leviathan's mouth. They want to attack the giant Leviathan's throat through its mouth. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He thought about ordering the tentacles to stop this attack when Demon Shine's loud giggles suddenly sounded out in his mind. 2 top-grade idiots. The giant leviathan is also called the great swallowing beast. By just swallowing once, it can suck up all of the seawater in an area. If it opens its mouth, it can even suck in an entire city. This isn't just some casual boast. This is because its mouth is simply a portal of space and time. It can transfer anything it swallows to another dimension. They want to attack the giant leviathan's mouth. Even an early divine sea powerhouse would find such an attack to be useless. Hearing Demon Shine's words, Lin Ming also stopped worrying. He let the attack continue freely. Puff! With a whistling sound, Xing Ji and Xing Ken's brilliant comet of energy shot into the giant leviathan's pitch-black maw. Although there was a terrifying energy within it compared to the giant leviathan's massive mouth, it could only be described as tiny. The comet of energy rushed into the giant leviathan's throat without being stopped. Xing Ken and Xing Ji's eyes brightened. They had done it. They were originally afraid that the tentacles would stop their attack, but they never imagined that the tentacles would respond so slowly, allowing their attack to succeed. The couple was immediately overjoyed. Although the surface of this giant beast had a strong defense, its insides must still be weak. Since their attack went inside without a problem, they waited to see what sort of destruction their mighty attack had caused to the giant leviathan. However, 1 breath, 3 breaths, 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time passed, the giant leviathan didn't even have the slightest reaction. Xing Ji's happy expression froze on his face. The couple's attack was like rain falling into the sea. It disappeared without a trace. Xing Ji swallowed a mouthful of bitterness. He had thought that their combined attack might be unable to severely wound the giant leviathan, but he ever expected the disparity to be so great. Was the giant leviathan's throat some sort of invulnerable fortress? The couple looked at each other, each seeing a deep sense of powerlessness and fear reflected in the other's eyes. How about it? Are you too using this method to express how unhappy you are? Lin Ming's voice sounded out from within the giant leviathan, echoing in all directions, loud and clear like a thunderclap. Xing Ji and Xing Ken's words were caught in their throats. They didn't dare to say anything in return. A man must always repay his debts. Since you attacked me once, then I will attack you once. Lin Ming didn't plan on completely annihilating Yin Yang Profound Palace. For such a large 5th-grade sect, it was simply impossible to cleanly destroy it. He didn't want drifting dregs to bother him later. Moreover, they didn't have any deep hatreds between them to begin with, at least not enough for Lin Ming to completely demolish their sect and kill off all their families. As Lin Ming's voice fell, all of the surrounding energy rose up like a surging tide towards the giant leviathan, rapidly concentrating at its forehead. Husband, be careful, Xing Ken said, as she bit down on her teeth. Today, the couple had to recognize that they had really stepped in *T. I'm all right. Xing Ji didn't fear the giant leviathan's energy attack. Not only did it take an extremely long time to prepare, but it was also inflexible. Dodging it would be easy. However, he quickly discovered that he had been mistaken all along. After Lin Ming gathered up a massive amount of energy, the direction he aimed at was the great temple of the Yin Yang Profound Palace. This was the core of the Yin Yang Profound Palace, not to mention the various resources and wealth held there, but it was also a landmark of their Yin Yang Profound Palace. Once it was destroyed, it would shake the minds of their people, giving yet another reason for everyone to laugh at their Yin Yang Profound Palace. To have a 20-year-old junior remove their entire medicine garden right in front of the 2 palace masters, as well as destroy their Yin Yang Great Temple, just how would Yin Yang Profound Palace show their faces in front of others in the future? This attack is only 70% of the giant leviathan's strength. If you try your hardest and give it your all, then perhaps you might be able to block it. As soon as Lin Ming spoke, his mind stirred, and the space around the giant Leviathan's forehead began to distort. Countless dots of shining lights endlessly gathered into a circle. The terrifying energy fluctuations made one tremble with terror. "Lin Ming, you remember me?" Xingji's eyes turned blood red. He would have been able to easily dodge this attack, but now he had been forced to withstand it. Today was absolutely the most bitter day of his life. Bang! Energy completely erupted from the giant Leviathan, turning into a 100-foot beam of blazing crimson light. It was like a red flood dragon that shot towards the Yin-Yang Great Temple. Xingji and Xing, Can's expressions completely changed. Both of them attacked together, a red and blue beam of energies firing into the blazing crimson beam. True essence collided, setting off a terrifying storm and a violent shockwave. Xingji and Xing felt as if their chests were being forcefully pressed down before they were tossed out like leaves in a storm. They weren't seriously injured, but they had been caught up in that massive storm of true essence. Unable to keep their balance, true essence chaotically collided in their chests, making the two of them nearly cough up blood. The density of energy within the giant Leviathan's attack wasn't high, but the total amount of energy was truly scary. They had finally failed to completely block the giant Leviathan's attack. The remaining 1/3 of the energy smashed into the Yin-Yang Great Temple, directly sending its dome flying off. Seeing the Yin-Yang Great Temple crack apart in front of them, they could only watch helplessly as they recalled the absolute difference in strength between them and the giant Leviathan. It was like Xingji's teeth had been knocked out, and he could only swallow them. There was no way he could voice his hatred and grievance. As long as Lin Ming had the giant Leviathan, there was simply no way they could provoke him. And in another year or so, once Lin Ming grew further, they wouldn't even be able to deal with just him anymore. Thinking about this, Xingji simply cut off all thoughts of opposing Lin Ming ever again. Within the great and broad dimensions of the giant Leviathan, the heaven and earth origin energy was incomparably rich. Lin Ming stood here, watching as several dozen tentacles passed into this dimension, slowly laying down the medicine garden into a long stretch of land. With the help of the memories from the realm of the god's alchemist, Lin Ming was able to quickly recognize around 99% of these medicinal herbs. There were quite a few treasures here. Even if Lin Ming had very high standards, he was still very satisfied with several of the fire tribute medicinal herbs. Yin-Yang Profound Palace's accumulated treasure for these past few thousand years is quite good. It's not much worse off than the South Sea Demon region's medicine garden. Lin Ming took out the demon heart flower and the 10,000-year corpse grass from his spatial ring and planted it into this new medicine garden. After several more years, this medicine garden would form a self-sufficient cycling system of origin energy. Once the medicine garden stabilized further, he could even plant down the seeds from the profound gold divine fruit, as well as any future heavenly materials he found. All of this could be planted in this medicine garden. This would form a positive feedback loop that would allow the quality of this medicine garden to become increasingly high. This would form a solid foundation for when Lin Ming decided to embark on the path of being an alchemist in the future. Lin Ming randomly plucked some fire attribute medicinal herbs that had matured, and then quietly stepped through a space barrier. In the next moment, he stepped into another dimension where the divine Phoenix Island disciples were gathered. Within the giant Leviathan's body, the dimensions were self-contained spaces. The largest of these dimensions was around 10 miles in diameter. In addition to the other dimensions, this was more than enough to house the more than 1,000 disciples of Divine Phoenix Island without being crowded. Brother Lin, Junior Apprentice Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly appear, the over 1,000 Divine Phoenix Island disciples all appeared excited and overjoyed. Before this, Mu Fengxian and Mu Bingyun had already informed them of what had happened. After hearing that Lin Ming was the legendary Divine Kingdom Crown Prince and that by just his strength alone he had completely decimated the South Sea Demon region, the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island felt as if they were living in a dream. In particular, those disciples that had some contact with Lin Ming before thought this was an even more bizarre and wonderful fantasy. These past months, they had become accustomed to living like displaced refugees on the edge of death. But now, everything had changed. They could faintly feel that the time to counterattack the South Sea Demon region had finally arrived. Chapter 705, Returning Home. Chapter 705, Returning Home. Lin Ming quickly glanced over at everyone. Although a large majority of the Divine Phoenix Island's disciples had died in battle, those that lived were mostly the best of the elites. With these forces, it wouldn't take too many years for Divine Phoenix Island to restore itself to its former glory. With Lin Ming supporting them, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to become a fifth-grade sect. Lin Ming, Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, HM? Ha ha! A raucous laugh sounded out. Lin Ming turned around to see that the one crazily laughing was Zhang, the first friend Lin Ming had made after entering Divine Phoenix Island. Zhang, seeing so many familiar faces, Lin Ming's heart was filled with a nostalgic emotion. He walked forwards and patted Zhang's shoulder. There's also senior apprentice brother Dingshan, senior apprentice sister Xiaoqing, senior master Qingyi. Lin Ming called out a series of names. Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing were the chief disciples of the generation right after Mu Qinyu. They had attended revered Master Tianguang's birthday festival with Lin Ming, and their performance had been quite adequate. As for Mu Qingyi, she was the Blue Wan faction elder that had often looked after Lin Ming and helped him in the demon god Imperial Palace. To meet with familiar people after a period of separation was peculiar, even though it had only been 2 to 3 years after being separated by a great catastrophe. It was like they had been worlds apart, leaving a sense of infinite sadness and wistfulness. Lin Ming spoke with these old friends and seniors, catching up with various matters. Then he walked by to Mu Qinyu and the other side, passing her a bunch of fire-tribute medicinal herbs. This is for Little Flame and Fireshine. It should be enough to help them recover some of the essence energy they had lost. Mu Qinyu took the herbs, her eyes wet. Little Flame was a very smart and intelligent creature. It was well aware of cause and effect, and just what had happened and why. Still, Little Flame never blamed Mu Qinyu a single bit. This caused her to feel even guiltier. Lin Ming laid down a sound, isolating enchantment, and then took out a square jade box from his spatial ring. He opened it, revealing the crystal-clear black-colored beads that were inside. There were ones as large as a fist, and some as small as a pigeon egg. As Mu Yuhuang, Mu Fengxian, and the others saw this jade box filled with black beads, their hearts skipped a beat. They could feel an incomparably pure and tyrannical power emanating from these beads. Compared to it, any sort of top-grade true essence stone was nothing but absolute garbage. In fact, they could even feel faint fluctuations of life from these black beads. It was as if these black beads each contained the remnant soul of a peerless powerhouse. Lin Ming, what is this? Mu Yuhuang found it hard to remain calm. The value of these treasures had completely surpassed her scope of understanding. Sect Master, these are demon god bones. After a powerhouse dies, if the leftover energy field doesn't disperse, it will condense into an energy crystal after tens or hundreds of thousands of years. The demon god bone can be used to increase one's cultivation. The ones with slighter, weaker energy fluctuations are human step demon god bones. They can be used for mid and late revolving core powerhouses to increase their cultivation. As for the ones with stronger energy fluctuations, those are earth step demon god bones. They can be used for a life-destruction powerhouse to step into the divine sea. As Lin Ming spoke these words, Mu Yu Huang and the others were frightened silly. A heavenly treasure that could be used for a life-destruction powerhouse to attack the divine sea bottleneck. This was truly priceless. One could tell, just from looking at the costs the various great powers had expended to compete for the Nirvana Dragon root. But from the fluctuations of energy from this box of demon god bones that Lin Ming had opened, their value was probably above even that of 2 complete Nirvana Dragon roots. This was obvious. After all, the Nirvana Dragon root was a medicinal herb bred within the ruins of a 6th grade sect. As for the demon god bones, these were formed in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the mystical and strange eternal demon abyss. Compared to the eternal demon abyss, the ancient ruins of the demon god imperial palace were simply insignificant. Mu Yu Huang had no doubt that if any of the powers within the entire southern sky spill continent were to know of these demon god bones, then that would start a massive and bloody war of terrifying proportions. Perhaps even holy lands would partake in this struggle. Lin Ming, are you giving these to us? What about you? Mu Yu Huang didn't ask where Lin Ming had gotten these demon god bones. She only felt that perhaps it was a bit wasted on them. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Sect Master, in truth, I have even better ones. Demon god bones couldn't be used without restriction or end. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to instability in one's foundation. If Lin Ming had to use one, he would naturally use the best. As for those ordinary human step and earth step demon god bones, these were best used by Mu Qinyu and the others. You have even better ones. After Mu Yu Huang, Mu Fengxian, and the others heard these words, they were simply speechless. They had no idea what to say to express their feelings at this time. The items within this jade box were already the most precious, heavenly treasures that they had seen in their lives. But listening to Lin Ming's words, it seemed they weren't of any use to him. Just what sort of lucky chance had Lin Ming encountered? Without a doubt, the greater a lucky chance was, the greater the corresponding dangers. In order to obtain these treasures, just what sort of wild and crazy situations did Lin Ming go through? Mu Yu Huang and the others were simply unable to imagine this. The vast ocean allowed fish to swim, and the endless skies allowed birds to fly. Whatever future boundary Lin Ming could reach, that was already beyond any guesses they could make. Lin Ming passed out the demon god bones. Mu Qinyu, Mu Bingyun, and Mu Yu Huang received demon god bones, appropriate to their cultivation and potential. As for Mu Fengxian, because of her old age, she mainly would use these for supplementing the fires of her life and extending her lifespan. Thus, she received a human step demon god bone. Thank you. After Mu Bingyun received a demon god bone, she looked deeply at Lin Ming. She had never imagined that she too would receive one. Lin Ming, thank you for saving Little Blue, and thank you for everything you've done for Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Bingyun said with a true essence sound transmission. Little Blue was Mu Bingyun's life's blue one. If it weren't for Lin Ming arriving, then Little Blue would have ended up in the same situation as Little Flame and also captured by Yin Yang Profound Palace. For this, she was especially grateful to Lin Ming. 3 days later, in a normal and modest mortal country of the 5-element region in a small and remote town. On this day, a pair of strange visitors came to this small town. A handsome youth wearing blue robes stepped in, accompanied by a beautiful, red-dressed woman. To the common people of this mortal town, these 2 people looked like they had jumped out of a fairy tale book. This young man and young woman were Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu. It's here, Mu Qinyu said in a gentle tone. And Lin Ming looked at an ordinary small restaurant in front of him, the red lacquered pillars, the latticed wooden windows, the tilted roof, all of it revealed a familiar flavor. Looking up, there was a black sign hung at the top. On it was written a few words, Lin Family Restaurant. At this moment, Lin Ming felt his mind shake. He was inexplicably held in place, his mind flying back to 5 years ago when he still lived at Green Mulberry City. In Green Mulberry City, he had passed his childhood years in such a restaurant. Blue stones, simmering tea, the tapping of an abacus, friendly guests, nodding waiters, aged wine. Lin Ming finally didn't say anything. He quietly walked into the restaurant, whereupon he saw a little girl with braided hair bouncing at the entrance. She wore a comfortable and well-crafted red jacket, and there was a stick of sugar-coated candy in her hands. Her eyes were wide as she curiously looked at Lin Ming. Perhaps because she had grown up in this small restaurant and was used to guests, this little girl was not shy. She bit down on her sugared candy while she stared with blinking eyes at Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu. Although she didn't know who Lin Ming was, Mu Qinyu seemed to be a tad familiar to her, although she couldn't recall just where she had seen her. At this time, perhaps because of a deep, throbbing connection at the depths of his bloodline, Lin Ming recognized this 3 to 4-year-old little girl. This child was his sister, that little pigeon Lin Xiaoga. Then, Lin Ming saw a beautiful woman in her early 20s gently holding onto the hands of a middle-aged woman as they slowly walked down from the second floor. Behind them was a middle-aged man wearing a hat. In his hand was a shiny new abacus and book, as if he was ready to take count of today's sales. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes became wet with emotion. Father, mother, and Qin Xingxuan. For some reason, a strong melancholic pain surged in his heart. Those that walked the path of martial arts were doomed to loneliness. No one would be able to keep up with his footsteps. Parents, family, friends, lovers, the stronger he became, the greater the distance between them. Lin Ming felt an inexplicable pain resonate in his heart. He knelt down, his knees hitting the floor. Father, mother, your child has returned. After Lin Ming returned home, the Lin Family Restaurant closed down. These days, Lin Ming lived in a room his parents had specially prepared for him, enjoying rare days of quiet tranquility. Lin Ming's parents and Lin Ming himself were excellent chefs. Even Qin Xingxuan had learned a great deal about cooking after following Lin Ming's parents these days. Only Mu Qinyu didn't know anything. This caused her a great deal of embarrassment. She also only understood some of the common mortal customs. With her special relationship with Lin Ming, if she didn't help prepare food, and only allowed Lin Ming and his parents to do it, then that would be extremely rude. After quickly learning some cooking techniques from Lin Ming, with Mu Qinyu's intelligence, she was quickly able to prepare delicious meals. During the first 1 to 2 days, because Lin Ming's parents were from a normal mortal background, they were somewhat cautious of Mu Qinyu. After they slowly became familiarized with each other, they naturally relaxed, and the harmony between everyone grew much more relaxed and happy. In the days that Lin Ming wasn't here, his parents had already recognized Qin Xingxuan as their daughter-in-law. To Lin Ming's parents, Qin Xingxuan was already his wife. At this time, within Qin Xingxuan's room, Lin Ming took out a jade box. Xingxuan, this is for you. Qin Xingxuan's cultivation was at the Hotian realm. After absorbing 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence, her bloodline talent even surpassed that of Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoqing. In addition, she had practiced the vermilion bird, forbidden divine chronicle, and the true primal chaos formula these past years, and her foundations were remarkably solid. Although her talent was not yet at the saint level, she had already faintly surpassed geniuses like the Sunfire Princess and Zhang Yunjian. Within the jade box, there were all sorts of heavenly treasures ranging from low to high level. There were even demon god bones. As long as Qin Xingxuan used them step by step, she would be able to break through to Xiantian by 22 to 23 years of age, and then revolving core by 30 years of age. She would basically reach the level of Mu Qinyu. However, Looking at all these valuable and precious heavenly treasures, Qin Xingxuan didn't smile or seem happy at all. Instead, she only lowered her head. Lin Ming was unsure just what she was thinking. Chapter 706, Reaching Black Hole Revolving Core. Chapter 706, Reaching Black Hole Revolving Core. Xingxuan, what is it? Nothing's wrong. Qin Xingxuan quickly shook her head, but this action of hers seemed as if she hoped to hide something. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He wanted to say something, but he eventually didn't. Qin Xingxuan carefully took the jade box and placed it in her spatial ring. With these treasures, in addition to her current talent, it wouldn't be any problem at all for her to reach life destruction in the future. Lin Ming said, Xingxuan, it's getting late. I'll return to my room first. All right. Qin Xingxuan nodded and then escorted Lin Ming out. A night passed without words. The next morning, Lin Ming took his parents' little sister, along with Qin Xingxuan, and Mu Qinyu to return to the giant Leviathan's dimension. The 90-mile-long giant Leviathan flew high in the sky, soaring towards the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming's plan was to go to the South Sea Demon region and dig up their medicine garden. The last time he went there, he had simply plundered away all the medicinal herbs, but he hadn't taken away the spiritual earth. Lin Ming intended to go back and finish the job. After the South Sea Demon region had suffered such a catastrophe, they had already learned from their mistakes. They created a formation of surrounding scouts, and when Lin Ming reached the 5,000-mile border of the South Sea Demon region, the scouts discovered him and relayed the news. When Xian Yuqie received this true essence sound transmission, her face turned green with hate. She never thought that just after half a month, Lin Ming would ride the giant Leviathan back here and attack the South Sea Demon region again. If this could be tolerated, what else could be too? Bang! The chair Xian Yuqie was sitting on burst into pieces from her anger. She was so mad that she could feel her stomach twisting into queasy knots. But this time, besides escaping, there was nothing else she could do. Grinding her shiny teeth together, Xian Yuqie calmly issued out an order. All South Sea Demon region martial artists heed my orders. Cease all training and immediately leave the 3 Demon region islands and gather at the Abyssal Islands 1,600 miles away. The elder in charge of relaying orders was stunned. He was about to ask what had happened when Xian Yuqie angrily shouted out, "What are you doing? Hurry up!" The elder quickly relayed the orders, frightened. After the only person left over was Xian Yuqie, she felt nauseous from the anger raging in her heart. Lin Ming, you have gone too far. You and I are irreconcilable enemies. By the time Lin Ming arrived at the South Sea Demon region, all of the martial artists had already left. This surprised Lin Ming somewhat. He slowly ordered the giant Leviathan to fly towards the South Sea Demon region's medicine garden and discovered that there weren't many medicinal herbs left over. It seemed that almost everything had already been carried off by the South Sea Demon region martial artists in their hasty retreat. Lin Ming faintly smiled, not caring much. He didn't come for those trash herbs to begin with. What he came for was the spiritual earth here. The South Sea Demon region's medicine garden was already larger than the one in Yin Profound Palace. It was a full 2 square miles. Lin Ming sent out 400 to 500 tentacles, digging out the entire garden by the roots, and then took away as much as the giant Leviathan could. 1,600 miles away on a deserted island, Xian Yuqie was watching all of this take place through the phantom shadows of an array disk. Her lungs nearly exploded with rage on the spot. Before she left, she had everyone pack up all their belongings and everything else valuable. It was only the medicine garden's spiritual earth that she hadn't thought to bring away, as it was impossible to do so to begin with. Now, even that was looted by Lin Ming. He was simply a locust. Wherever he went, everything was destroyed. Her full milky white breasts fiercely heaved up and down. Xian Yuqie roared out, "Lin Ming, I hope you F asterisk king die." Lin Ming commanded the giant Leviathan to head tens of thousands of miles deep into the South Sea. There, the great beast began to slowly submerge downwards. The giant Leviathan was a saint beast of the vast sea to begin with. It could dive hundreds of thousands of feet deep. At such a depth, the water pressure was terrifying. Even if it were a first-stage life destruction powerhouse, they would be greatly weakened if they had to fight in such an environment. However, the giant Leviathan was able to regulate the pressure within and outside of its body, freely moving in the deep sea. At this time, in the dimension between the giant Leviathan's eyes, Lin Ming was sitting there, his eyes shut. In front of him were two high-grade Earth Step Demon God Bones. "Boy, are you planning to make a breakthrough in your boundary?" Demon Shine's voice asked in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming had broken into Revolving Core when he had first entered the Eternal Demon Abyss. Now over half a year had already passed. In the ancient tomb of the goddess in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, Lin Ming had closed up and trained there for 1 month. He had reached the large success of the early Revolving Core realm. Afterwards, he had formed his 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, and his cultivation had reached the peak of early Revolving Core. Now, with the support of these high-grade Earth Step Demon God Bones, it wouldn't be any problem for him to break through to the middle Revolving Core realm. Thus Demon Shine had asked this question. However, Lin Ming actually shook his head and said, "No, I plan on forming a black hole Revolving Core first, then I will consider making a breakthrough. Every day I don't form a black hole Revolving Core will be another day that I don't make a breakthrough." The so-called black hole Revolving Core was when one's foundation reached the pinnacle. All of the true essence pellets and other energies within the Dantian would completely condense onto the crystal core without anything escaping. This would form the most perfect Revolving Core. This sort of Revolving Core was like a black hole. There was only entry, and the attraction force was also much greater. For a martial artist that reached black hole Revolving Core, not only was the total true essence in their Dantian far greater than normal, but the speed they absorbed heaven and earth origin energy was that much faster than other martial artists. There was simply no comparison between the two. Ha! Well said. If your foundation is not solid, then it will become easy to encounter bottlenecks in your future cultivation. The most important thing to you is not making a breakthrough, but building up your foundation. I estimate that Xian Wuji still has several months before he can leave his seclusion. That should be enough for you to reach black hole Revolving Core. Demon Shine said with appreciation. These past years, although Demon Shine was not able to help too much in the material world, he was still able to guide and direct Lin Ming so that he had to take fewer detours in his roads of martial arts. Lin Ming sat down cross-legged and took out a high-grade Earth Step Demon God Bone. Then he began to absorb the incomparably pure energy contained within. With the support of this energy, the scattered true essence crystals that freely floated in the gaseous energy around the Revolving Core began to slowly condense together, falling onto the surface of the Revolving Core. This was an extremely arduous and time-consuming process. This was because the true essence crystal pellets were like stars in the sky. Not only that, but once these crystal pellets fell onto the Revolving Core's surface, they could also fall off again, forcing Lin Ming to redo the process. In order to overcome these difficulties, he had to continuously reinforce the compression process. And in order to do all this, it required a massive amount of time and energy. If he didn't have these high-grade Earth Step Demon God Bones supporting him, then Lin Ming might have needed 1 to 2 years before he was successful. Thus, no matter how much of a monstrous talent one was, it was impossible to continue without the support of resources. One would only waste their potential before completely vanishing. Training was a boring and lonesome process. Day after day passed. Because Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial intent state, he was able to rid himself of outside distractions and completely concentrate his thoughts on consolidating his foundation. Because he had taken some fasting pills before this, Lin Ming didn't even need to eat or drink. In fact, he didn't even need to move. 10 days, 1 month, 2 months, Lin Ming seemed to have turned into a statue. If it weren't for the fact that there was no dust in the giant Leviathan's dimension, he would have already become covered with a thick layer of it. Finally, after 2.5 months, the last several true essence crystals, underneath the energy compression of the demon god bone, cleanly settled onto the revolving core. In that instant, there was a sudden change. That revolving core that was uniformly spinning suddenly seemed as if it couldn't withstand its own attractive force, and it began emitting crackling ka sounds. Lin Ming's revolving core had begun to break. However, this breakage was not merely the appearance of cracks, but rather the entire crystal core collapsing. In the moment that the revolving core began to collapse, Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough and his body shook. He felt as if his heart had been grasped by a demonic claw and was being squeezed to a pulp because he had lost control of all the energy within his body. It furiously and violently raced through his meridians as if it wanted to break out. His hands, feet, muscles, everything seemed as if it would explode. In that instant, Lin Ming even thought he would die here. Lin Ming, don't worry. This is because your revolving core broke apart and temporarily lost its function. Once it reforms, you will be able to control your energy again. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. After a martial artist reached the Hotian realm, true essence would fully fuse into their body. But the area where true essence gathered and condensed, the Dantian, would become a martial artist's greatest weakness. Once the Dantian broke apart, then a martial artist would immediately die. Lin Ming was now almost in this situation. Soon, Lin Ming couldn't even breathe. His heart stopped beating and all the blood froze in him. Lin Ming was distressed to the extreme. However, he couldn't even form a painful expression because he had lost control of the muscles in his face. This state continued for a full 10 breaths of time. When his perception began to fade away, the shattered revolving core in his body suddenly burst out with a blazing black light. From its original walnut size, it shrunk to the size of a quail egg. The speed it was spinning increased by several times, and it turned from a dark gray to an absolute black, without even the least bit of shine. After the new revolving core formed, the lost control flushed back into Lin Ming like a surging tide. The true essence within his meridians started circulating again, and his blood flow returned to normal. His entire body trembled, and he fell to the floor, panting and breathing in great gulps of air. That feeling just now was really the same as dying. Boy, you've really done it this time. When the Demon Emperor was still on this planet, even he hadn't reached this level. Demon Shine's tone was somewhat sour. He couldn't help but be a bit jealous of Lin Ming's talent and ridiculously solid foundation. In the future, Lin Ming's achievements would truly be limitless. Lin Ming sat on the ground for a while as he caught his breath. As he examined his Dantian, he found the new revolving core there. It was pitch black without a single bit of sheen to it, as if it were a portal that led to another time and space. A revolving core was similar to a star. If the total mass was the same and the radius was smaller, then the gravitational force would be comparatively stronger. At this time, Lin Ming's revolving core was now able to attract surrounding heaven and earth origin energy several times faster than before. Lin Ming could faintly feel the origin energy within the giant Leviathan constantly gathering around him. Even if Lin Ming didn't take the initiative to absorb it, this energy would still be swallowed up by the black hole revolving core, quietly settling on the surface and becoming a part of his cultivation. This is the self-cultivation of the black hole revolving core. Lin Ming was shocked when a martial artist formed a black hole revolving core because of its greater ability to attract energy. It could automatically train itself. In just this aspect alone, it completely left all other ordinary revolving core martial artists in the dust. Chapter 707, Xian Wuji leaves seclusion. Chapter 707, Xian Wuji leaves seclusion. Lin Ming took a deep breath, overjoyed. Not only was the black hole revolving core able to autonomously cultivate, but it could also absorb heaven and earth origin energy at a pace far surpassing an ordinary revolving core martial artist. This alone would increase his endurance and recovery to another level. In addition, a black hole revolving core martial artist had a true essence several times thicker than normal. In front of a black hole revolving core martial artist, an ordinary person would not even have the chance to resist. After reaching black hole revolving core, Lin Ming still wasn't satisfied. He took out 2 more demon god bones and prepared himself to break through to the middle revolving core stage. Currently, Lin Ming had been stranded at the early revolving core realm for nearly an entire year. His foundation was already stable enough. He just needed to seclude himself again and attack the middle revolving core in order to succeed towards the next step. But while Lin Ming was in closed-door seclusion 300 miles north of the South Sea Demon region, a sudden loud noise exploded from the depths of the sea, causing all the surrounding waters to tremble. A faint rumbling sound lingered in the air like an endless thunderclap. Pung! The seawater exploded, and a blue geyser directly impacted into the heavens. In this terrifying spout of water, a black-robed, middle-aged man floated inside, his eyes seeming to sizzle with jet-black flames. This person was Xian Wuji. Even though he had risked his life to make a breakthrough, with great difficulty to the 4th stage of life destruction, Xian Wuji's breakthrough wasn't perfect. After shattering his revolving core, there were many defects that existed after reforming it. These energy flaws would possibly be his mortal weakness when breaking through to the 5th stage of life destruction in the future. And a considerable part of this was all thanks to Lin Ming, because Lin Ming had recklessly rampaged through the South Sea Demon region. It had affected his calm heart. Crossing life destruction had always been extremely risky. Just the tiniest change in one's heart and mindset could create catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, Xian Wuji had been prepared. If Lin Ming had angered him in a critical moment, then he might have even died. Still, just these energy flaws in his revolving core would probably take 100 years just to stabilize. How could he not be furious about this? Combined with the fact that Lin Ming had razed and pillaged the South Sea Demon region, Xian Wuji wished he could rip apart Lin Ming with his bare hands. Xian Wuji raised his hand and immediately sent out a sound transmitting talisman. A moment later, Xian Yuqia's reply returning. She was both happy and afraid that Xian Wuji had come out of seclusion. She was happy that the South Sea Demon region finally had its supporting pillar revealed. She feared, though, that Xian Wuji would not be happy with her performance these days. She had lost the giant Leviathan and allowed Lin Ming to completely bully the sect to near oblivion. She feared that Xian Wuji would blame her for all this. Xian Yuqia completely listed out what Lin Ming had done these past several months without missing a single matter. After Xian Wuji listened to this, he viciously grinned. You transferred all that garbage from Divine Phoenix Island into the giant Leviathan and then hid deep in the South Sea? Do you think that just because you are hiding in the giant Leviathan, you have absolute safety? Do you think that I can't find you in the deep sea? Xian Wuji suddenly gripped his fists, his knuckles crackling. Lin Ming, I will have you pay for everything you've done. Whoosh! A black ray of light cut through the skies. Xian Wuji flew at full speed, not towards the South Sea Demon region, but towards the deep sea waters. After flying for a moment, he then shot into the sea. What Xian Wuji was looking for were the various clans of the deep sea. When the South Sea War started, Xian Wuji had obtained a great deal of help from the deep sea clans. In truth, he didn't even need them to deal with Divine Phoenix Island in order to conquer the South Sea, but he became allies with them in order to deal with those other powers of the Southern Sky Spill continent, such as Great Zen Temple. However, he never imagined that he would actually have to borrow their power to face Lin Ming. Another half-month passed. Lin Ming had remained in seclusion for over 4 months now, and his 21st birthday had quietly passed. Half of the second high grade, Earth Step Demon Godbone, was already absorbed by Lin Ming. The energy within his Dantian constantly concentrated into his revolving core, and he became increasingly close to breaking through to the middle revolving core realm. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt the stone bed underneath him shake, the entire dimension trembling. What's going on? Lin Ming was startled. Demon Shine's voice instantly resounded in his mind. Xian Wuji is outside. Looks like he's brought a great number of helpers. It's quite lively outside. Lin Ming frowned. This Xian Wuji couldn't have come earlier or later, but had chosen instead to come at this exact time. If he gave up his breakthrough here, he would have wasted all his efforts of this past month. Bang! The giant Leviathan shook. Lin Ming's expression changed. How could Xian Wuji's attack be this strong? Demon Shine said, Xian Wuji figured out some defensive weaknesses of the giant Leviathan from the Demon Emperor's letter. He's not as stupid as the Xing couple trying to attack the giant Leviathan's mouth. Now, Xian Wuji is attacking an area a mile down from the giant Leviathan's mouth where there are a pair of gray spots. These are the giant Leviathan's auditory and perception organs, and are also used in maintaining balance. They are very sensitive. You can classify them as the giant Leviathan's ears. Once this area is attacked, then the giant Leviathan will shake. As Demon Shine spoke, his thoughts stirred, and a screen appeared in front of Lin Ming. On this screen were 7 humanoid forms. The one in the lead was Xian Wuji. He wore a dark gray robe, and he had a strangely shaped black horn in his hands. This horn seemed as if it were crafted from some deep sea beast. Near Xian Wuji, Lin Ming could also make out the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch he had seen at the Demon God Imperial Palace, as well as Shen Yuqie and the Silver-Masked Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign. These 4 weren't surprising, but what drew Lin Ming's attention were 3 other monkey-like creatures that stood near Xian Wuji. They were as tall as giant demons, and their entire body was covered with golden fur. They had deep blue eyes that emitted a faint light. What surprised Lin Ming was that within these 3 monkey creatures, one of them had a cultivation at the 3rd stage of life destruction, and the other 2 were at the 2nd stage of life destruction. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. If he weren't wrong, then these monkey-like creatures were turquoise-eyed apes, one of the various deep-sea clans. The endless sea around the Sky Spill continent was vast and limitless. The races of the deep sea surpassed the Sky Spill continent in both variety and quantity. They also had their emperor-level powerhouses, perhaps in even greater numbers than the Sky Spill continent. However, the deep-sea clans were not adapted to living on land. Thus, they were able to safely coexist in peace. It was unknown just why they chose to join forces with Xian Wuji at this time. So he has various deep-sea clans helping him. No wonder Xian Wuji can find me in the incomparably vast sea. With the countless marine life in the deep-sea clans helping to search, it would be easy to find a creature that is several dozen miles long. This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind when the giant Leviathan shook again. Although the giant Leviathan had amazing defensive power, it still wasn't able to withstand a barrage of attacks from so many people attacking its weaknesses. At the ears of the giant Leviathan, rivers of blood streamed out. already dyeing the entire sea around it a vivid red. Demonshine, won't the giant Leviathan retaliate unless it's being controlled by someone? Demonshine said, Of course. This big fellow is a bit slow, but it won't just sit here and allow itself to be attacked. But did you see that black horn in Xianwuji's hand? That device can be used to control the giant Leviathan's movements. When Xianwuji had captured the giant Leviathan in the demon god Imperial Palace, he had also relied on this black horn to do so. As long as it is blown, the giant Leviathan will remain motionless. As Demonshine spoke, Lin Ming recalled the black horn in Xianwuji's hands. So, it seemed that the horn was used to command the giant Leviathan. Lin Ming, I have a way to leave a soul mark in the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea and control it for a brief period. But this will consume a massive amount of soul force. Not just that, but the giant Leviathan is only good at destroying sex and engaging in large-scale battles. It does not excel at fighting high-stage life destruction powerhouses, especially in small numbers. If I control it in battle, then there still isn't anything I can do against Xianwuji. I know. Lin Ming's mind raced. When he had used the giant Leviathan to face the Xing couple, he had an ultimate advantage because he was able to use the entire Yin Yang Profound Palace as a hostage. But the giant Leviathan wasn't able to deal with Xing couple by itself. It was only when Lin Ming threatened to raise the entire Yin Yang Profound Palace and massacre all of their disciples that the couple restrained from doing anything. However, Xianwuji's South Sea Demon region had already been ruined by Lin Ming. He no longer feared such a deed. Even if Xianwuji constantly attacked the giant Leviathan, there wasn't anything that Lin Ming could do. The giant Leviathan's attacks were too inflexible and singular in their means. Not just that, but they also took a long time to set up. It simply wouldn't be able to strike Xianwuji. Will fight and retreat towards the deep sea at the same time. If we can go deep enough, then Xianwuji's combat strength will be greatly affected by the pressure there. Lin Mind could only tolerate this threat. While the giant Leviathan had its strengths, it also had its weaknesses. I fear it won't be as easy as you think it is. The deep sea clans are experts at fighting deep sea battles. They might have shared some secret skills with Xianwuji and Xianyuqie to withstand the deep sea pressure. Today, since we're going to suffer regardless, we may as well counterattack first. As Demonshine spoke, he drew out of Lin Ming's spiritual sea, turning into a little pug. In the next moment, he drilled through a space barrier and vanished without trace. After another half an incense stick of time, the giant Leviathan finally began moving. Over 1,000 tentacles shot out, counterattacking Xianwuji and the others. However, these were all second-stage life destruction powerhouses, or stronger. How could they possibly fear these tentacles? They simply drew back farther. As for Xianwuji and that third-stage life destruction turquoise-eyed ape, they were able to avoid the attack of the tentacles while constantly sending out beams of energy, not stopping their attacks on the giant Leviathan's weak points. Although a steel needle couldn't kill a whale, attacking a whale's eyes and ears over and over again would cause no small amount of damage. Not to mention, Xianwuji's attacks were at a much higher level than a steel needle. They could at least be classified as a dagger. The force of his techniques were several times more powerful than the Xing couple's combined attack. These damn brats. Demonshine angrily huffed out. He controlled the giant Leviathan and retreated deep into the South Sea. Xianwuji and the others closely followed like annoying flies. At this time, within the giant Leviathan's dimension, Mu Qianyu and the others also realized what was happening outside. They discovered that Xianwuji had come out of seclusion and was chasing them down to kill them. The disciples of Divine Phoenix Island became somewhat nervous, especially when the giant Leviathan trembled every once in a while. This caused their hearts to jump into their throats, an uneasy feeling pooling in their stomachs. Could the giant Leviathan really withstand the fourth stage life destruction Xianwuji? Chapter 708, Breaking Through to Middle Revolving Core. Chapter 708, Breaking Through to Middle Revolving Core. A barrel-thick beam of black light tore through the seawater, turning into a devilish black spear that thrust straight towards the giant Leviathan's auditory organs. This was one of Xianwuji's fatal finishing blows. Once this move had left his hands, all of the surrounding seawater instantly heated up to the temperature of magma. However, under the immense deep-sea pressure, it didn't actually vaporize, but instead roiled and churned around. The black spear surged with a massive spiral of utterly hot water as it smashed toward the giant Leviathan's ears. Demon Shine's heart tightened. Perhaps the giant Leviathan really wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. The giant Leviathan's auditory organs were similar to a normal person's eardrums. No matter how powerful its defenses were, these eardrums were still a great weakness. With a stir of his thoughts, Demon Shine no longer sent the giant Leviathan to attack. Instead, he made it gather most of its tentacles to cover and protect its ears. Bang! The black spear smashed into the thick meat wall formed by hundreds of tentacles. Most of the outer tentacles were cut straight off, blood pouring into the waters. However, Xianwuji's attack had also been offset. He would no longer be able to harm the giant Leviathan's weak point a second time. Several torn-off tentacles wasn't much to the giant Leviathan. Once Demon Shine discovered how effective this move was, he simply completely gave up on counterattacking and manipulated all the tentacles to cover up the giant Leviathan's ears as he plunged straight into the deep sea. The giant Leviathan had a streamlined and smooth body. It could maintain an extremely high speed in the sea. This brat! Xianwuji's expression became dark and gloomy. He had never thought that even with the interference of the giant Leviathan horn, Lin Ming would still be able to so calmly command the giant Leviathan so that his attacks became much less effective. By using that one attack, Xianwuji had consumed a great deal of energy. He swallowed a pill and coldly ordered, "Follow it." The group of 7 chased after the giant Leviathan all the way down. Along the way, all 7 of them constantly attacked the giant Leviathan. Xianwuji had a very profound grasp of the giant Leviathan's weaknesses. Although they wouldn't be able to do a massive amount of damage at once, they could still create numerous small wounds all over its body. The giant Leviathan dripped with blood. Wherever it went, it would leave behind a river of blood, dyeing the entire sea red. Beside Xianwuji, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch stretched out its tongue to taste the bloody waters. He chuckled and said, "Elder Xian, it won't be long. Several days at most until the giant Leviathan drops dead from exhaustion. Remember that we agreed that the giant Leviathan's heart and spine will be left to my turquoise-eyed ape clan. Elder Xian, make sure you don't forget." Xianwuji coldly coughed and said, "This old man will naturally keep his promises." As soon as he spoke, he lifted his hand again and sent out a black beam of light, attacking an old wound on the giant Leviathan's body and making it expand even more. "These damn brats!" Demon Shine spat out. He wished that he could tear apart that damn Xianwuji and his little buddies. It was true that the giant Leviathan was known as being invincible under the divine sea, but that didn't mean this big fellow could just sit down and allow anyone to attack it, especially since Xianwuji's attacks were all specifically aimed at the giant Leviathan's weak points. With a group of these brats attacking the giant Leviathan, it had already lost a great deal of blood. There weren't any visible effects yet, but if this continued for another 1 to 2 days, then it would certainly have an effect on the giant Leviathan. If this continued, then death by blood loss was possible. Bang! The giant Leviathan's dimension shook again. Xian Wuji and the others had combined forces to attack the balance, maintaining the giant leviathan's ventral fins. The giant leviathan's ventral fins were only 200 to 300 feet thick and not too wide. If Xian Wuji and the others attacked together, then it truly was possible to slowly cut off a ventral fin. Seeing that the ventral fin was injured, Demon Shine's heart burned with a blazing fury. However, he couldn't think of any solutions to this. This was just like an elephant being chased by a horde of blood-sucking mosquitoes. It was impossible to effectively counterattack. This went on for another 10 to 12 hours. The giant leviathan was losing more and more blood, and the right rear ventral fin was already half cut off. It was greatly affecting the giant leviathan's speed in the water. But at this moment, a gigantic canyon appeared in front of the giant leviathan. It was a deep-sea trench. The deep-sea trenches of the South Sea could reach 500,000 to 600,000 feet, or even 700,000 to 800,000 feet deep. This was several hundred miles. At this depth, the water pressure would reach an unimaginably terrifying degree. Even if it were the giant leviathan or the various deep-sea clans, they couldn't stay submerged forever. As for Xian Wuji, he was a land-dwelling human. Even with the support of the deep-sea clan's secret skills, there was still a limit to how deep he could go. It was somewhat less than that of the giant leviathan and the various deep-sea clans. Now, let's see who could dive deeper. Demon Shine grit his teeth and commanded the giant leviathan to plunge directly downwards. Even if he couldn't throw off Xian Wuji, the area of this deep-sea trench was narrow enough. It wouldn't be easy to avoid the giant leviathan's tentacles here. The depth rapidly increased. 220,000 feet, 230,000 feet, 250,000 feet. The giant leviathan constantly swallowed the high-pressure seawater, filling its blood and muscles and balancing out the enormous pressure of the deep sea. As for the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, because they were in a separate dimension, they weren't affected by this pressure at all. After reaching a depth of 260,000 feet, Xian Yuqie and the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign were the first ones who were unable to withstand going any further. The thick, protective shields of energy they formed around their bodies had begun to emit crackling noises. Obviously, they had reached their limits. Even with the deep-sea clan's water-repelling pearl, they couldn't go any further downward. "You two return first," Xian Wuji tersely ordered. Yes, Xian Yuqie and the Eastern Faction's sovereign immediately stopped. If they went any further than that, the barrier they had made to protect themselves could instantly shatter. At that point, they would be crumpled to death by the extraordinary sea pressure without a chance to react. As life-destruction masters, if they were to die here because of sea pressure, it would truly be laughable. This went on. 290,000 feet. 300,000 feet. Right now, they were already 200 miles deep underwater. The Black Flood Dragon Clan Patriarch and the 2-second stage life destruction turquoise-eyed apes couldn't bear the pressure and turned to go back. 330,000 feet. At this time, Demon Shine could feel the giant leviathan's entire body shaking. Even as a great beast of the deep sea, there was a limit to its ability of pressure self-adjustments. These damn brats are really insistent. Demon Shine looked at the scene outside of the giant leviathan and began cursing wildly. Indeed, to him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years already, characters like Xian Wuji were simply little bumbling babies. 350,000 feet. At this depth, there were already several million Gene of pressure on every square foot. Xian Wuji grimaced, finally stopping. Even with the secret techniques of the turquoise-eyed ape clan, he was also approaching his limit. Right now, 90% of his energy was already being used to resist the immense pressure of the deep sea. He simply couldn't attack. Even the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch wasn't much better off. If they fought here, then they would consume a massive amount of energy. If they even used just a few moves, it would nearly deplete their energy reserves. At that time, even returning to the surface alive would pose a problem. They can count their lucky stars. Let's return to the 100,000 feet sea depth first. Xian Wuji left behind a monitoring soul mark on the giant Leviathan's body before turning around and swimming back up. The turquoise-eyed ape patriarch had long had the intention of returning. He immediately stopped diving and swam back up, seeing those two annoying and disgusting brats leave. Demon Shine finally sighed in relief. 350,000 feet was near the limit of what the giant Leviathan could withstand. Although the giant Leviathan's body was incomparably tough, it also had a much greater surface area. Thus, it naturally had to withstand a much greater amount of pressure. At this depth, the giant Leviathan had to rapidly consume energy. Even though it absorbed heaven and earth origin energy at an extraordinary rate, it still only managed to barely maintain itself. We've been trapped in this trench by those dirty bastards. Demon Shine was exceedingly morose, having noticed Xian Wuji's perception lock on the giant Leviathan's body. As soon as the giant Leviathan moved or decided to surface, then Xian Wuji would organize another attack. Moreover, as time passed, Xian Wuji might even find more helpers to come. After the previous battle, the giant Leviathan was covered with hundreds of small and large wounds. The damage to the right ventral fin was the most serious. It had been attacked by Xian Wuji's focused barrage of attacks for several hours, and it had nearly been ripped off. It would take at least a month to recover. But under the pressure of this deep-sea trench, it was simply impossible for the giant Leviathan to conjure up the excess energy to regenerate the wound. This was a horrible situation. At that moment, Demon Shine suddenly felt a series of vibrations in another dimension. The origin energy there stirred, rapidly running out. Demon Shine was startled. He immediately shot through a space barrier and appeared in the dimension where Lin Ming was. In this dimension, the heaven and earth origin energy had formed a massive vortex of energy, which was funneling into Lin Ming. Good young boy, you've finally broken through to the middle revolving core realm. Demon Shine had thought that Lin Ming would need another week or so. He had never imagined that Lin Ming would make the breakthrough today. Controlling the giant Leviathan, Demon Shine sent all the heaven and earth origin energy from the other dimensions into this one so that Lin Ming could absorb it. After half an incense stick of time passed, Lin Ming had sucked all of the heaven and earth origin energy into his dantian. The revolving core in Lin Ming's dantian more than doubled. And then a scene similar to when he had broken through to black whole revolving core occurred. Within his dantian, the crystal revolving core first shattered, then began to collapse. After several breaths' time, it condensed into a much smaller form, and its spinning speed became much faster than before. The crystal core seemed to form a perfect ball, darker than ink. The true essence contained within was several times the previous amount. This was the middle revolving core realm. Because he had formed a black hole revolving core, Lin Ming's entire true essence was incomparable to that of a normal revolving core martial artist. On the road of martial arts, the revolving core was a particularly special boundary. It was divided into two great stages, both of them considered separate from each other, yet linked. The first was the ordinary revolving core realm, and the second was the life destruction realm. Normally, when a revolving core martial artist reached late revolving core, the next step after that would be to pass the stages of life destruction. This was the same for the extreme revolving core. A life destruction martial artist still had the revolving core in their dantian. In other words, Lin Ming was merely two boundaries away from reaching life destruction. Lin Ming, Xian Wuji's perception has already locked onto the giant Leviathan. He is keeping guard at a depth of 100,000 feet in the sea. As long as the giant Leviathan moves, he will be able to sense it. He wants to lock us in here until we give up or die. What do you want to do now? After being forced into such a miserable situation, Demonshine was crestfallen. In these depths, the giant Leviathan wouldn't be able to support itself for too long. 3 to 5 months was manageable, but after a year or two passed, the giant Leviathan would die of exhaustion. As for Lin Ming, although he had broken through to the middle revolving core, it was still impossible for him to currently contend with the 4th stage life destruction master, Xian Wuji. Lin Ming thought for a moment, then his eyes flashed with a chilling light. Go up for a bit. Since they want to stay here, then they have to pay the price. Chapter 709, Opening the 8 Inner Hidden Gates Again. Chapter 709, Opening the 8 Inner Hidden Gates Again. Demonshine controlled the giant Leviathan and rose from 350,000 feet to 30,000 feet. At this depth, the water pressure was still terrifying. Xian Wuji was standing guard at the seabed 100,000 feet deep. If the giant Leviathan rose again, then they would most likely meet Xian Wuji's attacks. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing? Demonshine asked. Although Lin Ming's strength had suddenly shot up, he was still far from being able to compare to Xian Wuji. Facing Xian Wuji head on was no different from walking into the jaws of death. Lin Ming said, they can guard here as much as they want. I'll go to their headquarters and see just how long they can stay. If they don't go back, then they can watch as their entire lair is destroyed and everyone killed. Lin Ming had already formed his black hole revolving core and broken through to the middle revolving core realm. His strength had risen to yet another level. He estimated that with his current abilities, he should just barely be able to defeat a 2nd stage life destruction martial artist. But as for his true combat strength, he would need to fight with a 2nd stage life destruction martial artist to find out. Just from this, ruining their headquarters yet again wouldn't be too difficult. Massacre their headquarters? Demonshine's eyes brightened. Ha! I like. Boy, your tastes suit this saint perfectly. Don't worry. With this saint managing this giant Leviathan, it shouldn't be difficult to stay here for half a year. Let go of your limits and destroy everything around you. I can't wait to see just what expression those damn brats will have. Ha ha! The more Lin Ming thought about it, the happier he was with this idea. This would place those bastards in a dilemma. If they continued to stay here and guard this area, then Lin Ming would ruin their entire headquarters. But if they left, then he could calmly order the giant Leviathan to return to sea level and restore itself to its best condition. This was truly a good move. Lin Ming said, "Don't worry, I'm going to temper my body first." As he spoke, he took out a gold fruit from his spatial ring. This was the profound gold divine fruit. The profound gold divine fruit was similar to a mushroom of the mortal world, but while a mushroom grew atop old wood, this profound gold divine fruit had grown atop a demon god bone. It was known that a millennium-old Lingji that grew from old wood was considered a wondrous medicine. Then, having absorbed the essence of the demon god bone, the value of the profound gold divine fruit could be imagined. When Lin Ming had gone into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone within the eternal demon abyss, he had encountered 4 corpse devils. The corpse devils had bodies as durable as a heaven-step treasure. This had made it so Duan Mukun's and the others' attacks couldn't even scratch them. If it weren't for Lin Ming's battle spirit, which he was able to pour into the purple comet spear and substantially increase his striking power, then even he wouldn't have been able to do anything to those 4 corpse devils. When Lin Ming had chased a corpse devil back to its den, he had gone into that tomb and discovered the secrets within. The reason they had such a terrifying defense was all because of this profound gold divine fruit. The profound gold divine fruit was an extreme yang, an extreme light attribute body transformation treasure. With those 4 corpse devils' cultivations, they naturally couldn't swallow it. but they absorbed the root of the profound gold divine fruit. When the profound gold divine fruit grew, it would absorb the essence within the root of the demon god bone. Thus, the energy within the root was naturally much weaker. The four corpse devils were just about able to absorb this with their cultivation. Lin Ming, you want to swallow this? Demon Shine was startled. The profound gold divine fruit could be classified as a lingji grown using a demon god bone as nourishment. The inherent energy within was extraordinary. Demon Shine wasn't absolutely sure that Lin Ming would be able to withstand its effects. Not just that, but a profound gold divine fruit was a top-grade material of materials. If it was directly eaten, then the effects would be quite lacking in comparison. Lin Ming, don't you intend on becoming a top alchemist in the future and refining this profound gold divine fruit? If you do, then the effects will be several times better. Lin Ming shook his head, saying, if I become a top alchemist, I fear it will take several years to do so. At that time, I'll already have new lucky chances. It's not worth it to save this profound gold divine fruit and waste my own potential. For me, there is no heavenly treasure that is as valuable as time. Hee, well said, boy. You really don't need to care about something like a mere profound gold divine fruit. This is a top-grade body transformation medicine. After eating it, it will greatly enhance your body's defensive powers. Perhaps you might even become as durable as a top Earth step treasure or a heaven step treasure. A human's body couldn't be compared to a corpse devil's. Even having the durability of a top Earth step treasure was freakish. At this time, Lin Ming was not just tempering his body and increasing his defensive power, but he was also trying to take advantage of this opportunity to open the second of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Limit. At this time, a long time had already passed since Lin Ming opened the Gate of Healing. His body transformation foundation had become very solid since then. With a quality body transformation medicine like this profound gold divine fruit, then it shouldn't be too difficult to break through to the Gate of Limit. Black hole revolving core, middle revolving core realm, and the Gate of Limit open too. Just what degree will my combat strength reach? Lin Ming clenched his fists together, a thick fighting spirit rising inside him. He was thoroughly anticipating fighting a second-stage life destruction powerhouse. In fact, he even wanted to go out right now and test out his abilities, taking the profound gold divine fruit in hand. Lin Ming could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within. There was no need to mention eating it. Just smelling its rich fragrance made him feel refreshed, as if all the cells in his body were being revitalized. Lin Ming no longer hesitated. He swallowed the profound gold divine fruit down his throat. As soon as it entered his mouth, it turned into a surge of heat that melted into his body. After several quiet breaths of time, the energy began to boil up like hot water, recklessly entering into Lin Ming's blood vessels, running rampant everywhere. Lin Ming's blood vessels and body had already been tempered many times. It was as tough as a treasure. Even so, with such a terrifying influx of energy rushing into his body, it was still a bit difficult to withstand. This sort of situation was well within Lin Ming's expectations. All this time, Lin Ming had undergone similar scenarios many times. He bore the deep pain and calmly revolved the true primal chaos formula, manipulating the energy of the profound gold divine fruit such that it smashed into the Gate of Limit at his spine. The spine was also called the dragon bone. It was central axis and main pillar of the human body. It supported all other bones, including the head, chest, abdomen, and all limbs. Everything depended on their connection to the spine. When a person used any strength, this first had to pass through the spine. The spine was like a bow. The more taut a bow, the tougher it was. The more flexible a spine was, the stronger a person was. However, the truth was that a martial artist's spine often became one of their weaknesses. This was because the spinal nerves were also located within the spine. The body of nerves was extremely complex and fragile. If these nerves were struck and cut off, then a martial artist would in essence become a cripple unless they had cultivated to an ever-living boundary. Otherwise, even with top heavenly treasures, it would still be difficult to restore the contorted spinal nerves. These characteristics of the spine made it so it was difficult to train it. A martial artist could train their muscles, organs, and bones, but it was difficult to train the nerves and marrow. Lin Ming had completed to perfection marrow tempering and had also completed an initial tempering of his spinal cord. This was enough to fight those at revolving core and below, but when facing those at the life destruction realm and higher, it was still lacking. Within the 8 inner hidden gates, the gate of limit was used to train the supplementation of marrow. The gate of limit gathered energy to enhance the defensive strength of the spine. Then, taking the spine as the center, it would guide a martial artist's entire body, allowing their strength to multiply several-fold. Besides strength, a martial artist's explosive force, bearing capacity, balance, and defensive power would all significantly increase. Pa, pa, pa. Lin Ming's back cracked and crackled. An invisible stream of origin energy rapidly twisted around Lin Ming's body, forming small storms. During this fierce collision of energy, Lin Ming's clothing was not able to withstand the impact and quietly disintegrated into dust, revealing his solid and fit back like that of a graceful leopard. At this time, the skin and muscles of Lin Ming's back had become a strange, translucent, jade-like color. Lin Ming's entire spine was highlighted through this. The vertebra and the blood vessels were clearly visible, and every single nerve could be made out. Starting at the bottom, from the base of the spine, a bright surge of crimson light crawled up. This bloody light gathered together, forming a bean-sized pearl of blood. This was where the gate of limit was located. Lin Ming was now heavily sweating. His breath was labored, and many of his meridians and blood vessels had burst apart, unable to withstand the tyrannical pressure and energy that ran recklessly through him. But he was completely unaware of this. He grit his teeth, gathering all the energy in his body and thrusting it towards where the energy of the profound gold divine fruit was, ramming both energies into the gate of limit. Failure occurred again and again. Sweat streamed down Lin Ming like rain. 2 hours, 4 hours. Slowly, Lin Ming's sweat began to mix with rivulets of blood. If it weren't for the strong regenerative powers of the Gate of Healing, then there would have simply been no way he could have supported himself for such a long time. Even so, his face became incomparably pallid, and his lips were deep purple. Because of the severe pain and twitching in his hands, the stone bed beneath his hands had been crushed to bits. Even Demonshine was alarmed by this terrifying scene. Lin Ming was someone who cultivated with body and energy. At only a young 21 years of age, he had swallowed a profound gold divine fruit, constantly pushing the limits of his body. This resulted in him frequently having to bear enormous pain in the name of progress. Another 2 hours passed. Lin Ming's lips were torn from his biting, and both his eyes were bloodshot. Break for me. Bang. In that instant, all of the energy and blood vitality within Lin Ming's body rushed into that spot at the base of his spine. Then it was like something exploded there. Following that, blood shot out from that spinal area, blasting out hundreds of feet away like a crimson arrow. After this blood shot out from him, Lin Ming collapsed. He fell onto the broken stone bed, covered with sweat, without even an ounce of strength left. On his back, that strange jade-like sheen slowly disappeared, and his skin became solid again, his muscles going back into hiding. After breaking through the gate of limit, he had used up too much strength. Lin Ming, I have to say I'm quite jealous of you, and yet, strangely, I want you to succeed. You've reached the middle revolving core at only 21 years of age, and you've also opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates. Even the demon emperor of the past is far inferior to you." Lin Ming didn't even have the strength to answer. He was only able to crawl up and sit straight. His arms trembled as he took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it, meditating afterwards. Meanwhile, the revolving core in Lin Ming's dantian crazily sucked in heaven and earth origin energy, helping to restore Lin Ming's physical strength. 2 hours later, Lin Ming opened his eyes. Those dark eyes seemed to contain all the thunder of heaven and earth, making those who saw them tremble with fear. "Let's go." Lin Ming stood up. His vision was like a keen sword as it shined with an icy killing intent. Chapter 7:10. The Death God Comes at Night. Chapter 7:10. The Death God Comes at Night. 300,000 feet down. There was such poor visibility that it wasn't even possible to see one's own hands. Lin Ming quietly left the giant Leviathan, sneaking into the vast and endless sea. A massive wave of pressure enveloped Lin Ming, but with his abnormal defensive ability comparable to a treasure, bearing such water pressure wasn't too difficult at all. Xian Wuji had left a soul mark on the giant Leviathan, but it was only to track its movements. As long as Lin Ming was careful, it wouldn't be too difficult to evade Xian Wuji's perception. Lin Ming swam 100 miles down the trench before turning upwards. As he restrained his energy, he quickly rushed towards the surface. After reaching the surface in a single go, Lin Ming flew close to sea level, straight towards the South Sea Demon region. After being raided twice by Lin Ming and the giant Leviathan, the South Sea Demon region was entirely under total martial law. There was a massive scout line in the 5,000-mile radius from the South Sea Demon region. Once the giant Leviathan's approach was discovered, this news would quickly be reported to the main island. Thus, it was no longer possible for Lin Ming to control the giant Leviathan and create another massacre in the South Sea Demon region. As he flew along, Lin Ming discovered energies from 3 different layers of scouts. However, with their extreme Xiantian cultivation, it was simply impossible for them to detect Lin Ming. Lin Ming easily bypassed these scouts. In just 2 days of time, he arrived at the South Sea Demon region sect. Night had fallen. During this dark night, a chilling wind blew across the lands. It was an excellent time for assassinations. Several months had already passed since the last time that Lin Ming had come to the South Sea Demon region and razed the place to the ground. Many of the ruined buildings had already been rebuilt. It was only missing the medicine garden, great protective array, training arrays, and other such structures that would require between 3 to 5 months to rebuild. In order to rebuild these structures, one needed to invest a massive amount of manpower and all sorts of resources. As Lin Ming saw the South Sea Demon region that had mostly been rebuilt, his lips curved into a cruel smile. Once Xian Wuji was the only elder remaining in the South Sea Demon region, just what sort of expression would he have? Completely bundling himself up, Lin Ming was like a bat in the night. He quietly snuck into the buildings of the South Sea Demon region. The night wind breezed past him. Lin Ming could taste the flavor of these demon islands mixing with the sea air. This sort of flavor tasted faintly like blood. The dim moon was completely hidden behind the clouds, making the sky seem even darker. Lin Ming walked on a dark path, hearing the rustling sounds of insects wherever he passed. After stealthily walking for a half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming came upon movements. He could hear the low and deep moans of a woman, her tender sighs rapidly rising. Lin Ming's mind stirred, and he stopped where he was. The South Sea Demon region was a sect of obscenity. It was different from the killing path that the demon emperor had taken. The demon region disciples needed to have sex every day with various women, using them to increase their cultivation. Some of the women who lived at the South Sea Demon region were forced, and some were completely willing to be used as cultivation tools. They were no different than those girls who tried to enter the Acacia faction. After all, it was still joining a great sect. If they could curry some favor with a male disciple and obtain some resources that would save them many years of hard work and effort. Lin Ming placed his back to the window and extended his perception into the room. On baby pink sheets, he could see a round and buxom, veiled woman sitting atop a man, wantonly twisting around. As for that man, he was reaching out his disgusting hands and stroking her body. The man's cultivation was at the Xiantian realm, but the woman was only at the early pulse condensation realm. Most female martial artists didn't have much martial talent. They only wished to break through to the pulse condensation realm so that they could enjoy several dozen more years of youth. They never had much ambition to walk the road of martial arts to begin with. Lin Ming stretched out his finger, and a wisp of dark green light appeared in the origin energy flow above his finger. Seeing this origin energy flow, Lin Ming was startled. His battle spirit had grown these past months. For a martial artist, the earlier they formed their battle spirit, the greater its potential for growth in the future would be. As a martial artist trained and made breakthroughs, their battle spirit would slowly grow with them. Every breakthrough meant that the battle spirit would also grow. When Lin Ming first broke through to Revolving Core with the support of the Blood Demon Bone, he had fully formed his bronze-level battle spirit. Now, having broken through to the middle Revolving Core realm, once more, Lin Ming's battle spirit had already passed from the bronze-level elementary stage to that of small success. Every level of battle spirit was divided into 4 stages: elementary, small success, large success, and perfection. Still, in the Sky Spill continent, even an Emperor-level powerhouse would only reach a bronze-level battle spirit. My battle spirit is near small success of the bronze level. If I can reach life destruction in the future, would I be able to reach perfection? If I reach higher stages of life destruction, would I be able to form a silver-level battle spirit? I wonder just how powerful a silver battle spirit is. Lin Ming's mind was filled with expectations, but now wasn't the time to think of these things. He flicked his finger, and the battle spirit fused into the air, shooting towards the 2 figures. Swoosh, swish. 2 wisps of air with battle spirits attached to them quickly shot out, instantly piercing through the man's and the woman's neck. In that moment, the battle spirit plunged into their minds, making them immediately faint. Lin Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared right at their bedside. On the bed, with fat buttocks and breasts splayed out in the open, the scene was infinitely revealing. Lin Ming pushed the woman off the male demon region disciple's body, and then placed a hand on his head. Soul-searching technique. This was a secret skill of the demonic realm. Demon Shine had used it before, and Lin Ming also studied it for convenience. With the intensity of Lin Ming's soul force and mind, mastering his ability wasn't difficult at all. Because the difference in their soul force was far too great, Lin Ming was able to scour the demon region disciple's mind without injuring his spiritual sea, finding out whatever information he wished for. There are a total of 7 life destruction elders in total on the South Sea Demon region's 3 islands, 6 at the first stage of life destruction, and 1 at the second stage. Lin Ming tossed away the Xiantian realm disciple. After locking onto the location of several elders, he quietly made his way over. After forming a black hole revolving core, breaking through to the middle revolving core realm, and then opening another of the 8 inner hidden gates, Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed the past him from a few months ago. Killing a first-stage life destruction elder would simply be a joke now. As for the man and woman who were having sex, Lin Ming simply left them where they were, unconscious. He rearranged them so that it seemed like they had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Lin Ming didn't really care about such minor trash as them. He had a very singular and explicit goal now: to kill every elder here. In the South Sea War, Every elder of the South Sea Demon region was bathed in the blood of countless Wartime Alliance disciples. To the Wartime Alliance, a first-stage life destruction elder was nearly the strongest war strength possible. It was nearly impossible to find a force to contend with them. As he snuck his way along, Lin Ming relied on his own keen perception and powerful soul force to avoid another sentry post. He finally approached the great palace of the first elder. Carefully probing the situation, Lin Ming saw a gray-robed man. This old man was studying a jade slip with one hand while playing with two glass balls in the other. In front of him was a porcelain cup filled with a crimson, blood-like liquid. The first one. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had noticed this elder had attacked the South Sea Demon region the first time around. This elder's cultivation was only at the early first stage of life destruction. With Lin Ming's newfound abilities, killing him would only take a heartbeat. Lin Ming quietly rubbed his spatial ring and withdrew the Heaven Step Spear. At this time, the elder stirred in his room. His eyebrows twisted together. Although he didn't discover Lin Ming, he could feel a thick killing intent aimed at him. Who? The first-stage life destruction elder reflexively moved to draw out his lance from his spatial ring. But at this time, the great wooden doors to his room suddenly shattered into fine powder as a highly concentrated spear light thrust straight towards him, aimed right between his eyebrows. Before the spear light had arrived, the gray-robed elder already felt an incomparable pain between his eyebrows, as if he had already been pierced. In that instant, the gray-robed elder's hairs all stood on end. He could clearly feel the specter of death looming over him. Ha! The gray-robed elder issued a deep shout, and a lance jumped from his spatial ring into his hands, as if it had a mind of its own. He no longer had time to dodge. He decided to thrust his lance at Lin Ming, forcing him away by threat of mutual annihilation, but at this instant, the gray-robed elder felt the space around him twist. In the next instant, that singular white spear seemed to teleport right in front of him. A spear pierced right through his skull, and the power of a battle spirit erupted, instantly shredding that gray-robed elder's brain to pieces, blood and pulp shooting out. The elder had instantaneously died. Lin Ming hadn't chosen a weak point like the heart or throat, but instead the brain. This was to immediately kill his opponent without allowing him to even cry out. Done. Lin Ming took away the gray-robed elder's spatial ring and corpse. Afterwards, he quietly left the room. His first assassination here had gone smoothly. However, just as Lin Ming was about to find the second life destruction elder, a loud and deafening alarm horn sounded over the entire demon island. Then, torches lit up from all over, converging from all directions of the demon island, composing a massive line of flares. Every revolving core protector and life destruction elder flew into the air, spreading their perception to search the entire area. Lin Ming was startled. I've been discovered. He felt he had done everything cleanly and quietly. He actually had no idea how he was found out. The South Sea Demon region is truly worthy as a fifth-grade sect with thousands of years of inheritance. They have methods to guard against assassins. Lin Ming muttered to himself. He guessed that there was probably a life-soul jade slip or some other similar mark on the first-stage life destruction elder. As soon as he died, this contingency was activated, and he was found out. The flying life destruction elders and revolving core protectors quickly locked onto Lin Ming's position. They soon surrounded him. Since he was already discovered, Lin Ming no longer hid himself. He gripped his white spear and soared up into the air. He wondered, did all of these martial artists surrounding him realize that their fate was to be chased down and slaughtered by him? There were a total of 6 life destruction elders. The one leading them wore a silver mask. He was the Demon Region Eastern Faction's sovereign. This elder instantly recognized Lin Ming. He clenched his teeth in hatred. Little brat, so it was you again. Lin Ming glanced at the Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign. Just 10 days ago, he had followed Xian Wuji to chase down the giant Leviathan. Although his attacks weren't too strong, he had attacked the giant Leviathan's already opened wounds, causing no small amount of damage. After the giant Leviathan had submerged deep inside the sea trench, the masked elder could no longer help due to the massive water pressure. Thus, he returned to the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming sneered. That is also what I want to say. So it's you again. I was just about to look for you to settle some old debts, but I never thought you'd deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Chapter 711, Sweeping Through the South Sea Demon Region. Chapter 711, Sweeping Through the South Sea Demon Region. Hearing Lin Ming's arrogant words, the Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign flew into a furious rage. You want to settle old debts? Hee brat, you think you're talking in a dream or something. Your giant Leviathan is already stuck within the deep sea trench. Without the giant Leviathan, I wonder just how much longer your flagrant attitude will remain. Ha ha ha. Really, you could have walked the road to heaven, but you chose to burst through to the gates of hell instead. Today you are not leaving. The Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign's voice was full of confidence and bluster. However, just as he spoke, he found the strength behind his words trailing away. He discovered that the place where Lin Ming had come from was exactly where Third Elder Sun lived. Because the warning had sounded out so suddenly, the Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign was in a hurry to catch up and didn't have enough time to investigate just who had died. Now that he carefully scanned over everyone, he found that, of the 7 elders, only Third Elder Sun was missing. Was he the one that was killed? Was that even possible? The Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign's heart jumped into his throat. Third Elder Sun being so quietly killed meant that Lin Ming had strength at least equal to the peak of the second stage of life destruction. Either that, or there was some great expert behind Lin Ming, hiding away in secret, who had such a strength. Thinking of this, the Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign felt weak at heart. It wasn't just him. The other 5 elders also thought of this. Lin Ming was not an idiot. Unless he had absolute belief in himself, why would he come to the South Sea Demon region? Line up in formation. The Demon Region Eastern Faction sovereign spat out an order. If martial artists formed a killing array together, then they could enhance the ability of their combined attacks, greatly increasing their total combat strength. In Yin Yang Profound Palace, those 8 mid and late revolving core martial artists were able to form an array formation that allowed them to contend with a first-stage life destruction powerhouse for at least 10 breaths of time. Those were only mid and late revolving core powerhouses, and now, in front of Lin Ming, were 6 life destruction realm martial artists. Dream on. Lin Ming's eyes shone with a thick killing intent. How could he possibly allow these people to just do as they wish and form a killing array around him? Did they think he was an idiot? He stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and Flash stepped in front of a first-stage life destruction elder, his white spear thrusting forth. Ha! The first-stage life destruction elder was horrified. How could Lin Ming be so fast? He had simply appeared in front of him, like the ghosts and gods. There didn't even seem to be a path of movement. He had just materialized right there in front of him. The life destruction elder couldn't bother thinking about such things. He raised his sword to defend, but in that moment, he felt as if Lin Ming's speed had suddenly slowed down. As his spear thrust forward, it actually wasn't much faster than the attack from a normal body transformation martial artist. However, even though Lin Ming's spear was slow, the elder's own movements were even slower. He had no time to defend against Lin Ming's attacks. No. That life destruction elder's eyes widened. He could only watch on helplessly as Lin Ming's spear pierced through his throat. An ice-cold feeling spread through his neck. The life destruction elder gazed with eyes like a dying fish's, his face full of unwillingness. He could not believe that he had died under the hands of a mere 21-year-old youth, against a single spear jab that he had no power to resist. In full view of everyone, a life destruction elder was instantly killed. All of the other life destruction elders and revolving core protectors were utterly stunned. What kind of strength was this? How could he possibly be this strong? Moreover, the way Lin Ming had moved was far too strange. It was like he had simply teleported over. Although that spear strike didn't seem too fast, that elder's speed had become even slower, as if mired in tar. That elder had only been able to stare blankly at Lin Ming's spear as it killed him, not even able to lift his sword. These martial artists were not stupid enough to think that the life destruction elder had deliberately slowed his movements because he had been bewitched or was playing around. Something strange was happening here, as if a demonic force was present. Lin Ming was wholly emitting a strange energy. Everyone was shocked, unable to respond. But Lin Ming was not fazed at all. He swung his spear, shaking off the body of that second life destruction elder's corpse. Then, with a single forward step, he instantly arrived in front of the third life destruction elder, his spear raised in a thrust. In that instant, that life destruction elder felt a chill crawl up his back. It was like he wasn't facing a 21-year-old youth, but instead the very incarnation of a death god. Run. The disparity was just too great. The life destruction elder didn't even have the least bit of courage to resist, instead immediately turning to run away. The other elders also swiveled around and dashed away like their lives depended on it. The South Sea Demon Region martial artists were inherently self-centered to begin with. It was impossible for them to trade their own life for the fate of their sect after encountering such a strange and mystical youth who seemed like the god of death come to slay them. They all chose to run. The 4 first-stage life destruction elders instantly scattered. As for the 20-some-odd revolving core realm protectors, they all turned and ran after seeing the scene occur before them. Only the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign was left over. This was because he had some degree of confidence in his strength. He was suspicious about Lin Ming's strength, thus he hesitated for a moment. But in the moment of hesitation, Lin Ming had already caught up to that first-stage life destruction elder. He had targeted. The spear in his hand thrust out, piercing through the elder's back, leaving no chance for resistance. As the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign saw this, he finally became scared, losing any and all spunk he had previously. He quickly took out a small jade-green sword from his spatial ring. As this small sword appeared, it actually stretched out into the air, forming into a massive pair of twin wings that attached themselves onto the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign's body. With these jade-green wings supporting him, the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign turned without further ado and flew away. Even those 30 revolving core protectors scattered in separate directions, none of them even close anyone else, in the fear that by gathering too much they would create a path that the death god could follow. After the revolving core protectors left, those extreme Xiantian martial artists realized the situation had deteriorated, and they determined to run away. As for the other guards, they had all gathered here with determination and wrath in their eyes, but now they were completely dumbfounded. They never thought that after all the elders had gathered together and encircled the assassin, that assassin would actually beat them into the ground, killing them and making them all run away. By this point, none of them were stupid enough to approach Lin Ming. That was just the same as running to their deaths. What a joke. If even the Eastern Faction's sovereign ran away, then even all of them together wouldn't be enough for this death god to lift a pinky. They didn't dare escape either. With their Xiantian realm cultivation, just this midnight killer's spear light itself was able to slaughter them all as they fled. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The 4 guard squadrons of the South Sea Demon region stood 1,000 feet away from Lin Ming, bewildered, unsure of what they should do as they all glanced at each other. Floating in air, Lin Ming indifferently looked at all the martial artists that were flying away, trying to escape. His perception instantly covered them like a surging tide, including even the elders and the 30 revolving core protectors. There were simply too many of them. If they all escaped in separate directions, then according to common sense, even a fourth or fifth stage life destruction powerhouse would find it nearly impossible to kill them all. After all, a martial artist's perception was limited. If they flew far enough and dove into the sea, finding some deserted island to hide at, then it would be difficult to chase them. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with an icy killing intent. His battle spirit fused with his Azura force field, instantly surging outwards. A force field was a special intangible existence. It was able to expand at near the speed of light. In an instant, it overtook every martial artist. With the support of the battle spirit, the Azura force field enveloped the entire area. In the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had been trapped in a maze of space and time, unable to find his way out. As he tried to figure out what had happened, he had left array symbol marks that had been eventually erased by a strange and mystical power. It was only after leaving behind a special mark mixed in with his battle spirit that Lin Ming had been able to slowly figure out just what was happening in that space-time maze, slowly leading his group out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. The battle spirit had a special characteristic of being everlasting and endlessly enduring. After a supreme elder died in the eternal demon abyss, and with the passing of tens or hundreds of thousands of years, their bodies would have long rotted away, the energy within them condensing into demon god bones. But their battle spirit still wasn't destroyed. Rather, it was able to preserve itself, and sometimes even turn into a very elementary consciousness. Thus, making a mark with a battle spirit was the best method. Within the Azura force field, every elder and protector of the South Sea Demon region instantly had a wisp of battle spirit attached to their bodies. A battle spirit was an extremely high-level power. Normally, only a divine sea powerhouse would be able to trace it. Even the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign had absolutely no idea what this energy was. All of them only felt that the instant they were covered by the terrifying pressure of the Azura force field, their speed dropped. Breathing became hard, and even their heartbeats seemed suppressed. In fear, they pushed their strengths past their limits to flee, only relaxing when they escaped the range of the force field. None of them knew that, at that moment, Lin Ming had already marked each and every one of them with his battle spirit. But even if they realized this, it would still be useless. They simply had no knowledge of what a battle spirit was, and also had no way to erase it. I've locked onto them all. Lin Ming's eyes radiated a devastating light. The furthest martial artist fleeing right now was a yellow-robed, first-stage life destruction elder. He was the first one to run, and he was also quite fast. He had already made it around 10 miles away. The second farthest was the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign. He had a strange pair of jade-green wings assisting him. His speed was the quickest of everyone running. It was just that his start had been a bit later, and now he had only made it 8 or 9 miles away. As for those revolving core martial artists, they were only a few miles away. Lin Ming decided to give up on the second stage life destruction Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign for now. His first target was that yellow-robed elder 10 miles away. If he wanted to kill that Eastern Faction Sovereign, it might take more than a few moves. If he also had some sort of master move that was able to save his life, then that would extend the battle by some time. Afterwards, having to chase after the other martial artists would be much harder, even if he had a battle spirit mark on them. After choosing his target, Lin Ming sneered. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and the space beneath him suddenly shrank. His flying was similar to teleportation. From the distance, it appeared as if Lin Ming's figure suddenly disappeared into space. abruptly appearing several miles away. Such a method of flying was so fast that it made one's scalp tingle with fear. The more Lin Ming came to understand the concept of space, the closer he came to reaching the third layer of golden rock shattering the void. Unfortunately, it was just that Lin Ming's concept of wind was still lacking throughout, much less refined than his other concepts. This caused his movement technique to appear strange, missing a hint of flexibility and nimbleness. Otherwise, he would be able to fly even faster. As for that yellow-robed elder in the lead, he seemed to know a special fleeing movement technique. His entire body was wrapped in a thick black fog. As he flew away, the fog formed a tail behind him like a streaking comet, making him seem like a very large black snake. This movement technique obviously didn't come from the South Sea Demon region. It was likely some ability obtained from some ancient ruins somewhere. Damn it all, it's like I've seen a ghost or something. To think that a 20-year-old boy could be so strong. Luckily, this old man's evasion ability is quite good. Otherwise, I probably would have died here today. Chapter 7:12 Thorough Slaughter. Chapter 7:12 Thorough Slaughter. And there's that damned Xian Wuji. To think he goes to chase the giant Leviathan on his own and leaves behind this scourge in the South Sea Demon region. Xian Wuji, as long as you do not kill that boy, it's impossible for me to return to the South Sea Demon region. If I run into him again, then chances are that my life will fall under his hands. Luckily, I found this evil soulfire step in the possession of a late revolving core martial artist I've killed. With this, on top of my own speed, I should be able to easily escape this catastrophe. The yellow-robed elder simply never expected Lin Ming to chase him in order to kill him. After all, out of all the elders there, he was one of the weakest. Lin Ming shouldn't be attracted to him. And in terms of speed, he was one of the best here. If one or two elders were to die, then it likely wouldn't be his turn. That Lin brat can't be possessed by a ghost or something. He shouldn't do something as unreasonable as chasing me. I hope that he chooses to bother with the Eastern faction sovereign. With that old man stalling for time, I'll be much safer. As the yellow-robed elder was thinking about the possible scenarios, he suddenly heard the rustling of wind behind him and a faint rumbling sound approaching him. Ha! What? As the yellow-robed elder turned around, he was frightened almost to the point where his spirit left his body. Behind him, just 6 or 7 miles away, there was a black-clothed youngster chasing after him with a blood-stained white spear, his hair flying recklessly as thunder and fire covered his body. With every step he took, he seemed to teleport 2-3 miles ahead. At this speed, Lin Ming would overtake him in less than 10 breaths' time. What kind of movements are these? The yellow-robed elder turned whiter than death. He punched himself in the chest, forcing out the power of his blood essence as he escaped at a speed surpassing his limits. However, this evil soulfire step was, in the end, far from being able to compare with the exquisite golden rock shattering the void. Moreover, he was also weaker than Lin Ming. Now, in just a few breaths' time, Lin Ming was already chasing right behind him. He could feel that Lin Ming's fearful killing intent had already locked onto him. The yellow-robed elder was scared breathless. In his entire life, he had experienced many dangerous life-or-death situations and had stumbled through many danger zones. But he had never felt the specter of death approach him as much as it did today. It hadn't even been 100 years since he had successfully crossed into life destruction. He still had a lavish and sumptuous life to enjoy. He refused to die here today. Wait, 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 wait. Young hero Lin, do not kill me. I can give you any information you need, as well as all of my wealth, the yellow-robed elder desperately cried out. However, Lin Ming didn't seem to care at all. as if he hadn't even heard these words. He simply grasped his white spear and thrust out. "Ah, this old man will fight you to the death." Seeing Lin Ming's ruthlessness, the yellow-robed elder took up a crescent halberd in hand and struck at Lin Ming. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an enormous pressure smashing into him like an endless tide. His breathing became heavy, his heart nearly stopping, and the blood in his veins and the true essence in his meridians stagnated, nearly reversing course. At the same time, a killing intent so pure and thick struck him that it almost suffocated him to death. He felt as if he had plunged into one of hell's blood ponds. Under this chilling, killing intent, the fires of his life were like a candle in the wind, about to go out at any time. This was the Azura force field and Death God force field released by Lin Ming. "No!" the yellow-robed elder miserably sobbed. However, he was still unable to change his fate. Lin Ming's spear pierced his throat. Blood sprayed, and the yellow-robed elder died. Out of the 7 life destruction elders still within the South Sea Demon region, there were now only 4 left. Lin Ming waved his left hand, taking the yellow-robed elder's corpse and spatial ring. Then, without pause, he turned around and chased towards the 2nd life destruction elder. With Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void, approaching the 3rd layer, his speed could no longer be compared with that of a normal martial artist. Out of the remaining life destruction elders, this second one was the slowest of all. The reason Lin Ming decided to chase him was just because he was the farthest away from everyone else. After half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming was only 10 miles away from this life destruction elder. Lin Ming was already able to sense him with his perception. He was a middle-aged man with sharp ears and round cheeks. He was flying away with extreme caution, revolving his protective true essence to the limit, at the same time being tense and wary of his surroundings. After leaving the South Sea Demon region's 3 islands, this elder had stumbled into a small, isolated jungle. There, he fully restrained his energy and hid in a pile of lush green bushes. At that time, the moon was hidden behind the clouds, and the night gales were howling. This sharp-eared elder seemed to be proficient in camouflage techniques. Lowering himself into the bushes, he seemed to melt into the surrounding environment, becoming one with the earth. Even if one knew he was there and used their perception to look for him, it would still be difficult to find any trace of him. "I should be safe here." The sharp-eared elder's face darkened, becoming gloomy. He didn't know just where this Lin Ming had come from. How could he have suddenly become so strong? A 20-or-so-year-old youngster was actually chasing someone like him who was nearly 1,000 years old into the jungle. If this news ever spread out, then it would truly be laughable. That Lin Ming brat never locked onto me from the start. Even if he finishes off his first target and then comes chasing after me, it will still be useless. With my camouflage technique, even Xian Wuji might not be able to find me. The sharp-eared elder had faith in his own abilities. If a few life destruction elders were to die because Lin Ming chased them down, he definitely wouldn't be one of them. I won't be able to return to the South Sea Demon region for quite some time. I'll stay and hide here for a while before reassessing the situation. As the sharp-eared elder thought this, his face suddenly froze in place. At the same time, his heart sank into the depths of despair. He watched helplessly as a black-clothed youth carrying a white spear fell into an open area just 30 feet in front of him. This black-clothed youngster turned in his direction and cruelly smiled at him, as if he could see through all lies and illusions. Seeing this young man smile, the sharp-eared elder felt a chill crawl up his spine, his spirit fading into the heavens. How did he discover me? The sharp-eared elder couldn't believe this. Now that things had come to this point, any of his camouflage techniques had no meaning whatsoever. His forehead was dripping with sweat, but he forced his heart to stay calm as he began to think about escaping possibilities. But at this point, Lin Ming laughed and said, "This elder's camouflage technique is quite skilled, much better than my own in the past. But in such a hot and humid place with so many insects everywhere, you must be suffering too much. Let me help you a bit." With these words, Lin Ming suddenly turned towards the bushes and thrust his spear. The sharp-eared elder shrieked like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He was ready to rush out, but at that moment, something strange occurred. All of the branches and leaves and plants around him seemed to twist like countless pythons, wrapping around him. The normally fragile plants seemed to become as tough as metal, forcefully holding him down. If the elder revolved his true essence to the limit, he could work his way out in less than 2 breaths' time. However, in front of Lin Ming, that was more than enough time to die 100 times. The sharp-eared elder was frightened to the point that his soul fled his body. He raised his sword, ready to cut through the branches, but it was already too late. A cool feeling bloomed in his chest, and an icy white spear pierced through his heart. His life fading away at a fast pace, the sharp-eared elder lifted his eyes, staring at Lin Ming with unwillingness. Just what happened? This was the last thought to pass through the sharp-eared elder's mind. He died without understanding how Lin Ming had discovered him, or how the surrounding bushes had managed to trap him. Once the sharp-eared elder died, the surrounding branches and leaves delivered his corpse into Lin Ming's hands. This was the simple application of battle spirit. The battle spirit could be attached to the foliage, moving it and forming a cage. This had been the fastest way to kill that sharp-eared elder. Lin Ming indifferently took the sharp-eared elder's corpse and spatial ring. Then he flew away again, chasing after the last first-stage life-destruction elder. At this time, Lin Ming had chased for a full quarter of an hour. Along the road, he slightly deviated off course to kill off any revolving core martial artist that passed within 100 miles of him. Lin Ming didn't even bother taking in the spatial rings of martial artists of only this level. Even more, he simply burnt their corpses to ashes with a fireball after killing them. As he advanced, another quarter of an hour passed. Lin Ming finally sensed that 6th life-destruction elder. This elder and the sharp-eared elder had chosen completely different escape paths. This one had run in a straight line for several dozen miles before temporarily stopping to make sure he did not have a tracing mark on him. Then he changed directions, flying several dozen miles, and then changed directions again and again in a zigzag line. For a common martial artist, chasing after him would have been impossible. But to Lin Ming, this elder's zigzagging path only made it much easier to chase him. This black-clothed life-destruction elder kept his head down as he flew away. He had originally worn a red robe, but in order to disguise himself, he had switched into black night clothes. Even though he had already escaped several hundred miles away, he didn't once relax his guard. He kept running away at full speed. Just as he was thinking of how to inform Xian Wuji of this matter, he suddenly heard the wind twisting behind him. The black-clothed elder's heart turned cold. Who? He didn't think that Lin Ming was chasing him. He had already thrown him off long ago. But as he looked back, he could see Lin Ming flying there, his hand gripping a blood-stained white spear as his 2 eyes flashed with the power of thunder. No, this isn't possible. The black-clothed elder's mouth fell open. In that instant, he felt his entire body turn leaden, his limbs ice-cold. Was this Lin Ming really human? As this thought crossed the black-clothed elder's mind, Lin Ming's spear had already pierced towards him. The black-clothed elder's cultivation was much deeper than that of the last 2. He was actually able to block one of Lin Ming's strikes, but that was his limit. Lin Ming's second spear easily thrust through the black-clothed elder's dantian. With a twist, his revolving core shattered to pieces. The black-clothed elder died. After putting away this corpse, Lin Ming began to chase after the remaining revolving core martial artists. To Lin Ming, these were only small fries. Most of them had only escaped several hundred miles away. Then they had diverged, some continuing to escape, some finding an island to hide, and some even plunging into the waters. Lin Ming first killed the martial artists who kept on running. Killing these revolving core martial artists was much simpler. As long as he could come within several miles of them, he could simply flick his finger and kill them with a battle spirit-infused wind current. Lin Ming had no qualms about killing these South Sea Demon region martial artists. In his view, killing one of them meant that there was one less future disaster in the world. Life after life died under Lin Ming's hands. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.